Booga booga. Random, congratulations, you are first. Fucking YouTube cucking me. Yeah.
We're with Matt Hayes. We just did the gym tour, hardcore home gym episode, card at the top of the screen. This is unconventional training, and I'm excited to explore a lot of what Matt has going on in his world.
If you want to work more grip, like you can swing it.
I would react to Jubilee videos. It's just that sometimes they make copyright claims and they get my streams taken down and shit, so I don't know. Oh,
so the mass killing in Sudan is continuing with new reports.
Yeah, oh, is anybody complaining about a genocide? Do you see any of the pro-Palestine fucktards talking about this? No, of course not. Of course not.
Suggesting that 60,000 people...
So the death toll in Sudan is already higher than the death toll in Gaza. Any of those fuckers saying genocide, and this is an actual genocide going on,
have been murdered by the Rapid Support Forces in just the last few weeks. And satellite imagery that we're going to show in today's video appears to show the burning of bodies in large pits, likely the RSF trying to destroy evidence of this massacre. And unfortunately, the number killed is likely to go higher, as 150,000 residents of El Fasher still remain unaccounted for. Now, The Guardian published an article just yesterday saying that 6 weeks after the RSF seized the city of El Fasher, corpses have been gathered together in scores of piles to await burial in mass graves or cremated in huge pits. With the capital of North Darfur state still sealed off to outsiders, including UN war crimes investigators, satellite evidence has revealed a network of newly dug incineration and burial pits thought to be for the disposal of large numbers of bodies. They quote British politician Sarah Champion, who said that members received a private briefing on Sudan, at which one of the academics stated that their low estimate...
I guess the dipshits in the car did the right thing.
Let me see. Yeah, they did.
Ooh.
Well, I'm glad they saved that bird. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Is 60,000 people have been killed there in the last few weeks. They added that as many as 150,000 residents of El Fasher remain unaccounted for, and they are not thought to have left the city. They add that no expert or agency has been able to explain the whereabouts of the tens of thousands of residents who have been missing since El Fasher fell to the Rapid Support Forces after a brutal 500-day starvation siege on October 26th. Now, the RSF, as soon as this reporting started coming out, said that they would immediately allow in international agencies and aid organizations. That still does not appear to have taken place 6 weeks after the fact. The Guardian says RSF officials had pledged to allow the UN into El Fasher to deliver aid and investigate atrocities. But as of now, those organizations are still on the outskirts of the town, unable to move forward. A UN source said, quote, "There needs to be a security assessment before we can plan on sending assistance. Right now, there is no guarantee of safe passage or protection of civilians, aid workers, or humanitarian assets." In fact, Nathaniel Raymond, the director of the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab, as the killing continues, like there were reports last night of artillery shelling in...
Let me see. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. They're friends. That's nice that they're friends. Oh, that's really nice. Oh wow, that's nice. Oh, that's so nice. That's good. That's really good. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
In some areas of Al-Fashir, said, quote, "It's beginning to look a lot like a slaughterhouse." Now, to give you an idea of the scope of the killing, we have some comments here from Raymond speaking just a few days ago about what his team at the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab has identified and tracked so far in Al-Fashir.
When it fell, we could see the street filled overnight with 1.3 meter to 2 meter objects. And they were in C shape, J shape, or L shape. That's because when you shoot someone and you look at them from space when they get shot, they'll fall in the fetal position or on their knees. And so we saw trucks with 50 cal machine guns, and we would see half-meter red discoloration on the ground, and that was blood. And we think we got a call, this is where I'll end, we had a ground network, we think they're all dead now. Our ground guys call us on Monday after the fall, and in the morning they say 1,200 of our family members and friends are dead. By that evening, they say 10,000. By Tuesday, we never got them on the phone again.
Now, I think it's worth showing some of the work here done by the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. I will link their full report in the description below, as well as their profile on X, where they continue to keep everyone updated on this developing situation. But this is some satellite imagery they shared in a recent report. We're going to run through a couple of these. The first, they show empty markets, the report is titled "Empty Markets, Ongoing Body Disposal in Al-Fashir." The first one here, my apologies for the pronunciation, Daraja Ola in Al-Fashir. They say analysis of satellite imagery collected between 9 and 13 November over the Daraja Ola neighborhood shows the new presence of an actively burning pile on 13 November that was not present in 12 November imagery. Newly present at this location are two ground disturbances and scarring, displaying signatures consistent with charred remains. It's pretty wild that here we are 6 weeks later, still relying on satellite imagery.
What's going on with these kids today with these compound movements, especially the bench? Like when I was 18 skinny and weak, I did 185 for reps until I broke the plateau.
Let's see.
These kids, I do not get it. Buddy's starting out his rep with his shit more popped out than a girl at the club. And he got about this far before the spotter just had to grab the bar. Also, if you watch the video back, he didn't even really press. He basically did a front raise with those elbow wraps on. And this is the weirdest thing to me. What is up with those elbow wraps? Like, what is going on here? The kids are like 140 pounds, and they're like, I want to get a really strong bench press. Should I eat more food? Nah. Should I work on getting better technique? Absolutely not. Should I buy the thickest elbow wraps I could possibly afford with my parents' money? That's the answer. You cannot skip the lifting fundamentals. Your ass is so far off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, dumbasses. Dumbasses everywhere. I don't get it. 'Cause, like, everyone will know you're not actually strong. So, it's like they don't have an interest in actually being strong. They just... stupid, dumb shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan.
Thank God we have this degree of satellite imagery that's publicly available. But the reason we're having to rely on this, and Raymond talked about this in some other clips, is all of their sources on the ground have gone quiet. They're probably dead at this point. So they're not getting any first-person accounting. The RSF, for the most part, has stopped publishing any videos of their atrocities that they were in the opening hours and days of this attack. So it's all based off of what we can see from above. They show another one here, Al Saudi Hospital in Al-Fashir. They say analysis of satellite imagery collected on 17 November shows the new presence of white objects in a hole dug on the western side of the Al Saudi Hospital. This hole has been previously observed with white objects placed in its center, subsequently lit on fire, and burned to ash multiple times throughout November 2025. The imagery below shows white objects' presence in the hole on 9 November, with charred ashen remains visible on 13 November. The imagery collected on 17 November shows more white objects placed
Yeah, we're going to play a set of Corsa tonight.
in the hole. They look at Defso Market in El Fasher, where they say no current pattern of life observed compared to prior years and 2023 baseline. This one's creepy because we've got a couple here talking about pattern of life where you're just going to see there's nobody in the city. Now, they have a caveat saying it's entirely possible that all of this activity is happening in areas where these satellites can't detect, right? A little bit of overhead cover and you can't see the people, but it's a marked difference between these two. And, you know, with the backdrop of bodies likely being burned and the first-person accounts from the opening days of so many people.
Was pretty accurate.
Let me see.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
We already reacted to this, and it was not accurate at all. Thanks for the donation, Soggy Balls.
Maybe I'm being unreasonable, but this shit looks gay as fuck. Or it's for old people who can't go as hard as they once did. Loading and unloading the plates is part of the workout.
Lifting system allows for quick and safe weight change. It's called the Easy Load System. To add the weights, the user simply load the
Yeah, that is just stupid. There is no reason for that. That is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. Literally no reason for that to exist. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Kenny Donny Teller's highly educational video for you. Take note.
Say all poo-poo times are pee-pee times, but not all pee-pee times are poo-poo times in Chinese. 每次拉屎都尿尿，但不是每次尿尿都拉屎。每次拉屎都尿尿，但不是每次尿尿都拉屎都拉屎都拉屎。
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. Does Streamlabs take a cut of the donos? It's like a really, really tiny percentage. It's like a transfer fee. YouTube Super Chat takes like 30%. I think Streamlabs might take like 2%. It's tiny. So it's insignificant.
People being killed, a likely takeaway here is that the people are not coming out or cannot come out, as so many have been killed, wounded, or driven away. Defso Market here, they say when comparing imagery from August to November 2025, the market appears to have increased vegetation overgrowth and lacks visible activity, including persons, vehicles, and carts near the market. Although market activity has decreased throughout the conflict, vegetation overgrowth visible in September to November 2025 imagery is abnormally high compared to prior years during the same period. And they also looked at the Mawashi market, a livestock market, where they say market activity in satellite imagery collected on 17 November, there is no current pattern of life visible at or near the livestock market compared to a 2023 baseline activity. Although it is possible the activity within the covered market occurs where satellites cannot detect, there are no visible patterns of life in open areas. Again, it's not crazy that the patterns of life in an area decrease over time, especially as the fighting is ongoing. But what you're going to see I would recommend downloading or going to the website to look at some of these images. There's nobody there. There's no cars. There's no carts. There's no animals. There's nothing. It is a ghost town. Now, while it's believed that most of the civilians were not able to evacuate El Fasher, we did have imagery and first-person accounts of people that did make their way out of the besieged town. Reuters talks about the experiences of some of those as they were shaken down and sometimes murdered if they couldn't pay a ransom. Reuters says Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces, which besieged the Darfur city of El Fasher before storming it in late October, are systematically detaining residents and demanding ransoms for their release and killing or beating those whose families cannot pay, witnesses, aid workers, and researchers said. 11 survivors said that some of those unable to pay were shot at close range or killed in groups, while others were severely beaten. A Reuters reporter saw survivors fleeing across the border into Chad with injuries that appeared to be from beatings and gunshots. We're not getting a lot of new reporting on what's happening in Sudan. A part of that, as mentioned previously, is there's no reporting on the ground. It doesn't exist anymore, especially in the besieged city, or now fallen city, of El Fasher. I would highly recommend, if you're interested in keeping up to date with what's happening here, this awful tragedy that's unfolding in real time, please consider following the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. From everything that
This is your funniest Turksterone crash out / rant. The head movements with every syllable are fucking hilarious.
Is he any bigger or stronger than he was like a few months or a year ago? No. This guy has not made any fucking appreciable progress. Looks exactly the fucking same. No bigger, no stronger. I thought turkesterone was like steroids. Greg told me, oh my god, it's just like taking nandrolone. It's just like nandrolone decanate. So why the fuck doesn't Will look any bigger or stronger than he did before? Like, fuck you. These fucking supplements are so fucking stupid, and the only reason Greg is selling them because he can't sell steroids. Greg got busted for selling fucking steroids. He was smuggling them from across the American border. He spent like, I don't know, what was it, like 6 months in house arrest or something? So, it all makes sense. Greg wants to make money drug dealing, but he doesn't want to go to jail again. So, here comes turkesterone. Yeah, right. And again, dumbasses are too fucking stupid to just like go on Reddit or something and ask people, hey, where can I get fucking steroids on the black market that are safe? And actually learn how to use them, and then actually make gains and get progress. But no, let's make sure Greg can buy another fucking sports car. Oh, he only has like a Mercedes, a Lamborghini, and a fucking McLaren. Let's help him get a Ferrari. Yeah, fucking $50 a month for fucking turkesterone platinum. Let's help Greg get a fucking Ferrari, guys. Let's buy a bullshit fucking stupid supplement that doesn't work, where these dumb fuck cocksucker lying shithead influencers are taking this fucking supplement and somehow are not making any fucking progress. So let's help Greg get a fucking Ferrari. I'm just so sick of fucking stupid people. They're just everywhere. It just makes me sick. There's idiots like this who fucking there's idiots watching this guy who are like, oh, Will's taking turkesterone. He's not getting any bigger or stronger. He's literally the same size, same strength as he was yesterday, but he's taking turkesterone. Do you expect them to put 2 and 2 together? Oh, the supplement doesn't work. He's not any bigger or strong. No! Let's get Greg to set a Ferrari! I don't know how anybody's buying the turkesterone bullshit, dude. It's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
Hey VG, do I look natural? I am. I'm just curious what you think. I'm 206 pounds at 5 FT 11, 5 years of training at 25 years.
That shot, kind of, you could pass for somebody who's enhanced. Especially with the traps. You have pretty crazy 3D traps. Also, like this shot from the side, you could definitely pass for enhanced. But yeah, like if you told me you're on steroids, I'd believe you, you know what I mean? So I think if I didn't know who you are and somebody asked, I'd say I'd lean towards natural, but possible enhanced. So you look pretty damn jacked. Thanks for the donation though, David Chevy.
Kat Harlson moving to Doha to more effectively shill for Sandnigar Royal Monarchs.
Oh, yeah.
Last question. I've been, personally, not to make it about me, but I have been criticized as being a tool of Qatar. And I just want to say what you already know, which is I've never taken anything from your country and don't plan to. I am, however, tomorrow buying a place in Qatar. Both because I am
pay a high check
in Doha, yeah, and I'm doing that because I like the city. I think it's beautiful, but also to make the statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be. Last.
Yeah. He's getting paid to do and say the shit. He hates, absolutely despises Middle Eastern people. You should see some of the shit he said about, like, the Iraq War. I think this was a few years ago. He basically called Middle Eastern people, like, sand monkeys. Like, he would never want to live there or move there or visit there. So he's getting paid money to do and say this shit. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Blink donated $2. Is this accurate about Canada?
Minutes away from the border to Canada as we flee the U.S. Who would have thought at age 60 that this would be in our plan and in our actions?
Yeah, crazy times. Well, since you're moving to Canada, let me be your liaison de Canada. And let me show you what you're in for. See, here, our house prices are twice as much as yours are. What the fuck? And incomes are 30% lower. Where our unemployment is 6.9%, yours is 4.2%. Where our economy is the worst in the G7, yours is the best. But hey, healthcare is free, right? Although, it really isn't. And if you have a serious
It basically is. It's just covered through tax revenue.
emergency, you're probably gonna die in the emergency.
No. These stories are not the norm, for one thing. And if you ever look into this, all of these happen at, like, shitty, like, small town hospitals, like the one that I go to, basically. So yeah, if I had a heart attack or something and I was brought to the hospital near my town, I'd probably be fucked. Because the doctors there are fucking incompetent retards. But if you live in a major city or go to a big hospital in or near a major city, like, you're fine. That sort of shit just doesn't happen there.
Room. And I know you like our prime minister, right? Well, he's an investment banker, the top of the elite, and he hasn't even lived in Canada for the past 10 years. In fact, he's lived in your country. And this is where it gets really bad. If you make $150,000 a year in Canada and you really go for it, you're gonna pay 40%.
This is completely and utterly misleading. So I don't know where he found this. This looks like a chat message. You can look up the marginal tax rate. Like, for whatever reason, people don't understand how marginal tax rates work. And I don't even think it's 40% at 150,000. Ontario marginal tax rate. Let's see. So combined federal Ontario tax bracket tax rate, including surtaxes. So, let's see. First 53,000, 19%. Over 53, 23. Over 58, 29. Over 94, up to 107, 31. And then it goes up to, what is it? 43.41. Over 117, up to 150. And, there's like capital gains tax, dividends. Yeah, and if you just look up the provincial tax rate, it's not that much. It's 12% at 150,000. So I don't know where, like, you don't pay 40% on everything you earn. You pay 40% after you make a certain amount of money. Like, so over, 120,000 up to 150,000, you get taxed like that 40%. You don't get taxed 40% on everything you earn. It doesn't work that way. Like, this guy's an idiot.
In taxes, whereas if you made the same 150,000 in Texas, you'd only pay 27.
Texas doesn't pay any state taxes. Why the fuck would you make that comparison? It's so stupid.
Percent taxes. And in Ontario, it gets even worse. With those after-tax dollars, you think that money is yours, right? No. Because here comes HST, water tax, rain tax, sewer tax, luxury tax, carbon tax. You're not keeping...
There are sales taxes and other taxes everywhere you go.
in any of your own...
Like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Stupid beyond belief. No, what he's saying is inaccurate. The only accurate thing that he mentioned was the housing costs. Everything else was just stupid. If he wanted to make any decent point about, like, stupid taxes, he should have just mentioned the carbon tax. The carbon tax is idiotic, especially when it's applied to things like heating. Like, what are you supposed to do? Freeze in the winter? Like, nobody's doing that. So they're literally just making life more expensive for you. So that's something that's fair to complain about, but like everything you brought up was just stupid.
I've seen they have really been leading the charge, kind of breaking stories and providing some of the most detailed analysis of what's actually playing there.
Yeah, so real genocide going on. Greater death toll than in fucking Gaza. None of these pro-pally fucktards say shit. None of them say shit. What a surprise. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Oh, I fucking hate this fucker.
Think about the Chinese right now. Literally visualize them in your head. Now think about tickling them, dude. Think about tickling them. How cool is that? Because they're active, man. And they're going to be fired up. And now, okay. Now think about tickling a Japanese person. Kind of cuter, you know? Cuter. You know? Chinese, like, oh, yeah. Chinese be more aggressive and the Chinese will strike. The Chinese will strike, dude. Think about
I don't know about that one. Thanks for the donation, retard. Okay, you can get the hell out of here.
A shooter came to CDC and shot over 500 rounds of bullets. Each one meant for a person. I saw the number in the programs that were going to be terminated. Couldn't sleep. Woke up the next morning, walked into the agency and told my political team I was leaving that day. Maternal mortality. That program isn't functioning right now at CDC. Smoking cessation has also been cut. Measles and vaccines. We're already seeing that. Last year, we had to cancel a flu vaccination campaign during one of the worst flu seasons. There's been whooping cough cases in Louisiana where babies are dying, young kids are dying. There was a lead outbreak in April in Milwaukee, and we didn't have the staff. They've been fired at that time. And it's not something that can rebuild quickly. And I'm very concerned that when there is the next health threat, we will not be prepared.
Hello.
Yeah, China's gonna give us another fucking disease, and oh boy, it's gonna be bad.
There.
How's it going?
Okay, you?
Pretty good. I'm lying. I'm not very good. I watched some of your testimony, and I over COVID I did a lot of like vaccine and COVID related arguments. So now I just get insanely triggered anytime anything comes up related to it. So how are you doing today?
It's been a morning.
It's been a morning.
It's been a morning.
For my audience, but doesn't know who you are, so I believe your last name is Oury, correct? Deborah Oury. Yeah.
Yes.
You've been working in, or was working in some capacity with the CDC since, well, I was going to say 2014, but not, I suck at the government things. What was the body that you worked for in 2014? Was that under the CDC, or was that part of a different branch of like the HHS or whatever?
No, I was at CDC beginning 2014 at the Injury Center.
Okay, the Injury Center is under the CDC. Gotcha. And then you resigned along with a few other people when Trump basically fired, or it was, I guess, RFK fired the CDC director. And then we watched some of your testimony on that. Part of your role at the CDC was doing kind of public communication with science, with medical information. And yeah, we had a mutual friend connect us, and I just want to, like, communicating scientific stuff and communicating where the research is at and communicating what the recommendations being public health is a huge area of interest for me. So yeah, I just wanted to chat and ask you some questions about that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
I guess my first question on the broadest level, one of the big challenges over like the COVID time period especially was figuring out like what should the role of government be in communicating to anybody. What do you think the CDC's role should be insofar as like public communication, communicating with social media platforms, advising the president or whatever? Like what do you think what was the role, and what is like the optimal role?
Yeah, and even taking a step back, I was an PR doc for like 10 plus years, and so for me, it's always been about like how do you communicate to patients and make sure everybody gets what they need. And so CDC, I viewed patients as the population, and so CDC's role should be about communicating health issues or health threats to the population and what they need to protect themselves. I think when it comes to things like social media, it's how do you have kind of bite-sized information that consumers can use, but realizing federal government can be clunky, right? So like CDC is not what you want like on Twitter all the time, other than some information. I think that's where you have to look at using trusted messengers and getting out into communities more to have a lot more communication and looking for other ways to communicate. They do scientific publications, but not everybody's going to read one of those very dense publications. So then finding ways to talk to the public, whether it's a press briefing or doing interviews like this where people can understand and ask questions, I think is really important.
I'm curious, you brought up the term trusted figures. What do you mean when you say that? Like members of the government that are public facing and recognizable, like people like Fauci, or do you mean like having like podcasters or people that go around and do public messaging? Or yeah.
I would say all of the above, probably usually less political figures, but more like, if you're your church member, a school teacher, a podcaster, like who people listen to and have a relationship with or primary care doctor or pediatrician. Those are who people are going to be more likely to listen to when it comes to things. When it comes to health, usually their own doctor they will listen to. But a lot of times like during COVID, we knew people wanted to know what their neighbors were doing, what their families were doing, what their, churches or synagogues were doing. And so really ensuring that was happening much more through communities. Is there a role now when it seems like there's so much kind of mistrust being fostered in a lot of these or in a lot of these alternative communities? Is there a role for the CDC to have an active line of communication to these people, or is there like a worry that it automatically becomes tainted if somebody sees that like the CDC is involved? Like, what do you think combating that looks like going forward? Yeah, I think, at CDC, people should be willing to talk to any partner. When I was at CDC, I used to tell my staff if a partner reached out, and initially they were like, oh, we don't have time or we're not going to do it. I said, well, then I'll do it, And so then they're like, no, we'll do it. I just think you should always at least hear what a partner has to say. You may not agree, but you might also learn something. Okay. Do you think that we live in, as we go through time, there's always this like, now is the worst time ever, this is the worst thing ever. Yeah. Do you think we live in an era of exceptional mistrust in kind of like government institutions, or do you think these things kind of like come and go? Or from what I've seen, this seems like a really exceptional time in a bad way for mistrust. And I would say part of that's because, the person I used to, work 2 levels below, the secretary, was promoting misinformation and saying things like, don't trust the experts. So like, if you're saying that, then it's hard to listen to what the experts say. Do you, I guess I'm trying to think of, one of the frustrations that I have is that when I'm communicating with people, generally if there's like mainstream information coming from like a scientific body or from a huge government organization, the boring answer is generally is pretty verified because there's a lot of people that are looking at it. It's been through the rigmarole. There's just a lot of stuff backing it up.
But one issue that I'm having now as I'm communicating with people is, so I've had this position a lot where I'm like, well, listen, if the CDC says this, if these people make this recommendation, it's probably true, right? You're probably safe to accept that. And increasingly, as of I think this morning now, the statement is like, vaccines haven't been proven to not cause autism, which I don't know if you ever make a negative like proving thing like that ever in any scientific literature. But now as I'm looking at the CDC and now when there are guidelines coming out that are hard to trust, I have to curtail that advice a lot. I've got to be very careful when I say, well, I don't know if I necessarily trust them. But obviously for the next administration, well, hopefully, I'm saying obviously, hopefully, if things go a little bit back to normal, I can get back to that. Well, we can kind of trust our institutions when they say these things. How do you navigate?
No, the last stream will be December 9th. That's the day before the lottery draw. So, that'll be the last stream. And I'll be $75 million richer the next day.
I guess how would you recommend somebody navigate? Maybe you personally, your recommendations to other people, like when trust is being lost in certain institutions, I guess like how do you navigate that environment in the future? I can be more specific if you need. It's kind of general, but yeah.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like when it takes like a minute to lose trust, but then it takes so much longer to rebuild trust. And so, even if there is a change, in a secretary or an administration, it's going to take much longer than just a change to rebuild trust. And this didn't happen overnight. I was actually speaking to a bunch of health journalists yesterday, and they said, so what can we trust on the CDC website? And one of my colleagues said, I wouldn't trust things on vaccines. And I jumped in and I said, honestly, I'm going to say that there's other things we shouldn't trust going forward. I said, if there's any updates on autism, and I gave a few other examples. I said I wouldn't necessarily trust those. Didn't know it was going to happen last night, but I didn't resign. As kind of like a last minute idea I had been thinking about for months and really kind of pushing back against some of the misinformation and some of the things that I were worried were going to harm people, like wrong information on measles, allowing protected information on vaccine safety to people that weren't qualified to have it. And so when we reached that tipping point, I'd hoped the CDC director was going to be able to protect against some of that when it was clear she couldn't. I knew that from a scientific integrity, like your integrity and your reputation is all you have. And so that's why I predicted that this would continue to worsen at CDC.
One of the things you mentioned, there's a frustrating thing for me, is the idea of you say you can lose trust in an instance.
Yeah.
Why do you think, in your opinion, so I'll argue against people who will say, the most common one is like, well, Fauci said don't wear masks, and then he said wear masks or whatever. They'll look at like a hotly evolving situation where, information can change. Somebody might legitimately make a mistake or whatever. And it seems like you said, the trust is very easy to lose. But the people who are the most critical on the other side, who are giving reasons for why you shouldn't trust these, large institutions, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, they'll make incorrect statements all the time, and they never seem to lose any trust on their side, which is very strange. Like, how do you combat that asymmetry?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I think it's just one.
Did you work out yesterday? You do know that the lottery is a legalized numbers racket.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware. I didn't work out yesterday. I've taken the whole week off training. I'm going to start training again on Tuesday. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
One of those things, just knowing that if you are in, a government or a leadership type position, that there is kind of that differential standard. And I think being more upfront, one of the things I learned, in communication training around risk communication, saying what you know, what you don't know. And certainly if you learn something differently, really be upfront about it. And I think it's more of, being a lot more humble, when we're talking to people. And that's when I put on my ER doc hat. I'm like, I need to refer you to a specialist. Here's what I know today. And if I get more data, if that x-ray comes back different, I might change what I say.
Gotcha. There, on a personal level, there's a challenge between being, I would say, intellectually honest, but having strong rhetoric. So I'm pretty honest when I don't know a thing, but if I'm willing to hedge appropriately with, well, I think, or I feel I'm about 50% sure of this, but my adversary in conversation is willing to stake on a much stronger claim rhetorically to the audience. Well, this guy seems like he knows what he's talking about. The other guy seems like he's clueless. It seems, it's frustrating with the combination of factors of any one mistake, or even not a mistake, but as information changes, any one thing that changes is like an instant huge red mark against a large institution. But then for other individuals, and there are still, a lot of them are still pushing ivermectin, still pushing hydroxychloroquine as these now they're cure-alls, I guess, for every disease. And it's so annoying that it feels like there's never a mark against their credibility or reputation when it comes to making these same recommendations, and they don't hedge.
Well, it's because it's ideological. They just have an ideological fear and hatred of modern medicine. So these quack retard grifters, even when they're wrong, they never get criticized. Because the people who are doing this, who support them, they're just ideologues. Again, most people are fucking stupid chimpanzees.
Edge anything at all. They'll go from one extreme statement to the next. I might just be venting. I don't know if there's a question there, but yeah, that asymmetry seems very frustrating, very difficult to deal with.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, I guess on that level, one thing that I'm kind of noticing, and the winds are changing a little bit on this, I don't know if it's good or bad. I would say that spiritually, if you're a member of the government, a member of the executive branch, generally speaking, the job should be apolitical, right? The CDC, everybody, yeah. But when other people want to make everything very political on on the right. I was trying to be political. I don't know. When the conservatives seem right now, they're very invested in being very political when they attack one side, and then when the institutions come out and they try to be very apolitical, I wonder sometimes if the impression that that's giving is one of an inability or an unwillingness to defend that side, as strongly as it should be. Does that make sense?
It does. What I'm wrestling with, though, is when I was speaking to several, congressional members a couple months ago around the time of my resignation, I said to one of them, I'm apolitical. And he just said, Deb, this isn't politics. This is ideology. And that was from a Republican senator. And that really stuck with me. And I was like, you're right. Like if we're talking about saving lives and health, it shouldn't be political. Certainly, there can be different spectrums of it. But I look at what happened last night. And the secretary literally is trolling Senator Cassidy right now. This is the secretary is. He put an asterisk on this updated website saying, I'm keeping this title here because I promised the senator that. But then he changed the rest of the website. And so that's infighting within, a single political party at this point.
Is it one? This is kind of personal, kind of with the CDC. One thing I've heard a lot in the past is for people that work at government agencies that they're surprisingly apolitical, like the day-to-day workforce. A lot of people from FBI, CIA, government people will email me and they'll tell me this. I've heard as of recently this year, I've had some of those same people and other people have said the jobs have gotten surprisingly more political. That like low-level employees, frontline people are now openly discussing politics more. It seems to be a little bit more pervasive in the workplace. Was that your impression, or do you think it's still relatively apolitical, or has it changed a little?
I think it's still relatively apolitical. I think certainly, the workplace, as you get to know people, people will just, tell you what they think about things or if there was something on the news. But I reminded people during the first Trump administration, because I had many people just assume, that everybody, voted, Democrat. And I said, obviously that didn't happen here in Georgia, since, we have, a Republican president. And I said, so you shouldn't presume to know who all your colleagues are around you and their beliefs. I would say in general, when you're focusing on just on things like data, or clinical guidance, really shouldn't be political. And I think one of the things I was proudest of when I was the injury center director was I got firearm violence research funded under the Trump administration, by talking about suicide prevention, protecting young kids like from unintended consequences, things like that. So if you can find that common ground, it becomes apolitical. So at CDC and other government agencies, if it's become political, it might just be because we had more political appointees than normal. When I left, I was the only career and there were 13 political appointees with me in the office as director compared to the normal 2 to 3.
Jeez. Okay. Kind of on that mention, how you can find common ground with people. I'm kind of curious from a personal or maybe from a scientific recommendation standpoint. Sometimes there are people who are just epistemically in a totally different world. But I remember one of the jokes I made about RFK Jr. was that there was a world where, despite how much just crazy stuff I would say this guy believes in, there's a world where, in a roundabout way, people end up becoming a lot healthier just because of some of the recommendations that he would make related to exercise is good. Everybody knows that exercise is good. Or this obsession with certain dyes or whatever, or ultra processed foods might just cut down on the amount of junk that people are eating, which is a good thing. How do you build a bridge, or do you build a bridge and agree with some parts of a person if their core kind of engine or driver is so fundamentally flawed? Is there a risk in that, or is that a deal with the devil, or how do you see that, I guess?
For me, when the secretary was coming on board, in my mind, he was coming. So you got to work with him. And I was actually the transition lead for the agency, meaning I was the one that oversaw how we would, bring in the new administration. So we look for exactly what you're saying, those priorities around food and water and ending chronic disease, and where there could be alignment with him. I had actually read several of his books before he started to try to figure out where our priorities align. The one thing I would say as a side note is I was disappointed that in his books, many of his references, were retracted stories or Snopes, and so that gave me a little bit of pause, but I still was trying to figure out where we could have alignment. And if we could advance on a couple priorities together, that would have been great. He just chose never to meet with us.
Gotcha. Do you think that there is that Americans might be a little bit below the threshold of the understanding needed for how government functions to be able to have real conversations about the government? So for instance, I saw one of the questions you got a lot was, why does the CDC force us to get vaccinated?
Americans are way too stupid. That's the problem too. When you have an uninformed, dumb public, they're never going to be able to advocate for any kind of change that's beneficial for them.
Yeah, and then sometimes when you're talking to Americans, with the stuff relating to the Department of Education, it wouldn't surprise me if over half of America thought that the Department of Education mandates curriculum K through 12 in every state. It wouldn't surprise me if half of America thought that. Is that is that a thing that the CDC on its own can combat just when it comes to scientific stuff, or do you think this is a whole some kind of civic education overhaul, or what does that look like?
I do think it's broader. I think it's a civic education overhaul, and certainly each agency can try to speak more about what they do and don't do. But when I use
Is IQ a legitimate psychometric? It's good at testing for what it tests for. That's really about it. I think IQ is particularly good for detecting people with cognitive deficits. It's not really a marker of intelligence in the way most people think of intelligence. It's not really going to determine whether or not you have good critical thinking skills or wisdom. It's just gonna see if you're good at stupid book learning shit that, again, nobody really cares about or thinks about when they think of intelligence.
use kind of jargony language and we'll say something like, well, CDC is not a regulatory agency. People say, well, what does that mean? And so like, well, we're actually regulatory when it comes to looking at like cruise ships and sanitation, but we're not for this. That just makes it really hard to understand. And it's also easy. I remember, when we passed one guideline around, prescribing opioids, I had colleagues saying, yeah, we knew it wasn't mandatory, but we would point to the CDC because it's like when you're a parent, like, and you want to just say something, it's easier to say, well, the school made me do it, or something like that. And so sometimes I feel, other organizations might point to the CDC because it's just easier to kind of shift to somebody else. But I do think we can, as a nation, better understand, what is the role of government in these different agencies and what do they do and don't do? Because that way, if there is an issue, you can actually address where the issue is at.
Do you think that I guess it wouldn't be happening now, but like if you could make huge changes to how the CDC does communication, like what would some of those changes look like?
Yeah, and I would say, what is sad to me is after COVID, there were so many lessons learned. Like there were certainly issues around lab, and being ready for responses. CDC rose to the occasion. Like we did a whole staff effort called Moving Forward to where we looked at lab quality and made sure that staff were ready for responses. And so communication, we worked on that too. We started doing things called like clinical pearls that we would send out to doctors so they could understand some of the takeaways. On the website, there were more data dashboards. So you could go and see what in your community was for measles. And then we started doing things like, more regular media briefings, putting out.
I hate Hassan as much as the next guy. But honestly, this was a clean W. He mogged the unfunny Asian 6.
Oh no. Oh, it loaded.
Hassan is here. Is that a vibration remote in your pocket, or are you just excited to be here?
I'll put it on you later.
Is that a threat or like a... Could you explain your inspiration for your outfit tonight? It looks familiar for some reason to me.
Why would it be familiar to you? I don't understand. I mean, I got it in China, but yeah.
Maybe because I'm Chinese. Maybe that's why. It just looks familiar. Anyway.
None of that was funny. It was just kind of weird and stupid. Thanks for the donation, retard. Fucking hate us, son. I think you could just set that entire building on fire, and the world would be a better place.
Press summaries and trying to use, as we're talking about, like some of these trusted messengers to carry messages on things like flu campaigns. So I think we were starting to move forward on that. And I think that's where you need to work a lot with private sector and others too, because you don't want the same talking heads doing it all. You got to have creativity being brought in.
Gotcha. I guess I was maybe disappointed in myself. I didn't realize until pretty late on that the CDC website, towards the end of like 2023, and maybe this was updated earlier, was actually like a fairly useful resource. That when vaccine stuff was there, you guys were like directly linking to studies, and you could look up a question and look at stuff, and it would be right there. And it was actually like a pretty good resource for that. But if that was part of that drive, that was
actually, that's a great point. One of the things we did is we realized the website was so overwhelming with so much material that we reduced more than half of the material on it and tried to have some of those bullet points so people could find out like what's on this website, and here's where you go for more information. So that was part of those efforts as well. Unfortunately, in the past couple of months, the website has become much more ideological, which is not what should ever happen, to be evergreen.
What was the, when the CDC is evaluating evidence for guidelines, what does it look like, I guess? Like, so maybe in a boring, almost like bureaucratic level, what does that look like? So research comes out, you guys are trying to decide whether or not you incorporate, mRNA vaccine guidelines or whatever. And like, what are you looking at? Are you looking at other bodies and what they've determined, like the WHO or other people's, like CDC's? Is it strictly a US process? Like, what does that look like?
It can be many different things. So one, if you see that other organizations already have guidelines that, look really well researched, sometimes you can just point to those and not reinvent things and just say, we're going to adopt, XYZ guidelines. Other times, if there's a gap where people think it needs to be generated because of the time, the need, or something from the US, you look at what's the evidence to date. So you do like a systematic review, which means you do huge literature searches, of like how many studies are out there. Then you narrow them down. So, are they randomized controlled trials, meaning, where you have an intervention, you're testing it against an experimental one and one that hasn't been exposed to that intervention versus, anecdotes or case controls would be towards the bottom of it. And you put most emphasis on the more rigorous studies. And then you try to determine what are the findings from that and how would you then, change guidance or clinical care based on that. So it's not like hey, we're going to change the guidance overnight. Usually there's a significant process to it. And that's what's been disappointing about some of the recent vaccine committee meetings. They talked about, gosh, we're rookies, or we'll just add something to the agenda when there should be this whole year-long process of reviewing the evidence when there's not an urgent critical reason to have an update.
For people that review evidence at the CDC, are these like full-time government employees, or do you have boards that are sat on by like research positions, or where do those people come from, I guess?
Yeah, it's kind of all of the above. So there's unfortunately, I believe they were part of the October 10th layoffs, but the library was one area to where they would do these long systematic reviews and help staff, pull the evidence around it. We also would have a lot of federal advisory committees, which means bringing external people in, and then the scientists at CDC would help provide a lot of that data and evidence for them. But CDC knew they don't have all the expertise, and oftentimes you need to bring in those outside researchers. But it was done in a very structured format using what we call GRADE, which is an acronym about how you really look at the data from the different levels of quality. So all of it was done to minimize bias, to minimize outside conflicts of interest. And that's the other thing. There's been a lot of talk about, CDC with conflicts of interest and getting money from pharma and things like that. So I looked at that about a year ago when we knew there was going to be a new administration coming in. Extremely few, even patents at CDC, and most of the people that had patents weren't even currently at CDC. Conflicts of interest for things like the vaccine committee, really minimal because they go through a whole process. And then myself and other senior leaders.
Do you put the Korean barbecue sauce on your tofu before it gets sauteed or after? Also, there's some new Frank Mentz.
I fry the tofu on the pan, and then I put the Korean barbecue sauce on. And then I fry it a little bit longer. Let me take a look. New Frank Mentz, you say? Ugh. I think we might have already... Oh, no. He does have a couple new ones. Alright, thanks for the donation, Blink.
Something special on Frankie's Free Range Meat that you guys might not know about is we have a full selection of the highest quality sourdough baked goods, including pastries and sweets. So after my meals for dessert, I usually have a few chocolate chip cookies, but we had a fresh batch of donuts today that I tried out, and they are delicious. I'm going to have one of these in the morning. These are just...
Those probably taste like shit.
Plain donuts with vanilla.
Thanks for helping me go and stay vegan.
And thank you for helping me change my underwear. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it. Glad I could help.
Vanilla icing. And what makes our baked goods so special is that they are made with all 100% organic ingredients, glass bottled mineral water, and they are egg and dairy free. So, we have the highest quality glass mineral water. And the fact that there's no eggs or dairy.
So I'm assuming he uses tallow or lard, right?
Dairy in these products means that they are hypoallergenic. So you will always feel good eating them. You won't have any stomach or digestive issues.
Oh yeah, dude, sourdough is disgusting. I don't know what the fuck the hype is with sourdough. It's just fucking gross.
And although it's very difficult to make products taste good without those ingredients, I think we've done an excellent job. So if you guys want to read more about that, puresourdough.com, and the products available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com.
So we messed up donut recipe at Frankie's Free Range Meat. These are a little dense. Still really delicious.
How in the fuck? Oh. So he's literally making donuts out of sourdough bread. Those must be the most disgusting fucking donuts ever. Yeah, that is stupid. You either make cake donuts that use chemical leavening, or you use yeast. You can't make donuts that are just sourdough. Like, how in the fuck did he make hockey pucks when he's trying to make donuts? Like, that's fucking retarded.
Delicious, just a little bit dense. It's a plain donut, which means it has wheat flour, a little bit of sugar, and coconut oil, which is technically okay for a goat's diet, and these should be really energy dense and concentrated.
I don't think goats should be eating coconut oil.
For keeping them warm in the winter. But goats are really picky, and sometimes
goats are not picky eaters.
New foods, they don't like being introduced. So we're gonna see if they eat them off the bat. If not, we'll leave them in there. Ladies are fighting each other and running around. When I come in, they usually like checking me out and see what I have. Got some donuts. Oh my God. Do they want them? Oh, they want them. All right, let's give some over. Let's throw some out over there. They definitely like the donuts.
You know, it's a shame that such sweet, beautiful creatures have to be around Frank. It's a real shame.
They like the donuts. You're gonna need some water after that one, young lady. So I threw that one over there. They're chowing it down. Okay, he's gonna go. Let's see. Well, they're all girls, so they definitely like them. Yeah, so we'll put the donuts in this trough just so they have a little more space to eat them.
He's literally feeding them shit that he either can't sell or didn't make properly. Like, what a fuckhead.
Yeah, they're going crazy. Some of them love them. Some of them don't want them too badly. Could have to do with their...
Dude, if goats aren't really thrilled about the donuts you make, that speaks volumes about how shit the food he's selling is. Like, that is incredible that they're so bad that the goats aren't even that thrilled to eat them.
You know, how fat they are. You know, if their body craves calories and something energy dense, they'll want this. But if they want more fiber or something, or they might want the hay.
Yeah, he's selling goat milk.
If you guys have ever seen the inside of a goat's mouth, they don't really have much teeth. So something like this, they'll kind of mush it together and swallow it.
Goats are beautiful.
But I don't know, that's a lot of calories for a goat at once, you know, compared to their regular ration. You know, this is probably like 5 to 10 times as energy dense. So hopefully it helps keep them warm for the winter. And hopefully it's not just these 3 guys eating all of them. Let me throw some over there. I can't force all the goats to eat them. I can't force all the goats to eat them, but I can try my best. Think of it as like, you know, an oil lantern, like you're giving it a very high calorie energy source to keep warm. So
yeah, Frank's stupid. What a stupid, horrible, evil jackass. I genuinely can't stand that guy.
Employers have to disclose, you know, what mutual funds like we even invest in like publicly. So there are very few conflicts.
Curious what your thoughts are on this Reddit post. The comments on the post are interesting too.
Interested opinions. He does definitely have narcissistic personality disorder. He is paranoid and has antisocial tendencies. Yeah, I think he has narcissistic personality disorder, and he's like becoming more and more psychotic. So it's like the early beginnings of schizophrenia. That's my assumption. His drug abuse also kind of fits the pattern of psychosis and schizophrenia. A lot of people who are becoming more and more mentally ill end up relying more on drugs and alcohol. he's absolutely guaranteed a narcissist. And yeah, I think he's slowly developing schizophrenia. So, he's not mentally well. Like, obviously not mentally well. Thanks for the donation, though. Blink.
Conflicts of interest and ties with pharmaceutical industry.
How do you respond to people who say things like they'll take this default adversarial position opposite all doctors, all pharmaceuticals, all hospitals? How do you respond? Somebody says, well, of course, big pharma or the hospitals are going to tell you that these drugs work or whatever. That's their job. They get paid for it. How do you respond to that kind of like, I guess, like broad, mistrust?
Yeah, that's when I just try to ask some follow-up.
Yeah, donators, please give him money. Yeah, I'm not giving that guy any money. This guy clearly has enough to eat. We're dying of hunger. This is not somebody who's dying of hunger, clearly. Like these people are all scamming, lying pieces of shit. Oh, and look at that. He has a beachfront property. Like, what the fuck does he have to complain about? You live right next to the beach. You got plenty of food. You're living the life, dude. Go fuck yourself. You don't need any handouts. This guy's a scamming piece of shit. We're dying of hunger, even though I'm not skinny and I clearly have enough food. Okay. Yeah, look, he's having a great time hanging out by the beach. Nothing to complain about. Life's good for him. Fuck this guy. I wish I could teleport to these people and just kick them in the nuts. I'm displaced from northern Gaza to south. My situation is extremely difficult after losing everything. Yeah, I love how this guy keeps complaining about, oh, I'm hungry, I'm starving, and then he's, like, clearly not hungry or starving. Oh my god. What a fucktard. Yeah, so this is a scam. Is this account even real? I don't even know if this account is even real. Something about this is a little strange. So, yeah, fuck this guy. Thanks for the donation, yeah.
Follow-up questions. I'll say, that's interesting. That hasn't been my experience. Can you give me a specific example? When you try to drill.
Have you tried a Dubai donut? It's pistachio spread, kataifi, and caramel. Is the kataifi the weird, dried noodle thing? I heard the whole Dubai chocolate shit is just a scam, and it's, like, mid as fuck. I'm not really interested in having Dubai chocolate or a Dubai donut.
Down a little bit, those generalities, oftentimes there's not much substance to it, and they'll just keep saying, well, that's what I've heard, or that's what I know, and I'd say, happy to address it or look into it, but you got to give me something I can work with.
Gotcha. Okay. I agree with you there 100%. For how do you deal with people who make, I'm asking more like debate or just rhetoric things. I'm just kind of curious. I'm half just venting too. Sometimes you'll hear people say things. This came up in your congressional hearing, and you just mentioned it now that you check for conflict of interest, where people will say, I call these things like level 1 assertions, where somebody will say things like, why don't you guys, when you study, you shouldn't let, like conflict of interest shouldn't be a thing.
Well, yeah, the people who are complaining about Ross Creations, they're total hypocrites. So if they have a problem with the guy launching a possum, I don't know how they don't have a problem with billions of land animals getting their fucking throats slit open. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, look at all the videos of, like, chickens, cows, pigs getting fucking slowly tortured, just horrifically, brutally murdered, and then you're gonna say, oh yeah, that's fine, but him launching a possum, that crosses the line. Like, fuck right off. So yeah, they're huge hypocrites.
Because you guys might be biased, and Fauci's making billions of dollars because he owns all these interests, and people just don't know.
Destiny does not have CSAM on his PC. I'm gonna put you on timeout. Don't appreciate you just spreading lies about people.
Like the extensive level of vetting that goes into a lot of government stuff. To step to the education world, I have a few friends that work with like grant programs that work with colleges, and the amount of like hoops that you have to jump through and everything else to get like approved for government funding is just insane. But then if you go to the public, the feeling is just, oh, well, NGOs get free money from the government with zero oversight. And it's like, there's so much oversight. It's unbelievable. And then, on the back of this, you'll hear these things, I call these like truisms. People will say like, I can't believe kids get 70 or 80 vaccines. It's too many. And it's like, well, what is the appropriate amount? Like if it was 500 and we reduce it to 100, would you say that's enough? Or if it was 70, should it be 30? Which ones do you want to get rid of?
And how do you break it down? Is it the same methodology or mechanism, now that it was then? And, vaccines right now have, when you look at them, they're done in a much more, I don't want to say cleaner way, but like there's a lot less antigens in them. And so you can actually have more vaccines and there's less of a response. So even though there might be more numbers, there is less reaction to them because the science has evolved. And so I think just being very clear on things like that too, it's really tough because some people will really be set in their ways and don't want to hear. And you have to be willing to change your mind. Like I have to be willing to change my mind too. I know we were looking at one of the vaccines and could we even reduce, the number of doses of it? I thought that was fair to look at, but you have to use data to drive that decision. You can't make the decision first and then try to backfit it because that doesn't help anybody. And I think that's the issue we're seeing right now is people have foregone conclusions and they're trying to force data or science. And that's never what it should be. Science is about learning and exploring.
When the CDC makes recommendations in regards to like the vaccine schedule, some people will point out that some of the vaccines are for diseases that like people are rarely coming into contact with anymore. So in the US, things like tuberculosis, or I've heard people criticize like, well, how many people get tetanus or how deadly is tetanus even, considering how rare in the medical treatments available today. Does the CDC ever reevaluate, or how does the CDC decide that like this is a vaccine that we would recommend on an ordinary child's vaccine schedule? Like what are they weighing there, I guess?
Yeah. So I think you look at, what are the treatments available for these diseases? Are they preventable? What are the long-term consequences? And what I would say is, I've seen kids that had measles, that had meningitis. I actually saw a case of tetanus in my residency training. And I can tell you it was a pretty horrible disease that the person had. I mean, they were on a ventilator spasming, with high fevers. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. And it's preventable. And so in my mind, if somebody could die or they could have something that would prevent it, we should prevent it. Or at least ensure people are aware of the risks and the benefits of it. CDC does look, over time as to, well, here's an easy one, smallpox, right? It's eradicated, so you don't need to vaccinate for it anymore. So I think you can just look at what's the prevalence of diseases. And there's some vaccines, like yellow fever, we don't give in the U.S. that you get when you're traveling abroad. So I think you just look at what's the, how likely is it that you're going to get in the U.S. versus elsewhere.
Okay. When you mentioned lessons learned, or you mentioned that over COVID, there might be things that could have gone differently. I guess retrospectively, and maybe even prospectively, do you think at the time there were mistakes that were made, or maybe not mistakes, but like, this is a thing that definitely could have been handled better in terms of public communication, in terms of recommendations, and then I guess like going forward.
Mike donated $2. Opinions on Dr. Mike. You mean Dr. Mike the Dio? Majority of his content is just gutter trash. I don't like how he's continued to platform Mike Israetel. Mr. Mike Israetel. Since it's been absolutely confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, the guy's a certifiable retard. I think he's generally a fairly reasonable, smart guy. It's like he had Dr. Grundy on, and he knew that he needed somebody who's a real expert to debate Grundy, and he got Danielle Bellardo. So he seems like a fairly smart guy. And he has enough intelligence and humility to know when he doesn't know something. So overall, seems fine, but, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Mike. Go Ski Ball, donate $2. Let me see.
Hey guys, I know y'all was talking like I could get a girl, so I just kind of wanted to show around my truck a little bit, and maybe if you guys know any girls, you could send them my video, because I like pussy. This is my bed.
That looks disgusting.
Yeah, I piss on this a lot, and then there's a couple blood stains. It's a lot of colors on the bedding. That's blood. This is probably sweat and piss. Maybe a little more blood. Why is there so much blood on my bed? You probably don't want the answer to that question. Let's see what we got over here. An old headset. Quaker oats. Plastic bags, lovely. Pickled okra, delicious snack. More pickled okra, delicious, lovely. And then some cups. And that might be some sort of sauce. Baby wipes. An old phone. What we got up here? Some socks. I can't even bend down to put those on. I don't know why I have them. More baby wipes.
For whatever reason, I keep having dreams where I have to poop and wipe in front of people.
A Cobb salad. A delicious Cobb salad. Let's take a look at the floor. We've got some piss bottles down there. Nice and full. Gallon jug of water. I get thirsty. Piss jug hanging up. Lovely. Switch the storage cabinet over here. Oh, we got some asparagus. Lovely. Nice little snack. I like that kind of stuff. It's good for me. Anything over here? Not more plastic bags. I've got a really nice plastic bag collection. So if you girls want to sort that out for me and sort them out in like colors and sizes, so put all of the colored ones of the same size together in their own little bag, and then you know, just keep them separate. It's really important to separate the colors. Paper, more oats. I don't know. No idea. This is all the work that I've done. You see, when I have a girlfriend, this is like 3 months of work. Each one of these pages is a new job. So this is how much work I do in 3 or 4 months. So you're gonna have a lot of time to spare. Of my time, I'm gonna have a lot of that time to spare on you. As you can clearly see, I barely do any work. Weights. I don't use them enough. I like them. They feel good. I got a fire extinguisher. So if your pussy gets red hot while we're fucking, I can shove that nozzle in your pussy and fill it up with CO2. Put that fire out. Let's see what we got here. We'll get these bags whenever I have an emergency and I'm not near a toilet. I throw one of these bags down. I go number 2 on them. And then I throw the bags out. Classy. What do we got up here? Okay, prescription meds. Safety glasses for safety. Tide Pod. So yeah, that's how I'm living. I don't have an apartment or a car. I had one, I got rid of it. I just quit paying the rent. So I hope that doesn't negatively impact me in the future. If I ever wanted to rent somewhere again, if they, you know, for somehow told the next people that I try to rent from that I just stopped paying rent on the lease midway through, that's gonna suck, but you know, hey, it is what it is. Oh yeah, wait, my game station. Yeah, I'll put this up. My mouse pad. Sweet $4,000 laptop. I'll never spend even a fraction of what I spent on that on you.
It's good to see you doing so well.
Well, thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Anything you want at all. Fuck you. Never. You might get like, see my Cobb salads over here from the Chick-fil-A? I'd give you one of those, but we're fucking. There's a Cobb. we're fucking. If you get one of my Cobb salads, I want anal. And I do like to do the tongue bit and the anal, but only if you're like cute and you have a nice booty cheeks. I like to feel the booty cheeks caressing here. Little shit smell. It's fine. I'll take it. Tongue the booty out, and then I go like just 5 or 6 seconds full thrust. All of that dick, all 4 inches of my cock deep in that ass. Yeah. That's how I do it. That's how I roll. And then after I fuck you, like the less you talk, the better. The happier I'll be. Like if you talk a lot, endlessly about nothing, I'm not violent, but I could see myself possibly getting violent if that mouth ran for more than just like 15 to 20 minutes a day in my fucking ear. That's a lot. That is a lot of time. Like I'd have to be working to actually listen to you yap that long. So cannot be fucked. I cannot be fucked with. So, if you're like a 10 or a 9 and independently wealthy, you don't have any kids, and you've never fucked a black guy, hit me up, because, I'll definitely treat you like the fucking trash human being that you are.
This is why you gotta looks max, so that you can compete with dudes like this on the market. Could you see yourself working a blue-collar job if not streaming? Like, I could imagine myself truck driving or doing construction. Like, it'd be tolerable. Especially truck driving, because then I wouldn't have to, like, talk to anybody. That'd be pretty great.
Long time no see, Richie. I seen you've decided to hop on gear and take steroids. It looks like my theory is correct. The reason why you're such a vaccine crusader isn't because you care about health. You have a needle fetish and want everyone to engage.
Yeah, I actually do really like needles. I don't know why everybody has, like, this fear and dislike of needles. I really like using needles. A lot. Thanks for the donation, though, Corona Bro.
Humans exist absent purpose subspecies eternitatis. Basically what that means is there's no eternal purpose which is mind independent. There's no mind independent eternal purpose. Whatever purpose humans have, I think the term is subspecies humanitatis. We make it up as we go. There is no cosmic purpose to us being here. And then I say it's unethical to non-consensually expose people to that, inevitable dukkha, absent a purpose beyond the dukkha itself. PSSA, purpose subspecies, blah, blah, blah. In this case, blah, blah, blah. It's impossible to get consent before bringing someone into existence. That's premise 4. So I thought, I was quite proud of myself with this, but then in the past year or so, I realized I absolutely messed up, because invoking consent, I didn't consider, it didn't even cross my mind, which, was a ridiculous blind spot that I should have had, that I should not have had. I invoked consent in a situation where consent can't be invoked. Consent requires that there is an identifiable individual with capacity for consent, obviously, which therefore excludes animals. And the consent or the refusal of consent must be given prior to the event in question. And now I've come to the position, well, there is no identifiable individual before procreation. Therefore, consent cannot be given or withheld prior to coming into existence. Therefore, it's category error to invoke consent in the matter of procreation. And that being the case, I can't then I can't see a path to saying that it's unethical. It's always unethical. Or in short, the quick way of saying it, I can't see a path to saying procreation is always unethical under every circumstance, which, given that that is what antinatalism is defined as, therefore I'm therefore not an antinatalist. I don't buy into the language of I identify as an antinatalist. I either am or I'm not, depending on what the definition of antinatalism is. So that's the background. That's my foundation.
To be fair, the opossum launching by Ross Creations was done for content and enjoyment, which makes it more messed up than factory farm torture. People eat meat for enjoyment and personal pleasure, so I don't see a differentiator there.
So these are the comments under this post, just so you know where I hope people are following my rambling blah, 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 blah. So anyway, I got this response from Misanthropia 9. And I just think it's worth highlighting the stuff that comes up in this response, because I think it touches on some important points.
Jessica, don't you tell her your dream about having to poop and wipe in front of people probably means you have been feeling like you've been sharing too much of your personal life on the internet. No, I just have a lot of poop dreams. I had a dream once where it was a lucid dream and I realized I was dreaming, so I ran around naked shitting everywhere and throwing shit at people, and I went into a mall and I'd wait for people to go into the stall to take a shit, and I'd kick the door open and then steal their turds before they flushed and eat it in front of them. And it was funny watching the dream people freak out and act like real people. So I just have a lot of poop dreams. Thanks for the donation though, Jessica.
Is this good advice? He says that you should pause and relax the weight after each rep instead of having constant tension.
Ask on this channel other than constant tension like everybody else. And if this is your first video of mine, you're probably thinking, who is this guy? Of getting jacked. And the 10,000 tactics. I tell you the opposite. I tell you the truth, which is that you just need a simple program you actually work. That alone is you created. But the question of why I pause my reps comes up so often that I want to finally address it in a clear way without adding confusion. And I also want to reassure people who train like I do that they're not doing anything wrong. The real reason I come to a dead stop after most reps is really simple. It eliminates ego and momentum. And I want you guys to think about it like this. Like throughout your lifting journey, no matter how many
That is really weird and stupid the way he's doing some of these exercises. So, like resting the weight when he was doing the machine rows, the leg press.
times you've been in the gym, at some point you've probably
There's no reason to do this.
noticed someone that's bench pressing for a max, and then they just slam the weight on their chest and then it springs back up and they think they just hit a new record. But was that?
There is absolutely no reason to do this whatsoever. So, yeah, that's just dumb.
Actually a new PR, or did they just hit a momentum record for their ego? Exactly. When you remove momentum.
So, you can pause bench. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
The movement becomes true. The muscle actually has to produce all the force. You don't get to bounce out of the bottom. You don't get to rely on a stretch reflex. You don't get to cheat your way through the stick.
Stretch reflex is different than taking advantage of a stretch shortening cycle. Stretch reflex is a different thing.
Point of the movement. And that matters because mechanical tension is the main driver of hypertrophy or muscle building. It's not the burn, it's not the pump, not even constant tension, and it's not doing reps.
There's absolutely no reason to do this, and I would figure logically this would probably be less ideal for muscle growth. It's probably not a huge difference, but I would figure logically it's less ideal.
Super slow or any fancy methods. People hear the word tension and think the key is to never let the weight rest or to never that's close to failure. Burn is not necessarily mechanical tension. Where you get in a round, you're not turning your set.
Yeah, a lot of the shit this guy's saying makes absolutely no sense and it's fucking stupid. So, for one thing, you don't need to literally rest a machine or bar down on like an object halfway through a rep to prevent bouncing, like he's saying. Like, you can do pause repetitions. So you can let the weight down and then move it. You don't have to literally let the weight down like on the machine. You can just choose to move it without bouncing. And you would figure, since you're still in control of the weight and you're still applying force, that would contribute to more muscle growth.
That's in a cardio, and you're not chasing a pump like it's the only
So, yeah, it's...
Well, I carried.
That's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Blink.
Well, I carried. That's not going to go well. You know, and if I'm out of ammo, I've got a backup blade. Like, so I'm not going to be using my hands. It's just silly. That's just stupid. But then people act like that's not training. It's like, well, you're just not trained to fight. Well, I actually am. I just haven't done any martial arts in decades. I did grow up doing martial arts.
Yeah. He has not changed. All this bullshit about him, oh, I was just trolling and, you know, it was a stupid mistake. He never changed. He's the same delusional fucking liar he's always been.
It's not useful out on the streets. A weapon is useful on the streets. Now, I'm out of practice and they're perishable skills, so no, I wouldn't be a proficient martial artist. But it's just stupidity. Yeah, you don't want to be getting advice out on the streets. That's not a good situation.
Yeah. He used to be a martial artist.
Well,
What a fucking dork.
Yeah, I know what. See, this is the thing. He's still trying to push this idea. In order for his argument to work, procreation has to mean and include husbandry and breeding. That's what he has to establish. He's not doing that. Now, consent is irrelevant because the definition of antinatalism deems all procreation unethical, not only the cases that involve consent or don't. Right. This is where I'm getting a hint of where we're headed. Okay, consent is irrelevant. Antinatalism deems all procreation unethical, and as we'll see here, that includes non-human procreation. And then we're going to get into moral agents and moral patients now. But again, this is a proclamation. Screw your proclamations. I want you to defend these positions. And I think these are really interesting positions. You know, does antinatalism apply to all animals? I'd like to have an informed discussion about that. That sounds really cool. Let me just do something. I just want to do so. Just hold the line, callers. I'm just going to do something. Just struck me now, and I'm going to Mark. Just check your Twitter, mate. If you're interested, knock yourself out. Come on, anytime. I've just sent you a message. Who have we got here? Vegan Games is here. Good grief. How are you, Mr. Gaines? How are you, Richard? Good to see you, brother. Oh, maybe you don't want me to say that. Okay, so antinatalism deems all procreation unethical. Well, that's the challenge, isn't it? If you're going to extend the meaning of procreation to include husbandry and breeding, you're going to have to establish that. And I'm saying that it doesn't. And I go through here in the context of procreation, produce means to produce offspring of the same species. That's what procreation means. So when it comes to antinatalism, you either have to change the definition or you have to exclude animals. That's That's
Yeah,
what it
this is
boils
live
down to.
right now.
It doesn't mean to assist, which I've been talking. Assist that's husbandry and breeding. That would be assisting. And to procreate isn't the same as assisting. You could argue, oh, good grief, and then I waffle on about some other stuff. So I don't care about claims. I care about the reasons undergirding them. If one uses a consent as a basis for arriving at the antinatalist conclusion, then that necessarily excludes animals. That's just, in my opinion, that's just a matter of fact. I can't see that as a contested point. And also the other arguments of risk and imposition, in my opinion, they're just subcategories of the consent argument, which already isn't rock solid for reasons I've mentioned. Now, what I'm doing here is I'm trying to suggest ways that maybe you could formulate an argument to get to the normative conclusion, which categorically prescribes non-human procreation. If you want to argue that antinatalism means that all non-human procreation should be prescribed, or all non-human procreation is wrong or unethical, whatever word, that they have different levels of meaning and strength, please provide the reasoning underneath it. I don't know how you're going to get to a point where two lions are moral agents, or not even, let's not talk about moral agents. I don't know how you're going to get to a point where two lions can be said to be doing something wrong by procreating. Go for it, but I don't think you're going to do it. Antinatalism views procreation as immoral, and an antinatalism, immoral. Again, if it's immoral, now we get into agents. Moral agents, those who can act in a moral, Jesus, I've just gone blank on this, which is a perfect time.
None of these people actually give an
moral agents are
argument
those
for
who can
why
act
it's
in a moral
immoral.
manner or who have the capacity to do so. Moral patients, those who are acted on. And that,
Like, here's the issue. If they're gonna say, like, even in a case where you had the power to explore hypothetical worlds, like a Futurama what if machine, and you could talk to your future son or daughter, what do you want to exist? Do you want me to actually, like, have children so that you exist now? And they said yes. So you got consent for them to be born. They're like, the only argument you'd have against procreation would be this idea that like it ends up being some kind of net negative anyway, where even if you got consent, like the amount of suffering that would exist, wouldn't be worth the amount of well-being that would be produced. It would be some like weird utilitarian equation. But I mean, if you literally ask each and every single individual and get consent before, they want to exist. So like, I don't know what it fucking matters that your stupid own personal utilitarian, equation, like, oh, but based on my calculations, like, these people should not have ever existed because the amount of owies they got supersedes the amount of goodies they got. Like, they just told you they would prefer to exist, so what the fuck does any of that matter? Like, so yeah, it's antinatalism is just fucking stupid.
human animals lack capacity for consent. So you cannot apply consent to them. This is all nonsense.
Hopefully not under this administration, but in a more responsible one, like how does it look different in another, kind of epidemic environment where the government is trying to put out information quickly but effectively and might have to change guidelines as it goes without losing trust? Like, what kind of, do you think any mistakes were made and what would you change going forward for those kinds of responses?
Yeah, and I think, to be fair on both sides, like COVID was new, so I think it was a pathogen where you knew what was going to happen, it's easier to have guidance and then adapt it. I think, with COVID, people were learning, like, are you infectious when you have symptoms versus when you don't? And so that was something, that was new. And I think it also changed when there were vaccines versus when there weren't vaccines for it, like what your risk levels might be and how you treat yourself. But certainly I think being much more saying what we knew and what we didn't know and how it changed would have been more helpful. Like the whole thing around, social distancing, and inside versus outside, and really being able to talk more about, like, what's the science behind it? What do we know? There's not a lot of studies on it. How are we going to determine that? And it could be that you say something like, because we don't know that much right now and there's no vaccine or treatment, here's what we think we should do.
Vegan human flesh donators, Eisel debunks antinatalism, apholism.
both in principle.
Oh, this is from a year ago. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I think I'm also gonna get some cookies too. I'm gonna need some confectionery so that I can tolerate listening to this inane rambling. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh. All right, let's listen to this nonsense.
And in practice, politics is always about the difference you can make. Political philosophy is about the difference you can make.
Oh, is this what he... Okay. I think he's gonna go on a way too long of a ramble just to explain antinatalism and ephilism are gonna fail because they're just not politically viable. Like, they're not like viable political stances.
And even more academic, theoretical, speculative.
Yeah, Zorizon, you just... I don't know why you keep typing in chat the exact same thing over and over again. I already responded to that, so shut up.
Philosophy ultimately are about the difference you can make. We would not debate, we would not discuss the question of the existence of God if it did not make any difference in our lives. As ridiculous as it may seem, we're members of a species who make decisions like, should they have sex before marriage? Yes, no, maybe. Their answer to this question, what they will actually do, will change in response to the highly abstract and theoretical question of whether or not this thing called God really exists, whether or not God is watching them and judging them for the decisions they make in their sex life, whether that be before marriage or after. Okay? For this reason, by this same token, the most fundamental assumptions underpinning our philosophies and ultimately justifying, vitiating, or invalidating our programs of action politically are very rarely debated, discussed, or even understood. Why is global warming a bad thing? Narrow down the focus briefly.
Okay.
Why would it be so bad if polar bears were to go extinct? Right? So we're not talking about a scenario in which the whole world is utterly laid to waste, but in which human beings are so irresponsible as to allow the extinction of polar bears, the total devastation of ecology, the food chain at the North Pole, et cetera, which is not hard to imagine at this point. It's not hard to imagine. What is bad with it? Do we ever sit around and philosophize about
okay, get out.
Is this a problem? What are we willing to do, right, in pursuit of a solution? Very rarely, perhaps never, do people discuss or debate whether or not human life is worth living, whether or not human civilization is worth preserving. The fundamental assumptions built into antinatalism. They vitiate, they invalidate, they overturn the entire ecological discourse. And just to get along with people, just to be friendly, we pretend that they don't. We pretend that antinatalism is just another kinky lifestyle choice. That it's like BDSM. That is really how we act around it. Oh, cool. Well, you know, I personally am not turned on by whips and chains, but okay, that's good for you. Oh, and naturally, you never want to have kids. The majority of people meet in BDSM. We treat antinatalists as if they're a bunch of swingers, and as if there's no conflict, there's no incompatibility between veganism and being a swinger, between ecology and being a swinger. True enough, right? And then antinatalism is just another kind of eccentric, sexual deviant, self-indulgent movement, right? And it's not. The objective, the ideal outcome that the BDSM movement exists for is not for everyone on earth to be in chains. It is not for everyone on earth to be whipped and enslaved. Okay, it's not. The objective, the ideal that antinatalism is in pursuit of is to reduce the surface of planet Earth to being as lifeless as the surface of the planet Mars, as the surface of the moon is today. Now, in practice, how does this vitiate and invalidate the debates going on within veganism? I had a conversation with another YouTuber. I am leaving him unnamed, partly because I don't want to misrepresent his argument, and I also don't know to what extent he was joking around when we had this conversation. He may have been 10% joking around, might have been 20% joking around. As you're going to hear, I do not think it's possible he was 100% joking around or even 50%, but you'll hear what this conversation was in just a moment. I think what this conversation reflects is a very large percentage of people in the vegan movement today. It is not the case that they are vegan and then by natural extension of veganism, as a necessary corollary, as a necessary application, you know, that they decide to be child-free, to not have children. The problem is instead that these are people who are in principle committed to antinatalism, in principle committed to ephilism, the opposition to all biological life, and then in fact veganism is an extension of that. Veganism is a necessary implication or knock-on consequence of that. If you were vegan, first and foremost, and only secondarily or tertiarily a sort of child-free person, a person opposed to having children oneself, how could you possibly?
Don't like Guns N' Roses. I only like one of Rat's songs. Never heard of Duckin'. I don't think I ever heard of a Def Leppard song that I liked. One more time, you're getting locked upstairs. Don't think I've ever liked a Motley Crue song. So yeah.
Implication or knock-on consequence of that. If you were vegan, first and foremost, and only secondarily or tertiarily a sort of child-free person, a person opposed to having children oneself, how could you possibly justify pet ownership? How can you possibly justify taking a wolf and castrating it, domesticating it, training it so that it sits on the floor and watches you play a dog? From a helicopter.
There's just no point in listening to him.
Do to keep you safe. To me, that makes sense. And then when you learn more, or there's a vaccine, you can say, hey, now that we know this, we can change this guidance. That makes more sense. So I think really being able to be more comfortable in the gray area versus having everything be so black and white sometimes.
Gotcha. Do you have, when you were working, I guess for this last year, did you ever feel, I guess, like more like personal pressure insofar as like death threats or public harassment from individuals related to medical stuff? I guess more so in the past, or maybe over COVID, maybe that was when it was at its worst, or.
Yeah, I'd say, you know, I've probably over the past 10 years, it's kind of been up and down depending on what topics, you know, I was working on. And even in the ER, I'd have, you know, patient threats, or afterwards patients, you know, might try to attack me. But this past year, there's been, I'd say, a lot more personalization, you know, to where people focus on CDC scientists. And the one thing I would say is, you know, CDC was violently attacked in August. You know, a shooter came to CDC and shot over 500 rounds of bullets, you know, each one meant for a person, took out 180 different windows. Yes, I think that's where a lot of staff did feel very personally targeted and threatened.
Gotcha.
So not just by a name, but like because you're associated with CDC.
Yeah, I think I got all of like 3 days of coverage, and then we moved on to the next thing. That was pretty crazy. I think that was a couple months ago, right? A few months ago.
August 8th.
I don't remember. Did they find like his social media and everything for what was driving this guy?
Yeah, my understanding from some of the Georgia Bureau investigation reports was that the person believed that he had been injured by a COVID vaccine and was angry at the CDC for that.
One of the things you bring up, like the vaccine injury. So one of the things I used to always feel is that sometimes people over-index on anecdotal information. Something that I feel that has kind of like happened over the past few years is something else is happening where even the anecdotal stuff is not changing people's minds. I had a debate with a couple guys who wanted to get into the vaccine injury stuff. And I think I remember asking them, I was like, do you even know anybody who was vaccine injured? And I think they had like one example, and it was like we bought a car dealership, and the car dealer guy was saying that his daughter was vaccine injured or something. I was like, okay. And then I was like, do you guys know anybody that died of COVID? And they're like, oh yeah, like 3 or 4 people. And I'm like, what is the difference? I don't understand. Like, it seems like if anything was like anecdotally moving you in a direction, it feels like the people actually dying of COVID would. And then also anecdotally, and I guess just like looking around, the media, like we were told for years that there were going to be mass deaths, mass blood clots, like everybody that was vaccinated was going to basically drop dead or their body's going to explode or something was going to happen, stringy things would be pulled out of them. And nothing came of that. I guess it feels like
it's ideological. It's none of this has anything to do with rational thought. It's ideological retardation.
like sometimes it feels like there's like an impenetrable wall. I know I have a lot of physician friends and stuff who will have family members that will tell them they don't know what they're talking about, and it's like, Mom, I went to medical school for this. I work in internal medicine. I'm a cardiologist. Like, what's going on? Yeah, man, it feels like it's very, very, very hard sometimes, even on a personal level, to break through to people, to get through a lot of the misinformation that's kind of floating out there on these alternative media platforms these days.
Yeah, it can be, and that's where I try to personalize it a little bit, not too much, because I like to, keep people around me safe. But I'll just say things like, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a scientist and a doctor, and I chose to get people that I care about vaccinated, just to try to let people know that, I'm human, I've got humans around me, and that, I personally get vaccinated. I make sure my family members do.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found that data is not enough, so like you have to talk about the data, but then also pair it with, gosh, this prevented, this many number of people from being hospitalized. Or I had a colleague who pre-vaccine now has long COVID because they were in the ER and exposed to so much. And now used to be a marathon runner. Now can't even see patients on shift because they're so tired. Gosh, I wish we'd had a vaccine to have prevented that.
Mm-hmm. On another, I guess, like kind of personal level, one question my audience has had, and I've kind of had it, and I give an explanation, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Sometimes when big events happen, big firings happen, this happened in the Southern District of New York when it came to prosecutor stuff related to Eric Adams, instead of people kind of like staying and fighting within the admin, people decide to resign. Sometimes they'll write a public letter, make a statement. What goes into that decision of like, I'm going to resign and make a statement instead of staying to continue to give your input, or staying and fighting in the position? How do you weigh that, or how do you make that decision personally?
Yeah, I say for me, it was an extremely tough decision. And I actually was given a list of, I saw the number in the programs that were going to be terminated end of March. And I saw that list, couldn't sleep, woke up the next morning, walked into the agency and told my political team I was leaving that day. I actually couldn't do that to the agency, wouldn't be part of it. I got to meet Doge that way. I got to join on Zoom and talk about why I thought some of these programs were important, was able to appeal. Mm-hmm. And so I did stay after that and thought, but what I found was, I realized the second you say you're going to walk out the door, that it could actually happen. And they could have said, okay, go that way. So I wrote a resignation letter later that week, just because I wanted to, if I ever do leave or did leave, to have it be on my terms with what I wanted to say and to have thought through it and not be a rash decision. So I fought for 4+ months there. I was given things like a measles toolkit, asked to put medications on it that aren't approved for measles and don't have evidence for it, in my mind could cause harm. Mm-hmm. We were asked to approve the COVID guidance the secretary tweeted out that we had never seen. That was like on a video. And we had to ask, show us like what the
Yeah, that's enough of him annoying the fuck out of me and fucking up my desk. Holy shit.
Okay. Do you think that we live in, as we go through time, there's always this like, now is the worst time ever, this is the worst thing ever. Yeah. Do you think we live in an era of exceptional mistrust in kind of like government institutions, or do you think these things kind of like come and go? Or
from what I've seen, this seems like a really exceptional time in a bad way for mistrust. And I would say part of that's because, the person I used to, work 2 levels below, the secretary, was promoting misinformation and saying things like, don't trust the experts. So like, if you're saying that, then it's hard to listen to what the experts say.
Do you, I guess I'm trying to think of, one of the frustrations that I have is that when I'm communicating with people, generally if there's like mainstream information coming from like a scientific body or from a huge government organization, the boring answer is generally it's pretty verified because there's a lot of people that are looking at it. It's been through the rigmarole. There's just a lot of stuff backing it up. But one issue that I'm having now as I'm communicating with people is, so I've had this position a lot where I'm like, well, listen, if the CDC says this, if these people make this recommendation, it's probably true, right? You're probably safe to accept that. And increasingly, as of I think this morning now, the statement is like, vaccines haven't been proven to not cause autism, which I don't know if you ever make a negative like proving thing like that ever in any scientific literature. But now as I'm looking at the CDC and now when there are guidelines coming out that are hard to trust, I have to curtail that advice a lot. I've got to be very careful when I say, well, I don't know if I necessarily trust them. But obviously for the next administration, well, hopefully, I'm saying obviously, hopefully, if things go a little bit back to normal, I can get back to that. Well, we can kind of trust our institutions when they say these things. how do you navigate, or I guess how would you recommend somebody navigate, maybe you personally, your recommendations to other people, like when trust is being lost in certain institutions, I guess, like, how do you navigate that environment in the future? I can be more specific if you need, it's kind of general, but yeah.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like when it takes like a minute to lose trust, but then it takes so much longer to rebuild trust. And so, even if there is a change, in a secretary or an administration, it's going to take much longer than just a change to rebuild trust. And this didn't happen overnight. I was actually speaking to a bunch of health journalists yesterday, and they said, so what can we trust on the CDC website? And one of my colleagues said, I wouldn't trust things on vaccines. And I jumped in and I said, honestly, I'm going to say that there's other things we shouldn't trust going forward. I said, if there's any updates on autism, and I gave a few other examples. I said I wouldn't necessarily trust those. Didn't know it was going to happen last night, but I didn't resign. As kind of like a last minute idea I had been thinking about for months, and really kind of pushing back against some of the misinformation and some of the things that I were worried were going to harm people, like wrong information on measles, allowing protected information on vaccine safety to people that weren't qualified to have it. And so when we reached that tipping point, I'd hoped the CDC director was going to be able to protect against some of that when it was clear she couldn't. I knew that from a scientific integrity, like your integrity and your reputation is all you have. And so that's why I predicted that this would continue to worsen at CDC.
One of the things you mentioned, there's a frustrating thing for me, is the idea of you can lose trust in an instance.
Yeah.
Why do you think, in your opinion, so I'll argue against people who will say, the most common one is like, well, Fauci said don't wear masks, and then he said wear masks or whatever. They'll look at like a hotly evolving situation where, information can change. Somebody might legitimately make a mistake or whatever. And it seems like you said, the trust is very easy to lose. But the people who are the most critical on the other side, who are giving reasons for why you shouldn't trust these, large institutions, the CDC, the FDA, the NIH, they'll make incorrect statements all the time, and they never seem to lose any trust on their side, which is very strange. Like, how do you combat that asymmetry?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I think it's just one of those things, just knowing that if you are in, a government or a leadership type position, that there is kind of that differential standard. And I think being more upfront, one of the things I learned, in communication training around risk communication, saying what you know, what you don't know. And certainly if you learn something differently, really be upfront about it. And I think it's more of, being a lot more humble, when we're talking to people. And that's when I put on my ER doc hat. I'm like, I need to refer you to a specialist. Here's what I know today. And if I get more data, if that x-ray comes back different, I might change what I say.
Gotcha. There, on a personal level, there's a challenge between being, I would say, intellectually honest, but having strong rhetoric. So I'm pretty honest when I don't know a thing, but if I'm willing to hedge appropriately with, like, well, I think, or I feel I'm about 50% sure of this, but my adversary in a conversation is willing to stake out a much stronger claim rhetorically to the audience. Well, this guy seems like he knows what he's talking about. The other guy seems like he's clueless.
Did we already watch this? Did Gummy, am I going nuts? We already watched this part, right? Did Gummy step on the fucking keyboard and change where the fuck we were?
Well, here's an easy one. Smallpox, right? It's eradicated, so you don't need to be a marathon runner. Now can't even see patients on shift because they're so tired. Gosh, I wish we'd had a vaccine to have prevented that.
Know what they're talking about, and it's like, Mom, I went to medical school for this. I work in internal medicine. I'm a cardiologist. Like, what's going on? Yeah, man, it feels like it's very, very, very hard sometimes, even on a personal level, to break through to people, to get through a lot of the misinformation that's kind of floating out there on these alternative media platforms these days.
Yeah, it can be. And that's where I try to personalize it a little bit, not too much, because I like to, keep people around me safe. But I'll just say things like, I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter, I'm a scientist and a doctor. And I chose to get people that I care about vaccinated, just to try to let people know that, I'm human, I've got humans around me, and that, I personally get vaccinated. I make sure my family members do. And then I found that data is not enough, so like you have to talk about the data, but then also pair it with, gosh, this prevented, this many number of people from being hospitalized. Or I had a colleague who pre-vaccine now has long COVID because they were in the ER and exposed to so much. And now used to be a marathon runner. Now can't even see patients on shift because they're so tired. Gosh, I wish we'd had a vaccine to have prevented that.
On another, I guess, kind of personal level, one question my audience has had, and I've kind of had it, and I give an explanation, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Sometimes when big events happen, big firings happen, this happened in the Southern District of New York when it came to prosecutor stuff related to Eric Adams, instead of people kind of like staying and fighting within the admin, people decide to resign. Sometimes they'll write a public letter, make a statement. What goes into that decision of like, I'm going to resign and make a statement instead of staying to continue to give your input, or staying and fighting in the position? How do you weigh that, or how do you make that decision personally?
Yeah, I say for me, it was an extremely tough decision. And I actually was given a list of, I saw the number in the programs that were going to be terminated end of March. And I saw that list, couldn't sleep, woke up the next morning, walked into the agency and told my political team I was leaving that day. I actually couldn't do that to the agency, wouldn't be part of it. I got to meet Doge that way. I got to join on Zoom and talk about why I thought some of these programs were important, was able to appeal. And so I did stay after that and thought, but what I found was I realized the second you say you're going to walk out the door that it could actually happen. And they could have said, okay, go that way. So I wrote a resignation letter later that week, just because I wanted to, if I ever do leave or did leave, to have it be on my terms with what I wanted to say and to have thought through it and not be a rash decision. So I fought for 4+ months there. I was given things like a measles toolkit, asked to put medications on it that aren't approved for measles and don't have evidence for it, in my mind could cause harm. We were asked to approve the COVID guidance. The secretary.
Love Gum Gum donated $4. Let me see.
That was until today's sponsor, Extra, sent me a replacement. This is the wallet.
Yeah, we've already seen that. He's a fucking dipshit,
What
dude.
is black fatigue? Refers to the fit people. Key cause
Don't touch him!
management and job mainstream.
Need to preface this video because I don't want people thinking that I hate black people, because that's not true. I love black people.
And never come back.
Be proud of her ancestry.
I don't know. Seems like a stupid video.
Cookies and soda is a diabolical combo, not gonna lie. Why don't you drink it with soy milk/oat milk like a normal person?
Yeah. You know, the thing. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. I have been farming clients from your fans, LMAO. All my new clients last month are VG fans. Well, glad I'm giving you some business. Okay, that's a little weird.
This 18-year-old Syrian Muslim girl was tied up with tape and drowned in a ditch in the Netherlands by her father and brothers for removing her hijab. When they were arrested, they defended themselves by claiming...
What a fucking shame, dude. She's pretty damn smoking hot.
honor killings are part of their culture, but some people still want you to believe that these women and girls have a choice when they wear it. This grown Muslim man is assaulting his 13-year-old wife. I'm sure if people weren't there to intervene, he would have done worse. Muslim men praying in public sidewalks, on cars, even in the middle of the street when there are hundreds of mosques available for them. Is it to intimidate people or to make their presence known? I'm going to go over some of the many
Yeah, it's a weird, stupid dominance thing.
problems with the religion known as Islam and the people who practice it, from the slightly off to the completely insane, and how the word Islamophobia is weaponized to avoid accountability and valid criticism.
Why is there only one religion that acts like the mafia when you criticize?
Last video link you gave me, it says video unavailable. But thanks for the donation, Love Gum Gum.
It. Normally when you criticize Christianity, you'll probably get a debate. You criticize Judaism, somebody will write a think piece or an op-ed explaining why you're wrong. But criticize Islam, chances are you're on someone's hit list. Cartoonists unalived. Authors in hiding, whole countries issuing fatwas. If your beliefs and your whole ideology cannot survive questions without violence and threats, the problem is probably...
Dodo, donators, would you ever buy calibrated plates like this, or do you think it's unnecessary? If I was doing like professional powerlifting or strongman, it would probably be worth it to use calibrated plates. Like, you'd have a small advantage knowing exactly what you're lifting, but otherwise, no. It's kind of pointless, and most, like, especially most strongmen, they probably don't do the majority of their training with calibrated plates anyway. there's probably also a lot of competitive powerlifters who don't even have that luxury either. So, if you had the money for it and you were like training professionally, it would make sense, but they're just so fucking expensive. And they don't give you like enough of a benefit for the extra cost to be worth it. You'd be better off just saving your money and using that to buy steroids. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Not the question, but the answer.
And there are several cases that prove her right. A tourist who supposedly disrespected the Holy Quran was burned alive by a mob in Pakistan. Here's an angry Islamist saying the UK is not a Christian country, and Muslims are, quote-unquote, taking over.
Jealous? You're jealous that we're taking over? You're not taking over. Why are you taking over? How are you taking over? Mate, we've got it, mate. We've got it. You've got it. So what you think? You haven't got it. But you've got people scared. You don't have us scared. No. You think you can take over town and tell us that it's your country? You've taken over. Not for long. See this cross? This will prevail. This is the British town.
The entitlement is crazy. Both Muslims and Christians, neither group should be taking over. Several studies show that the most peaceful countries in the world are not religious, while the most violent countries are. A woman was burnt alive by a mob in northern Nigeria after she was accused of blaspheming the Prophet Muhammad. And that so-called blasphemy just turned out to be an extreme reaction to a woman rejecting a man's marriage proposal. I've made a video about how men often react violently to rejection. The irony is that religion of peace is the term that's commonly used to describe Islam. The burqa, the niqab.
Islam is a religion for ugly beta male incels. If you are a stupid, uneducated, ugly, unibrowed fuck who can't make a living, no skills, no money, can't get any bitches, well, Islam's perfect for you because you can just steal other people's wealth and rape women. So, like, that's what it's for.
Niqab, the hijab, the face veil is pretty much the most misogynistic garment that exists. The assumption behind it is that women in public shouldn't be seen, that their faces and hands are so tempting to men that many of them consider it private parts and should be covered. And this mindset has led to terrible things like the gender apartheid in Afghanistan, where women and girls aren't allowed basic human rights. Critiquing a religion that oppresses women is not anything phobic.
The hijab and its more conservative forms, such as the niqab and burqa, is often framed by some women, especially in Western societies, as a symbol of empowerment, modesty, or spiritual identity. This narrative, increasingly promoted in global media and progressive discourse, seeks to reposition a visibly religious garment as a personal feminist choice. But this perspective ignores the lived realities of millions of women around the world who are compelled by law, culture, or coercion to wear the hijab regardless of personal desire. To treat hijab as empowering without interrogating the roots of its imposition is to overlook the structural misogyny at the heart of the practice. At its core, the concept behind the hijab is rooted in the idea of aura, the notion that a woman's body, hair, and in some interpretations even her voice, are inherently sexual and must be concealed from unrelated men. This framework does not originate from a neutral concern for modesty, but from a patriarchal worldview that holds women responsible for male desire and behavior. The expectation that women must cover themselves to avoid tempting men places the burden of male self-control on the female body, rendering her existence a potential threat by default. This is not a matter of spiritual discipline or aesthetic preference. It is about power, control, and sexual politics. The hijab reduces a woman's public identity to a moral symbol. It strips her of bodily autonomy under the guise of religious duty and equates visibility with inappropriateness. It strips her of bodily autonomy under the guise of religious duty and equates her hijab backed by patriarchal or even scrutiny when we are choosing. It is the seize your body.
Don't go out at night hunting women down like dogs. Don't thank me or anyone else. Women on the street to be violent towards women. You can't make this shit up.
انت ليش ما تسمعين الكلام؟ كم مرة انا اقول لك؟ كم مرة انا انبهك انك تسمعين الكلام؟ مو بقايل لك انك انت ما تطلعين من البيت الا باذن؟ شوف شلون؟ هذا تعنيف شوي. طبعا هي ترد علي وانا جاهلي قايل لك لا تطلعين. كم مرة اقول لك لا تطلعين؟ شوف الضرب شلون؟ قلت لك لا تطلعين، ضرب خفيف اخواني الافاضل، لا تطلعين مرة ثانية، فاهم ولا لا؟ فاهم ولا لا؟ شوف شلون اخواني الافاضل، هذا هو الضرب.
This is crazy. they literally teach their kids to commit the kind of like physical and psychological abuse that, you know, we complain about here. like they literally teach kids how to behave the opposite of what we want.
في الإسلام إخواني الأفاضل ليش الرجل يضرب المرأة؟ لأن في بعض الحريم يحبون الرجل الحمش، يحبون الرجل اللي فعلا السيد، هي طبعها كده تحب الرجل العنيف.
This is
yeah, women love it when you beat them. Haha, yeah. That's great. Yeah, we need more of that.
Islamic scholar in France claims the world is falling apart because men have stopped beating their wives.
Yeah, Muslim immigration was a bad idea, clearly. I love how it's always the like left-wing feminist retards too, who are like promoting Muslim immigration. And these are the same people who complain about like rape culture. Like, do you even know what rape culture is? If you like, holy fuck. Yeah, they're literally importing the worst rape culture on the planet.
Tweeted out that we had never seen, that was like on a video, and we had to ask, show us like what the memo is, and the memo that they produced didn't match the video. You know, I'm like, I can't just provide guidance for the nation without like rationale and data. And there kept being decisions like that over time got tougher and more of them. And so, you know, Dan Dimitri and I realized that we were fighting, you know, for probably last month. It was really tough. And that's when the CDC director was also told, she'd been there all of, I think, 2 weeks, that she wasn't going to be able to make any staffing or policy decisions without approval. And a leader can't do that. And so I knew that I didn't have a scientific leader at that point. And so we decided that the best way we could fight was from outside, because then we could use our voices more.
Okay. Oh, because while working in the administration, you're probably a lot more limited in terms of what you're allowed to say publicly. Gotcha.
Yeah, very limited.
One personal frustration I have is I feel like sometimes people don't realize, especially working in the media side of things and knowing other people that work in the media side of things, I feel like people don't realize sometimes how passionate but also underpaid a lot of government work is. I had a friend that worked at the Kennedy Space Center, I believe, and he was talking about a lot of the Doge cuts for the letters that went out to get people to retire. And the way that he explained it to me was that all of the old guys working there could have made way more money in the private sector, but they loved working for stuff related to NASA. It was just like a lifelong passion for them. And that overwhelmingly the people that took these buyouts were just young people, because they were like, oh, cool, I was here for a year. I'm getting a 8-month severance. I could take a vacation and then get a job afterwards. And that, you know, they were just bleeding all the new talent out because of the people that were there and established, like, didn't really want to leave. And I guess like the framing that, you know, like Fauci is now a billionaire and all the people at the CDC had huge shares in whatever biolab company was in Ukraine that was manufacturing the COVID-19, whatever. Yeah, it's very frustrating that the same people making those criticisms on the media side of things are at least like 7-figure jobs, 8 figures, depending on how big they are in media. And the fact that you guys have so many built-in things for like checking for conflict of interest and remaining transparent. And sometimes people will come up like, I wish you guys would just be more open about this. Like, we've been doing this for decades. Like, we already are open about this. Just the information out there is just so frustrating. It feels like when I have to start a conversation with somebody, I'm having to fight through so much bullshit just to get to a neutral platform where we can even start to have a conversation, you know?
And, you know, when I resigned, I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do next. You know, like I didn't have all those conflicts of interest that, you know, people think we do. And so, you know, it was a difficult decision, you know, to decide to do that just from a, you know, personal financial standpoint too. But you have to be able to sleep at night. And I also didn't want to hurt the American public.
For one of the things that a lot of people are thinking right now on the left, I guess, is if assuming the government comes back, or people that are just unhappy with how a lot of the executive administrations have been or how the administration has ruined a lot of these executive agencies, or they're perceived to ruin. I don't know why I'm trying to say this politically. They've messed with a lot of these. Some people are thinking we need to have different laws, or we need to have different federal rules. We need to build in more guidelines to prevent this type of stuff going forward. And my perspective or position on it is more like you can't really create like a perfect rule set if people have come in and decided that they just don't want to follow the rules. Because sometimes people are doing things that are already expressly against the rules. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Is there's already a lot of those processes in place. They're just not being followed. You know, when you look at even things around the advisory committee, you know, there's time for public comment. You're supposed to post things in advance. You're supposed to, you know, minimize conflicts of interest. That hasn't happened like it did prior. Usually, you know, you would ensure that there's continuity in an agency, that there's a, you know, principal deputy or a chief medical officer that could step in as acting director. And we had a whole continuing operations plan, but the secretary chose not to implement that. I would have been the acting CDC director when Dr. Menares was off waiting to be confirmed, but he didn't appoint anybody during that time. He would step in and sign things. So there are processes in place. It's just you have to choose to follow them. So I don't think more rules are necessarily the answer.
Looking forward, if somebody wanted to make the argument that the things that are happening at the CDC or with a lot of executive agencies are really bad, but particularly with our medical stuff, with our recommendations for, you know, epidemiological things, what would be things looking, you know, forward that you could say, when we defund these things, when we are lax on these things, here are bad outcomes that we can expect going forward that you can kind of look towards and predict now, so that hopefully in 2 to 4 years you can say, look, there are more measles, there's more whatever else. This is why we need to have these things. What are like some indicators, I guess, that you could give somebody to kind of like harp on?
Yeah. a whole spectrum. What I pay is like one, I can look at like what's already lost. So like we lost the concussion program at CDC. That does all of the training for almost all of the coaches, for high schools. So going forward, many coaches will not be trained to look at concussion for kids and won't know how to recognize it. And, all of those athletes out there,
that's good.
that's going to result in, more traumatic brain injury, more, issues. Maternal mortality, that program isn't functioning right now at CDC. Smoking cessation has also been cut. And so people are going to start smoking again. We're going to see rates of cancer rise. All of that is cheaper to prevent. Maternal mortality is devastating in this country. And if we aren't working with hospitals, tracking it and intervening it, more young moms and babies will die. As you mentioned with like measles and vaccines, we're already seeing that with, increased vaccine hesitation. Last year, we had to cancel a flu vaccination campaign during one of the worst flu seasons. So we're going to see more people die of flu, of measles. We had a polio case a few years ago. People aren't getting vaccinated. We're going to see that. There's been whooping cough cases in Louisiana where babies are dying, young kids are dying. We're going to see more and more of that. And then if you even look at things like lead, there was a lead outbreak in April in Milwaukee, and we didn't have the staff because they'd been fired at that time to respond to communities to provide that support. Fortunately, that was one of the programs that was reinstated. But you can't fire and reinstate programs when you need them. You need continuous.
Just a thank you. I was super into fitness influencer grifts when I was younger. Brandon Carter and Kino Body in particular. The way they got so insecure when you called them out opened my eyes to how lame a lot of those guys are.
Oh, Brandon Carter is absolute fucktard. He really went retarded. Highly, highly retarded. What's funny too is he said he was natural this whole time. And then later he said he went on TRT. And he doesn't, I don't think he looked any different.
Okay. So I will.
So I think he was
finish up.
I think he was doing the spaghetti for a while too. Let me see what he's doing these days, if anything. He's still uploading.
You hear a lot about how
he's like over 40 now, right? Like he looks good for his age. I'm not gonna deny that, but yeah, he had like no change to his physique after apparently going on TRT. So that suggests to me he was on steroids for a while. I think he was on low doses of test for some time. Because, yeah, like, I have enough experience with testosterone where I can tell you, if you're a good genetic responder to these drugs, you can take very low doses and you will blow the fuck up. I was only on 200 milligrams a week, which is basically a TRT dose. It's a high TRT dose, but that is considered a TRT dose. I gained 20 pounds of muscle in 2 months. So, like, even if this guy was only on like 150 milligrams, you would expect to see a pretty substantial change. So I think this guy has been on TRT or TRT plus for a while. I also mentioned this when I did the worst of the fitness industry video on the guy. He used to be a drug dealer. This is his own admission. I'm not making this up. He literally made a whole video about this. He used to go down to Miami. It's interesting. It looks like he has very prominent gynecomastia in the thumbnail. He used to go down to Miami, Florida, buy pure cocaine, and then drive up to New York and sell pure cocaine in New York. So, yeah, this guy's probably not being natty for quite some time. Yeah, Kino Buddy's also a fucking idiot. The intermittent fasting thing is just fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Lee. Appreciate it.
I swear Muslim women are worse drivers than Asians. I've never had my ass rode so hard. They are batshit insane. I guess in their part of the world that's how they drive. You just go if there is space in front of you. Passing me in full ninja outfit, crazy. Bye.
I've seen Muslim women in full niqabs with the not even the eye, like the ninja thing. What's the one where you can't see shit? Like the full on burqa, where even the eyes are covered. I saw a bitch driving in this. That was fucking nuts. And yeah, obviously she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. Like, she was driving super dangerously, and I'm sure part of it was she couldn't fucking see anything. I also saw some bitch driving in one of these ninja outfits, and she was super short. She couldn't even see over the steering wheel. And yeah, these fucktards can't drive. I think the biggest thing is if you're like a first-generation immigrant and you either have never driven a car before and you only just got your license, or if you're like kind of a new driver in your home country and you come here, and then again, there's like no one to teach you how to drive properly here. I think those tend to be the worst drivers. And especially if you're a woman, because women are just worse at driving. Period. But yeah. It's kind of fucking crazy how some of these fucktards, like absolute fuckwits, are able to get their driver's license. I don't understand how they're able to get their license when they're so terrible. And like what's fucked too is I failed my driving test twice. I had to take it 3 times in order to get my full M license. And the instructors like were just fucking retarded and cucked me out of passing for no reason. But then like these fucking people end up getting their driver's license. Like what the fuck? So insane. Thanks for the donation though, Cam.
Support for public health.
I think one of the frustrating things is the when something is active and working, it's not very visible, and sometimes it can be tempting to say, oh, well, we don't need this and this and this. We can just cut this. Well, why don't we need this? Well, because we don't have these problems. Like, why don't you think we have these problems? Yeah. If there was a, what are like the biggest pieces of stuff that you wish that people would know, maybe epidemiologically about public health, or maybe about the CDC, that you wish like more like other people outside the CDC were harping on? Like you're listening to Joe Rogan, or you're listening to Theo Von or some podcast. I wish that they knew this, or I wish that they'd stop saying this because this is like so wrong. Like what are the like top like 3 pieces of things that you're like, God, I hate that people still believe this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things is I would hear like they need to get back to their original mission of only infectious disease. Well, like public health and health doesn't work like that, you know, and infectious disease is linked with chronic disease. During COVID, we saw the people that got sick had other chronic diseases. During Zika, you know, we needed environmental health to know, you know, how to spray for mosquitoes. We needed reproductive health specialists to understand the birth defects that were happening, you know, as well as sexually transmitted infection specialists, because it was then being, you know, transmitted that way. You needed all of those disciplines together. And I'd say the other thing is Congress has appropriated those dollars. It's not like the people just switch from one thing to.
What made me fail my driver's test? So the first time, everything was going fine, and then they asked me to make a left-hand turn at an intersection. So the light was red. I had my blinker on to turn left. Light turns green, so I advance forward into the intersection. And I'm waiting some cars in the lane left of me to pass so that I can make the left-hand turn. Well, there's some fucking idiot in the intersection who wanted to make a right. And I'm waiting for him to go because he has the right of way. This guy just wouldn't move. I waited a good, like, 20 seconds, like almost half a minute for him to just make the right-hand turn. I don't know if he was sleeping or what, but he just wouldn't move. So then I just go because he's not moving. And then as I'm making the turn and I'm about to fucking like go into the as I'm making the left-hand turn, then he finally decides to make the right, and he didn't almost hit me, like he just came close to me. And then they failed me because of that. They said, "You made a dangerous left-hand turn and that guy almost hit you." And I'm like, "He didn't almost hit me." And then I said, like, he literally wouldn't make the turn. Like, I would have been in the middle of the intersection and the light would have turned like fucking red. So like, do you want me to like go through a red light? Like, it was so stupid. Like, that was the dumbest reason for fucking failing me. Then the second time, similar kind of thing happened. I start the test. They asked me to make a right-hand turn at a traffic light. Well, the light's green. So, right as I get to the intersection, the light turns yellow. And it was a super, super short yellow. So literally, as I'm crossing the intersection, it goes from yellow to red in like 2 seconds. So as I'm making the turn, goes from yellow to red and like almost instantly. They claimed that I went through a red light. Like the most, and of course this guy is like some Indian fuckwit who like has no critical thinking skills. And then on the highway, they asked me to make just change lanes. So go from the right lane to the left lane, back to the right lane. So, I signaled turn left. I look to my left. There's a car like way, way behind me. He's nowhere close to me. So I turn left because it's safe. Then this car that's like a good 100 meters away from me just decides to speed up like crazy and starts tailgating me. For no reason, this guy just decides to tailgate me. So then I just switch lanes, go to the right lane. And then, when they're telling me why they failed me, they said I made an unsafe lane change on the highway. And then I'm like, what? Because the guy decided to tailgate me? Like, these people are just fucking retarded who are doing the fucking tests. Dude, I was so fucking pissed off. Like, you can't fucking believe. I just wanted to fucking murder that guy and have his fucking eyeballs pop out of his fucking head. Like, that just annoyed the ever-loving fucking shit out of me, listening to this fucking idiot Indian fuck, who's just like this fucking moron, can barely speak English, telling me, like, the stupidest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life.
To another. Specialists were brought in for that, so it wasn't mission drift. I think the other thing is, people will say it doesn't work. You haven't ended chronic disease yet. So obviously you're ineffective. Well, when you look at the amount of funding that goes into prevention versus what goes into treatment and recovery.
Yeah, I've seen that woman who has the world record for failing a driving test. She took it like over 100 times or something, and then when she finally got her license, she like crashed her car a week later or something. They should have never given her a license. Like, it's just stupid.
Prevention is extremely minimal funding. And so if there's actually more focus on prevention and then ending chronic disease, we wouldn't need as much for treatment. And so I think it's just being able to really look at those returns on investment. And then
I will say real quick on that, something that's very frustrating because I don't even know this unless somebody brings it to my attention. There has been a lot of progress on different diseases that a lot of people just aren't aware of. Even things that people complain a lot about. I know a lot about like type 1 and type 2 diabetics, like the advancements in insulin and these like continuous glucose monitors and the automatic pumps for type 1 diabetics, the advancement in HIV, retrovirals.
Yes.
You suck.
All right. Well, thank you for the donation, Richard Burgess.
Insane. The all-cause mortalities for things like leukemias and I think all cancer might have just passed like 50% or something on the 5-year or whatever. I think we're on like the precipice of having drugs to treat things like Alzheimer's disease.
Yes.
But it feels like as soon as like a thing gets found, it's like forgotten and then they just move to the next complaint. Like these GLP-1 agonists are amazing. And to see that like the origination for them was like trying to isolate a hormone in like a barracuda fish or something. I was like a really random thing that you would never, or I would never think or whatever. And then to see all that funding get cut, and it's like, you guys are all using these drugs now, and then you're trying to defund all of this stuff in the future, and it's so frustrating. I saw the, I don't know if you know who, have you heard the name Scott Adams, or Adam Scott? He was the comic book author for Dilbert. He's a very mega guy on X.
Dilbert.
Yeah, but he's insanely.
Oh yeah, you know what's fucking stupid too? They do this for completely arbitrary reasons because the idiots who designed the driving test, they don't ride a motorcycle. So, like, it's just some idiot car driver who thought of this. They literally tell you, move your head physically when you're looking around. Don't move with your eyes. If you need to check your mirrors or check left and right or check, like, to see if somebody's coming out of a driveway or something, they tell you you need to physically move your head, because if you don't, we won't know if you're actually looking during the test. So they'll actually fail you on the test if you don't, like, go like this constantly. It's so fucking retarded. Like, and it actually makes you physically dizzy, and it's more dangerous to drive that way. It's so stupid. So, like, rather than just grading you on how well you're driving, like, they just make you do this nonsensical fucking horse shit. I like again. Society is just run by fucking retards. I can't stand it.
I'm 26 and have been single for almost 3 years now. Am I missing out? I didn't feel lonely.
No, you're not missing out on anything. I think everyone else with a in a relationship is probably missing out on being alone. Being alone is a hell of a lot better, I can tell you. Thanks for the donation though, Killian Titan.
Congratulations, Imband.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that, but thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Mega guy, and to see him tweet out and beg Trump and RFK to help hook him up with like an experimental.
I saw that. I did see that. Yes.
And I'm like, yeah. And the same guy, obviously, everybody's looking at his tweets about like, oh wow, we just cut all of this experimental research funding. I'm sure this saved exactly 0 people. And
yeah, the driver's permit thing is fucking stupid. If they let you drive on your own with a motorcycle, what is the fucking issue with letting you drive on your own in a car? Like, it's so fucking dumb. I don't know if it's possible to find like a single-seater car. I'm assuming no. But yeah, it's so stupid.
It's like, my God, like,
bro, when I get my driver's license, like, I'm hoping I can get an Ariel Atom. And I'm gonna make sure the fucking driving instructor goes fucking deaf. I am purposefully gonna rev the car fucking higher, have the turbo whine just annihilate that motherfucker's eardrums, and I am going to make sure he has permanent, irreparable hearing damage. I'm probably even gonna modify the exhaust and shit so it's that much fucking louder so that fucker goes deaf. I'm gonna put on headphones, but I'm gonna make sure there's no fucking headphones for the passenger so that fucking dipshit who's grading me on the fucking driving test can have permanent, severe, irreparable hearing damage. I hate those fuckers.
Like where's the shame? Yeah, the advancement is there. It's just hard to see sometimes. Do you think that how do you view the USAID cuts? Is this like a totally separate thing from the CDC's mission in your mind, or do you think that there's some interplay between, you know, like international aid and disease monitoring stuff and the CDC? Or
yeah, no, there's definitely. I'd say we used to collaborate closely with USAID. In country, CDC had people in over 60 countries. You know, so oftentimes we would work with USAID, and USAID supported the President's Malaria Initiative. You know, which prevents malaria from coming to the U.S. We started to see increases in it. But as we lose that footprint globally, we're going to see cases of Ebola increase. If USAID and CDC aren't there to prevent them, we're going to see Mpox come to the U.S. more. That next pathogen, because there isn't that support in countries, is going to come to the U.S. and we won't be prepared. And it's also, when you look at economic development overseas, that's going to have an impact on the U.S. if other countries are having significant outbreaks.
Do you think that when it comes to some of these international relationships, like with, like say, the WHO are these things that you think can come back in a single administration, or what is that? I guess I don't know if you have context there.
I think the relationships can come back. I think the structures and the agreements and building things will take longer. But I think finding ways to maintain those ties, with those organizations in the meantime will be important, where we can. I mean, the World Health Organization, we might withdraw funding, but certainly if there's another outbreak or something, we need to have a relationship to understand, what is the outbreak and what is the risk to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned that you were happy that you finally got the CDC to study gun violence. I think most people are unaware that, I don't know if there was a bill or something in Congress that in a roundabout way kind of like prohibits the CDC from studying.
Well, it prohibited CDC from doing advocacy work in firearms, which CDC wasn't doing. And so, when we did receive the funding for research.
No, you didn't pass the driver's test because you're a fucking idiot dipshit who can't drive worth a fuck, you fucking dipshit.
No, it's because the instructors were dumb motherfuckers. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Question for VG, my wife and I want to adopt a kitty, should we? Question for Gum Gum, what cat food do you eat?
Gummy eats Benevo vegan cat food, and yeah, as long as you can get vegan cat food, it's not a bad idea to adopt a kitty. So Benevo, Evolution's fine. I think there's a couple other brands, but I've had the best luck with Benevo. Cats seem to really, really love Benevo. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib.
It was very clear. We had very, focused areas on what we were working on, like, veteran suicide deaths, safe storage, what does that show? Even things like on 4-H where kids, were doing sports shooting, like how do you make sure that they're safe? How do they learn how to handle guns, so that there aren't injuries? And so that's what we were working on. And you look at things like youth violence, and community violence. How can you look at community level approaches to it? Unfortunately, that funding and those staff are all gone now. But that is something when you look at leading causes of death, for younger people, that's a significant one for both homicide and suicide. Mm-hmm. And so in my mind, if you can find ways to prevent those deaths, it's really important.
And then I guess one more question I have is, it kind of relates to the other one about the biggest pieces of misinformation you see out there. When you see people who are trying to be public health advocates, what are like the most important things that you think that they should focus on? And what are some forms of public health advocacy that you're like, well, I don't think this is effective, or this might be doing more harm than good? I guess when you look at other people advocating outside of like the CDC or anything.
Good question. I'd say right now when it comes to public health advocacy, I think really focusing on things like vaccines, and these preventable diseases. A lot of people keep talking about measles being, just a self-limited childhood disease, that people used to get and be fine with. Well, no, some people then die years later from like what we call encephalitis, kids were hospitalized with pneumonia, and severe dehydration. So it's not a harmless disease. And so I think really doing more advocacy work around what are these diseases like and that they're preventable. And then calling out misinformation, I think, is really important. In my job when I was at CDC, I used to send corrections to our leadership team every time the secretary misspoke, because I was trying to support him to say the correct things. Obviously, he didn't read my emails or listen to my talking points, I guess. But I think it's important to correct that misinformation. I think the other thing that public health advocates really need to focus on is talking more with those in their communities. But each community has different needs. It might be infectious disease. It might be food insecurity. And so how do you ensure that people understand where they can go for resources? What they can do. And simple things like blood pressure screening, that is so important if you want to prevent long-term chronic disease. So I think not forgetting some of the fundamentals of prevention, like blood pressure screening, cancer screening, and stopping smoking. Those are and exercise. Those are some of the fundamental things you can do to prevent cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm trying to think. Do you have any? Oh, here's a random kind of question. How did you view like foreign stuff influence, I guess, in a negative manner when you guys were at the CDC? Was that a thing that you were ever made aware of, that other like intelligence agencies might say there's a push from from Russia, China, from some country about some disease or medical misinformation? Was that a thing you factored in, or are you just thinking like we just need to message as best possible, whatever? Like how do you factor that into everything?
Yeah, in general, we just try to message as much as possible, and then we would work with the other countries just to learn, like what are they seeing in that country, and if there was something around like bots or misreporting here, I mean, we just tried to do what we could with the limited funding, to promote accurate messaging.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I really appreciate the conversation. Anything else you wanted to say, or any other points you want to bring up, or anything?
I really appreciate y'all having me here for this discussion. I was excited to.
So, yeah, they're ruining the CDC.
I got facial feminization surgery, which in my case was a slight brow lift / bone reduction, smooth nose bridge, and round out hairline corners. Recovery sucks much worse than vaginoplasty recovery, believe it or not. I feel like Frank RN.
Yeah, I would have expected vaginoplasty to hurt more. I guess your face has a lot of sensitive nerve endings, and shaving bone off kind of hurts. Well, good luck with the recovery. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
This was not what I was thinking of.
Okay. But if you're thinking of if you're talking about this one, why animals aren't an antinatalism to
Yeah, that one.
Lawrence.
Yeah, that one.
Although I did.
What the fuck?
I mean, okay, hang on a minute. This is probably not going to work. Predator.
Or was it? Oh, maybe
it was the era of evaluative statements in antinatalism. The era of evaluative statements in antinatalism. Yeah, I go through it, so I did actually write something about this particular point. Yeah. Which, without going through it again, I will. Yeah, it's obviously just separating. Coming into existence is always a harm or a serious harm with the normative claim, and explaining why what has been labelled the evaluative claim doesn't carry water as any kind of definition for antinatalism.
Oh yeah, and I remember, yeah, Tasia saying coming into existence is bad. Yeah.
Mm. So yeah. So I mean, just to click, just on that point, just for me, it's just life is bad, life sucks. That's pessimism. Procreation's wrong. That's antinatalism.
So
And if
someone
you wanna-
wants to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you want to deviate from procreation is always wrong, then I think you get into trouble with separating antinatalism from not antinatalism. My presumption is that if at
Wait,
the
say that
moment
one more time. Sorry.
I take antinatalism to be defined as procreation is categorically unethical. If you want to deviate from that in any way, I think you're going to have a lot of difficulty separating antinatalism from not antinatalism. Like if you say it, sometimes maybe it's okay, well, there are pronatalist positions that would argue that as well.
Yeah.
What was the point you were wanting to make?
If someone wants to critique you, they should go after the category issue of animals and consent, right?
That's definitely one way. Yeah, absolutely, yes. That consent doesn't exclude animals. Yes, absolutely.
Is there another way?
How do you mean? Oh, to include animals?
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. So, but for me, like, I think to arrive at again, if the conclusion is procreation is always wrong, I think you can't get to that conclusion without using consent, without invoking consent. So rejecting, for example, someone might say, what about the risk argument? What about the imposition arguments? But in my opinion, consent is one of the premises of those arguments. So, for example, if we look at the risk argument here, and is it not Metz? I can't remember. Maybe it was Metz. Someone did a paper on this. But anyway, bring someone to existence exposes them to the risk of serious harm. Exposing someone to the risk of serious harm is unethical. Bringing someone into existence is unethical. I have trouble with the P2. Exposing someone to the risk of serious harm is unethical. Well, I need more information before I can make that determination. And my calculation, I guess, if you will, is that consent is the information that's necessary. It differentiates surgery from assault.
Right.
That kind of thing. So I think consent is smuggled in, even though it's not mentioned. Same here, imposing the vicissitudes of life on someone is unethical.
Me in that thing.
I need more information before I can claim that it's unethical. Until I get more information, I can't go either way. So I think these arguments include consent, which means, in turn, if these arguments all lead to the same, they're different roads to the same conclusion, that procreation is always unethical and consent is required for them, then I think animals are excluded.
Oh, Richard is backstage.
Richard, sorry. Vegan Gains. Do I dare let this fella on?
Hey, what up?
Oh, here we go. Hey, Richard, how you doing, dude?
Hey, good. Yeah, I was kind of in and out listening to your stream here. Yeah, I
And
wanted
I'm pissed
to.
off that your audio is so good. I'm pissed off about that.
Yeah. I invested in a good microphone.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, so you're talking about consent being sort of like a fundamental issue here. Like, I don't think it necessarily is, but people who are bringing up the consent argument, like, here's a way to look at it. So if we had some sort of technology like the what if machine in Futurama, where we could see all hypothetical worlds, where one world you have a child, you could go into that world, ask your child, hey, I'm in a different world where I have not chosen to like have sex with your mother yet, and we haven't conceived you yet. Do you wish me to actually bring you into existence? And then if you were to get consent from your hypothetical future child, that would negate the whole matter of consent. So if you were to ask one of these antinatalists in that kind of hypothetical, would they still be okay with, would they still be against, the pro-natalist position, or would they still be anti-natalist if we had that technology? There clearly are some of them that would say yes. And like you've pointed out some of the arguments. It's like Benatar's paradigm, where, well, it still ends up being a net negative because you're going to expose somebody to some kind of like crazy or unnecessary harm. So existence is therefore bad because you're always going to expose somebody to harm. Well, just think of what that sort of means. So if we had the technology where you could ask somebody if they're okay with getting exposed to some kind of harm, so you could in theory ask your future hypothetical child when they're 80 years old, and they can look back on their entire life, everything they've experienced, and they're still telling you, even after going through like heartbreak, deaths in the family, deaths of loved ones, surgeries, and they're still telling you, yes, please have me, I lived a life worth living. But you have some jackass like Benatar saying, no, I can do a calculation where you had so many owies, your life isn't worth living, so I'm going to preemptively stop you from existing, even though you want to exist. Do you see how that's kind of fucking retarded? Like, what seems to matter more here is the subjective experience of the individual that we're kind of worried may or may not, go through harms and may or may not want to exist because their life is so terrible. But if we had the ability to actually look and see if somebody's life is going to be terrible and not worth living, and they're telling you, no, it actually was worth living, even though I went through hardship and everything, it was worth living, these crazy fucktards are still saying, no, we're still going to basically preemptively prevent that person from living just because we have some like weird, stupid mathematical calculation that no amount of owies are worth enduring for life itself. So if we're not even going to care about the subjective experience of people who are literally telling you, no, life is worth living, it seems that they have some like weird ideological position, and like they're not reasonable people that you should even bother talking to.
Yeah. If I understand, I've written about this before. I wrote an essay about the harms and benefits of coming into existence, and I said exactly what you've just said there. The only way to evaluate whether or not a particular life was worth it, as a general way of saying it, is to ask someone just the moment before they pass, was it worth it? That's the only time you're going to get a decent enough evaluation of someone's life as to whether or not they were happy to be brought into existence or not. So I agree with you in that sense. There are some people who on their deathbed will say, yep, this sucks now, or I had some sucky experiences, but overall I'm really glad I was born. And that is a criticism I have of Benatar, where he thinks it's like a paternalistic vibe, where he thinks that he can say, I think everybody's life, existence is such a serious, being brought into existence is such a serious harm for everybody. And I don't think anyone can make that assessment. I think the only assessment can be made by yourself just a split second before you pass. That's the only time. And that's impossible.
And by the way, two things to point out here. If you were to ask most people, they would say, yes, my life was worth living. Even people who've had extraordinarily difficult lives, I've talked to Holocaust survivors. They will tell you their life was worth living and they're glad that they got the experience to, live through life.
Yep.
So it's kind of strange that he'd make that generalization, knowing most people actually would prefer to have lived. And two, this is no different than having a position. Having a penis is such a horrible experience because you're constantly horny. You either have to masturbate or have sex, and not every woman wants to have sex with you. So you're constantly worrying about how you're going to get pussy. And when you can't get pussy, you have to jerk off and it chafes sometimes and you get redness and itching. So we need to cut off everybody's penis. And I can do this weird, calculation on the risks benefit reward ratio of having a penis. And I've come to the conclusion everyone should cut their penis off. Why, if we're not going to account for the kind of desires and subjective experiences of the individuals in question that we're trying to help, in Benatar's case with the antinatalism thing, just people in general, we could apply that same kind of stupid logic with cutting people's dicks off. I can just say it's better to not have a dick, so we should cut everybody's dick off.
Just be careful about the way you word things so I don't get this stream banned.
Well, yeah, but it's if you're not going to actually ask people and say, would you rather live with a penis or not have a penis? And 99% of people you come across will say, yeah, I'd rather live with a penis. And then you just say, no, but I have this chart. I have this chart.
I get it. Yeah. Yeah. So the point you're driving at is we're just repeating the same point.
Yeah.
That the evaluation cannot come from anyone except for the person concerned.
Yeah.
That's and I agree with you. And that's the problem I have with Benatar's optimism bias. To me, I just don't buy that. You can't say everybody has, or most people have an optimism bias which blinds them to the harsh realities of life. Therefore, blah, 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 coming into existence is wrong or bad. I think those are...
there's so...
You can't make those jumps.
There's so much you can say about the human experience, too. Part of what makes life worth living is optimism. And it's not just the reward part of living, I don't know, getting a big sum of money, in the lottery. It's not just that makes you happy and want to keep on going. It's also the expectation or the hope that kind of drives you forward, that makes you buy the ticket. And you get that kind of excitement and that alone, that kind of hope and optimism also gives you enjoyment from life. So claiming optimism bias, it's kind of silly. It's just such a narrow, surface level criticism that kind of doesn't look deeper into the whole human experience.
Yeah, it doesn't take into account everything. And the same can be said of the pessimism bias as well. Yeah, you can flip that on its head.
Yeah.
So you'll get people who talk about depressive realism and all that. And I'm not on board with any of that either. I don't think that holds any water. I just think at the end of the day, we can use all these metaphors and analogies. I think the only person qualified to decide whether or not the life they have was worth living is that person.
Yeah.
And I don't think nobody else can make that decision. However, that being said, that doesn't change the fact that there is still good discussion to be had about the ethicality of procreation.
Yeah.
That is still a viable discussion.
Well, yeah, there's certainly people who shouldn't have kids. That's undoubtable. I don't think anybody's going to argue that meth-addicted crack whores should be having children.
or yourself, as you've said many times.
Well, yeah, I think if I were interested in having children, now at this stage in my life would probably be one of the best times, because I've solved a lot of my mental health issues. Even still, I'm a little worried about passing on like some bad genes to my kids. So
Right.
I just don't have an interest in having children, period. But if I did, like, now would probably be the best time, but I'd still be reluctant.
Right. Yeah. I was being facetious more than anything, but yeah, like just back to that discussion. Even though we can say, even if we disagree, even if someone disagrees with antinatalism, that doesn't mean the discussion of the procreative ethics is still an important discussion or an important field to talk about. Absolutely, that doesn't change just because you disagree with Benatar.
I think the whole antinatalism thing is fundamentally flawed, because, you know, throughout the stream you brought up the issue with the consent paradigm. Like, the consent thing is kind of nonsensical, because you're not talking about a subject that can either give or withdraw consent. And even if we were in a hypothetical world where we could find out consent, like, they know for a fact, like 99.999% of the time, very rarely are you ever going to find an individual that wouldn't give consent if we had like a what if machine. And then
right, but even the term consent, and that talks about, there's a term known as retroactive consent. But retroactive consent is really, it's not consent at all, because consent needs to be given prior. Retroactive consent is simply telling the person who wronged you that you won't hold them accountable for the wrong, and you won't require them to put you in the position you were before the violation happened. So it's not consent in the stricter sense of the term.
Well,
it's choosing not to hold the person responsible.
Well, with the what if machine hypothetical, it wouldn't necessarily be retroactive consent. But even if that were the case, like if you could just go into the future or something and you could say it's retroactive, again, like, since like the vast majority, like damn near close to 100% of people would say, yeah, they'd prefer to be born. And these antinatalists know it. So, and you've seen it, you've gone through some of the comments. Then they end up relying, oh, well, consent doesn't even matter because I've got this chart. And we've already explained why that, like, stupid chart makes no sense. You could use a chart for saying, well, this is why you should get your dick cut off. It's like, what matters is the subjective experience of the individual and what they want.
I don't think you're talking about the asymmetry chart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it extends to getting your wang cut off.
Well, you could. You could make an asymmetry chart about getting your wang cut off. Like, my point is... Yeah, like, my point is, if you're going to make some chart saying, oh, well, in this case, there's more harm done. In this other case, there's no harm done. Therefore, you know, the case where no harm done, nobody exists is better. But you could just ask the people whether they would rather live in a world where they experience some harm, some good, but they get to live. Again, vast majority of people will say, no, I'd prefer to live. So if that's the case, like, who the fuck cares about some stupid fucking chart?
Okay. Yeah,
like that's the point I'm talking about. Like, nobody cares about your stupid chart.
And most people haven't read the book; they've just seen the chart on Google.
Yeah,
what I would reply to, I will say this though, that don't overestimate the philosophical competence of people who advocate for antinatalism online. And what I mean by that is, most antinatalists, and I would include myself in this, weren't reasoned into the position. We decide, and I'm not antinatalist at this point, but when I was, I'm quite honestly and quite open about the fact that I always felt that having a child was a bad idea. I discovered the arguments for antinatalism a lot later, and I can retroactively put that on my feelings. Not to say that the arguments aren't legitimate. That's not what I'm saying, but I am saying it's a bit like I guess a religion in a sense. I've always felt this way. Oh, now I found some arguments that make me look philosophical. So
Well,
people are motivated by emotion more than reason, I think.
Well, like there is a logical basis for emotional feelings. I think people kind of discount that. So like, you know, when we see,
I'm not saying it's beyond logic. I'm just saying don't
yeah,
overestimate. You can't overestimate.
I understand. Yeah, I
part of
understand
this,
what you're
yeah.
getting at. Like, I'm kind of the same. Like a few years ago, well, probably more than a few years ago at this point, like a decade ago. I was calling myself an antinatalist, and I was kind of bought into the whole antinatalism thing. Like even from a very young age, I had no interest in having kids, and like same as you, it just always seemed like a bad idea. Like, why the hell would I want to take care of some like dumb screaming baby? Costs a lot of money. You don't get to do what you want to do all the time. Like, so I can understand why people are ideologically motivated, you know, in these kind of spaces. Even though some of their arguments might sound sort of sensible, I don't think there's really any particularly good arguments for antinatalism, but you can make like sensible, rational arguments, I suppose. But yeah, when you start seeing people resort to, well, people shouldn't have children because I have this chart, like it just becomes like a little silly. Like, what do we care about here exactly? Do we care about like some stupid chart where you make some like evaluation where no suffering is better than some suffering, some well-being? Like, or do we care about what the actual individual wants? Like, to me,
Yeah,
it kind of makes
and
sense, like, to follow what a given individual wants.
I do agree with that, but then the obvious, well, not obvious necessarily, but one possible way of coming back at that is to say we don't know. It's the identity problem. We don't know who we're bringing into existence.
Yeah, like, I mean, you could bring in Hitler into existence. That's always a possibility.
Sure, sure. But
yeah.
an antinatalist would argue, haha, that would be like a gotcha. See, if we're going to bring someone like that into existence, then everything is wrong. That would be the argument.
Right, but like, again, the
That would be
pushback there would be, like, I personally know Holocaust survivors, and if you were to ask them, would you rather never had the world exist, or would you rather have the world exist as it is? They will tell you, I'd rather have the world exist as it is. I'd rather suffer through the Holocaust. I'd rather Hitler be brought into existence than have nothing exist at all.
Mm.
So it's like...
Right. And also, speaking to the chart issue, like the asymmetry chart, there is I mean, I've been critical of this, Mark, as well, and others, a small group of people, that David Benatar is the only book, they haven't read the book, but David Benatar is the only person that antinatalists have actually heard of in a lot of respects. They haven't read that, they haven't read Cabrera. They haven't read a lot of the papers and research that have been published by people who aren't antinatalists on the topic, such as Rivka Weinberger, Metz, all these people. You got to again understand people. Once people, antinatalists, lock into the asymmetry, it resonates with them, and then I think they kind of stop thinking after that. This resonates with me. This is perfect.
Yeah,
I don't need anything more.
I know Benatar is definitely probably the most prolific figure. Like,
yeah, he's the most well
media.
known. Yeah, but he's not the only game in town.
Yeah, because I know he's done debates with Jordan Peterson where he basically like dog-walked Peterson the entire time. So you're definitely going to see a lot of his influence more than anyone else, just for that reason alone.
Of course, there's no doubt about that. But again, these antinatalists who claim to be super interested in the topic and who claim to want to really just argue the best arguments, but they only actually know one argument at the end of the day. No, their knowledge is limited basically to one author and one perspective.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure I stated that correctly.
Like, a lot of that probably also has to do with this being fundamentally ideological. So once they figure they've got a decent enough argument, that's good enough for them. Like, why explore?
That's right. It is ideological. You've got a comment, mate. Can you see the comment in the chat there?
Where is it? What's the comment?
It's on YouTube. Okay, I'll put it on the screen. Chat there. If that helps. Studio chat. In a minute. I can't even operate this shit anymore. Okay, I'll read the comment and go for it. It says vegan gains seems to misrepresent the asymmetry. He presents it as if it's about an equation about continuing to live versus making the choice for someone else. His okay, so that's...
I don't know if that's the way I kind of made it seem. Like, I know it's about, like, it's not making the weird Euphemism argument where we need to set off all nuclear bombs. It's just making the argument that we shouldn't procreate. But, like, again, the basic argument is you could either have nothing at all, or you could have suffering and well-being. Because nothing at all lacks suffering. That is, depending on how you weight things, a superior position than some suffering, some well-being, because there's absolutely no suffering whatsoever. So if you weight suffering very heavily, then the circumstance without suffering would be ideal. So the circumstance without suffering, of course, is not having children.
But what do you think about the question, though? The question says you are, and it's a common response by antinatalists, you're conflating you think it's about continuing to live, whereas in fact, I'm talking about the asymmetry, whereas in fact it's making the choice for someone else to bring them into existence. Do you think you're conflating those two things?
No, I don't think I was really conflating those two things, because we were kind of talking about the ethics of bringing people into existence. Like, we were talking about, like, the hypothetical what if machine, where it's like, okay, if we had a what if machine, like, there's nearly a 100% guarantee everyone who would hypothetically be born would say, yes, please bring me into existence because my life was worth living. There were ups and downs, but I do want to have experienced it. So I don't think I was misrepresenting it.
No, I think you're right there. Yeah, I think that's fair.
But I think the person's like trying to highlight the difference between starting a life and continuing a life.
Yeah, like there is a difference there. Continuing your own life is different than starting another life, but the discussion we've had was about the ethics of starting another life, and like the arguments against it so far that we've talked about were consent, which we've already kind of resolved that issue. You would get consent if it were possible, and even if it weren't possible to get consent retroactively, like, again, the vast majority of people would say, yeah, I would have preferred to live regardless. And like you're talking about a subject that doesn't even exist yet, so consent isn't really a concern. And
I agree, but Benatar's argument doesn't rely on consent. It's not featured in his argumentation.
Yeah, and then we went on to the Benatar like chart thing where it's just the evaluation of suffering. And like again, by and large, most people are fine with a certain degree of suffering.
I agree. Like, that's the thing. I'll just put another comment from the same person. Benatar admits that it requires you to believe in the axiom that some suffering never justifies any amount of pleasure. Yeah, harms and pleasure, but anyway, when you create a being. But it's not the case if you have someone already living. Yeah, so that's differentiating between bringing into existence and continuing to exist. Yeah, I mean, personally, when it comes to the continuing to exist and bringing someone into existence, again, I'm not convinced that that's as cut and dry. Again, it depends on the reasons why you think antinatalism or procreation is wrong. I'm not even sure that the difference between continuing to exist and bringing someone into existence, whether that's as big a differentiation as antinatalists make it out to be.
Well, yeah, especially considering, like, in all likelihood, the life you're going to bring into existence is going to be very similar to your own. Like, they share half your DNA. Yeah. They're obviously going to share some of your lifestyle, so.
That's right. I mean, you can play those odds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like. So it's almost like having a crystal ball. Like, we pretty much know how most people's lives are going to play out.
And that's what I was referring to earlier. And I don't know if you heard it, but maybe a duty of care might be a better framework for this kind of stuff, rather than just an outright statement that it's always wrong. There's something here. Comment: the consent argument you're dealing with is very partial. Okay. Schopenhauer had a better idea for a thought experiment, and it would be to ask the dead people if they want to be revived. That's similar to what Richard's future machine is talking about. But the comment that the consent argument you're dealing with is very partial, I'm not sure what that means. The consent argument, as far as I can tell, is one of, if not the most popular argument cited by antinatalists. So I don't know, but I don't know what you mean by partial when you say that it's the consent argument you're dealing with is partial. I may not understand you correctly. I'm going to say, yeah, I mean, this is the same thing, continuing to live in versus bringing someone into existence. Again, it depends on the pathway that you're using to get to the conclusion. Sometimes the difference is important. Other times I'm not so sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So what's your take on?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. You can go for it, mate.
Yeah. I think the whole like antinatalism, I don't know why it's still around. Like, it's just not ever going to be a popular political position or political movement. Responsible procreation makes a lot of sense, and I think a lot of people could get on board and agree with that. But like, it's just so dead in the water that I just don't see too many great arguments for it. The discussion really
there's two
just ends
sides
up...
to it. There's two sides to that. The first side is you could argue that it's the nirvana fallacy, and that already, you could just dismiss it on that basis. The second possible response could be to say, well, sometimes we need to argue an extreme position in order to meet in the middle, like negotiating. You give yourself some leeway to move. So if there's people arguing it's always wrong, maybe that kind of is a catalyst for discussion, perhaps. That could be that reason could be enough to keep going with the antinatalism arguments or exploring the idea.
Sure. Yeah, having the extreme position on one end could spark a larger discussion.
It's possible. Whether it could also just turn people off as well. There's that other side of things. This comment is to you about the consent argument, Richard. I was responding to Vegan Gains saying that he had pretty much defeated the consent argument, but he only discussed a very limited version of that argument with one weaker. So you gave the thought experiment of the future machine. Apparently that's a weak thought experiment. 50-50 on that myself.
I think that's a good thought
do you think? Yeah, I 50-50. Do you say that pretty much defeats the consent argument? Is that the point you're making? And I'm asking because that's what the person.
I wouldn't say it would necessarily defeat all consent arguments, but if the consent argument is, obviously those who don't exist can't give consent to exist. Well, again, if we were able to somehow get consent from those who don't exist by either going into the future or having some what-if machine or going to alternate universes that are identical, but just with that one outcome being changed, like you could, in theory, give consent or get consent. And again, the antinatalists seem to know, in the vast majority of cases, damn near 100% of the time, you're going to have people give consent, like, yeah, bring me into existence.
Right.
So, and then they end up resorting to, the whole Benatar paradigm thing, where it's better to have never exist than exist at all to avoid suffering.
Yeah, I mean, if your hypothetical was real, it kind of would defeat it. I think it would if it was possible, because your hypothetical makes it possible basically to ask for consent, and I'm speaking just very broadly here. And if that was the case, then yes, the consent argument would be defeated, because ultimately it's based on the idea we can't ask for consent. But if there was a way we could, then yes, that would defeat the consent argument.
Yeah, and I mean, you could just go to an old folks' home. Most of those people are on their deathbed, they're 80 or plus or something. You can ask them if they'd rather never been born. Like, pretty much all of them are going to say, no, I enjoyed my life for the most part. Kind of sucks now that I need my diapers changed, but, you know, had fun when I was younger.
Right, right. I think people maybe as they get, I mean, fuck, I'm in my 50s now, so as I get older, I'm not annoyed about life. I'm annoyed about the fact that I'm getting older. Life itself, you know, may have been worth it in the end. I don't know.
You gotta go on that testosterone, bro. Keep the youthful vigor.
Okay, I don't think I need that. But anyway, this person says, I'm assuming the what if machine is asking people at a particular time in their life where they don't have all the knowledge of what's going to happen to them. Well, me and Richard both agree, and I don't know what Mark's position is, but the best time to ask someone, if it was possible, was your life worth it, would be the split second before they pass. So
yeah, and we covered that.
Yeah, we covered that, yeah. So it's at a point where there's nothing more that's going to happen to them. It's all done and dusted. That's just the second before that. That's when you ask them. So I think we have covered that. Mark, you have anything to say?
I'm curious what he thinks about the consent argument applying to non-human animals.
Is that for Richard, is it?
Yeah.
I would just take the same position that I take with human beings. Like, most animals seem to, like, they would have the same position that a human would. Like, where if you could ask them, they'd prefer to exist than not exist. So I would just take the same position where if humans are able to procreate, I think animals should be allowed to procreate.
Okay.
What about the idea that consent doesn't apply to animals at all?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think as I explained earlier, consent is a capacity for consent to the extent that humans can consent. Animals don't have that capacity. So, in my opinion, that's one reason
just
for
because they lack
excluding
the wisdom
them.
and knowledge.
Yeah, the capacity to say I consent to this, or to not. I'm not saying that animals can't consent about anything. Like a dog will pull you in one direction and run away from another. That may be interpreted as a kind of consent. But when it talks about questions of, you know, suffering and weighing up different moral strategies, etc., I don't think they do possess that. Which therefore means, in my opinion, discussion of consent excludes animals.
Like, I mean, you could even make the same case for human beings. Like, we don't have all knowledge, right? So we can't see all future possibilities. We can only really see the world from our own perspective, which is going to highly bias our perception. We don't we're not able to live every single other creature's experience and understand how much they're suffering or how much well-being they're experiencing. So, like, you could make the same case for a human being that they can't give consent because they just don't have the requisite knowledge of all future possibilities, all future outcomes, and how their own choices would impact themselves and others. It's like, you know, like, again, I would just say, I don't see, like if it's just a basic thing, do you or do you not want to exist? And they say, yes, I would prefer to exist. Well, that's their choice.
Right, and this gets into something me and Mark were talking about recently as well, about the butterfly effect. Like, none of any, I mean, you could end up just basically neutralizing all moral questions because nobody knows the long-term consequences of either acting or not acting.
Yeah.
You could end up just writing off morality by doing that, by taking that approach.
Yeah, I mean, somebody sneezing at the wrong time might have caused Hitler to be born, so.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, like, it's the same thing I've said sometimes. You know, if my dad had just done one more thrust, then it would have been someone else.
Yeah.
So, which is the way. Which is unfortunate. I wish he had just done one more.
Yeah, so, like, if we're gonna say humans are able to give consent in that way, I think animals can as well. Like, it's a very basic thing, like, just whether or not you want to exist, and it's again, their decision is just going to be impacted by their own personal experience and perspective. And if their perspective
Do you
life
not
is
think?
worth
Do you
living,
not think you're engaging in anthropomorphization there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I would imagine most animals have a similar kind of reason to continue living. Like life would have to, one, be worth living. They must get some sort of positive experience from existing. And I'm sure part of it is just fear of death. Chances are most creatures have some kind of fear of like the unknown, like dying. At least some more intelligent creatures, at least,
Well, I would,
maybe.
You mean you? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For like, I would. That's a kind of claim I'd be seeking evidence on.
I don't know if like an insect, like a bumblebee, can conceptualize death. I think there's a very good chance, like chimpanzees, apes certainly can, like almost guaranteed. Whales, they're highly intelligent. They almost certainly can, and probably like dogs, cows, pigs. Like they're probably smart enough where they can conceptualize death, and they might have like a fear of the unknown. But
I don't know.
I don't think I'm anthropomorphizing anything by saying like chances are like the reason they want to keep on living is because, I don't know, like they probably have fun just eating food, doing what pigs do or what dogs do or something.
Yeah, I'm not
they
even
seem
sure
to
that
enjoy
they would
themselves.
think so deep. They wouldn't think so deeply on it, and they just are driven by instinct to keep going until they can't. But that being said, like it wouldn't surprise me, like if a dog, like if you have two dogs for pets and one dies, the other dog, I would imagine, has some sense, in whatever capacity, I have no idea, but they have some sense
I've seen
that
animals
dog
grieve,
is no longer
for sure.
there.
Yeah, I've
Sure.
absolutely seen animals grieve.
Yep. But then the literature I read, which is, to be honest, is a while back, and it probably wasn't a lot, is that most animals seem to be living in an eternal present. That's my base. But again, it was a while ago, and you may be more up to date than I am.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a little worried about some of the research that comes out on like animal cognizance, because there were some theories that actually got completely and utterly debunked recently. There was some stuff on tool making where it was assumed like there's very few animals that are able to use tools. Like there's some birds, obviously, some apes, humans, of course. But like by and large, it was assumed animals just don't use tools and they don't have the cognitive capacity to. It was recently found out that's not the case. Animals will use tools. It's just that either they use tools in a different way than other animals. So like birds will use tools to like fish something out of like a small hole to like get a piece of meat or termites or whatever. Whereas like an elephant, it was assumed they just won't use tools. Well, elephants will use tools in a different way where they'll use something like a stepping stool. So they'll get like a tree stump and stand on the tree stump and use that to like elevate themselves to reach a higher height to grab like food. So animals will use tools in very different ways, and some of that just has to do with the different way they think. It has to do with the different environments they're in, the types of food sources they go for, and their own their own body structure, just requiring different tools.
And I do recall reading in the past year or two, maybe, some anthropologists have made the case that maybe some orangutans have made it to the Stone Age.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
And again, I don't know how the veracity or whatever of that, but I have seen that pop up somewhere.
So, like, it just seems like there's some emerging things about animal cognizance that is like we're just finding out more about them that we didn't know before. And some of that may just be due to our own biases and, like, you know, the human supremacy thing where we're so much different and better than them. But then when we take a second look, it turns out we're not quite as different. So again, it like when when I see squirrels gathering nuts and putting them in the ground, knowing that they're going to dig them up later because they need to get fat for winter, that seems like they have some sort of concept of the future, and they know that they need to plan ahead. So, like,
or it could just be instinct, though, mate. It could just be that their instinct, and it just drives them to do that. I don't know if there's planning involved.
Yeah, it could just be basic instinct. Certainly. Like, but again, like they don't necessarily have to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other. Like, I think we have an instinct to make tools, but we also think about making tools. We cognitively think about, how do we make this like work better? How do we make this like easier, faster, more efficient? Like, that's part of our instinct. But it's also just part of our, like, it's just the way we think. So I don't see it necessarily being two different things where a squirrel is just doing it because of instinct. Like, it could just also be part of that thought process where they're thinking of the future.
I don't dispute that.
There's no way to know, you know.
Yeah, I don't dispute that there may be some animals that teach skills, but I'm pretty sure, I feel convinced that humans have better planning skills, and we can experiment, deliberately experiment, you know, to a different end. But again, just for anyone listening, that doesn't mean that animals don't suffer. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Because some people might interpret that wrong. I do want to ask you this. It's from the chat, because I want to get your perspective on this actually as a vegan. If you're vegan, it's a lot harder to defend pronatalism logically. Antinatalism should be the default position. If your child isn't going to be a lifelong vegan, you're responsible for that outcome. How do you respond?
Well, that's, I wouldn't say I'm pro-natalist. I guess, I'm pro good people having children, which would obviously mean vegan. So, like, if you're vegan and you aren't like a piece of shit and you're a responsible person, you have like enough money and enough time and attention to devote to raising your kid right, I think those types of people should have children. Obviously, if you're an irresponsible idiot and you have kids with the wrong woman and she's able to take your kids away and then raise them non-vegan and shit, that is on you for bringing somebody into the world who ends up not being vegan.
And it gets into difficult territory as well. Like, are you just going to keep strictly that's a voluntary issue, or are you going to push harder and say, well, I'm going to legislate or force people in that direction? That gets into some pretty murky water as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the issue is,
because it comes down to definitions. Like, what's a person who's good enough to have a kid, for example? How would you define that? It gets not that I want to do that now, but just that's where it goes.
Well, yeah, like I don't know if there's any way of legislating this, because like preventing people from having kids, it's one of the most politically unpopular kind of things, especially after the history of eugenics. So I don't know if you can, like, I don't know if it's a viable political position.
No, it's not. I mean, if you were to legislate against having kids, people would leave, and therefore you'd lose your tax base. You know, it just wouldn't work. It's just it's not a starter. And the only way to enforce it would be a totalitarian hell. So, you know, it doesn't work
Yeah,
out.
so like probably best way forward is just to improve the well-being of the populace, make them more educated, kind of mandate veganism, abolish factory farming. Like, you know, that's kind of the way forward.
Do you see it as a like plausible way forward? Because a misanthropic argument for antinatalism would show that like we cause a lot of harm to animals and we're likely to continue that trend unless you think otherwise. Then
back in 2.6.
Well, it looks like we're on the horizon of being able to get rid of animal agriculture with like lab-grown meat. You know, it might still be a couple decades before, or even longer, maybe like 3-4 decades, but it seems like eventually that is going to go away.
Okay, so you are hopeful for us not using farmed animals then?
Yeah.
And more humans, that's fine.
Well, it looks like there's going to be less. We're clearly heading towards a population reduction.
Okay.
Which I think is ideal. There's too many fucking people.
You think two vegans having a child increases the probability that child will be vegan?
Yes. Sort of like how if both parents smoke, there's a higher likelihood of that child also smoking.
Because the majority of vegans come from non-vegan parents, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, vegans tend to have far fewer children than non-vegans.
Why?
There's a number of theories. Like vegans do tend to have higher socioeconomic status. Same with vegetarians. So it could just be a like intelligence and wealth disparity. So more intelligent, wealthier people just end up having less children, and because like vegans, vegetarians are kind of in that socioeconomic class, they're kind of more prone to also follow that trend. There's definitely what is it? Can't remember the term, but like there's a lot of vegans and vegetarians that are kind of pissed off at carnists, and once they discover all the horrible cruelty that's happening in animal agriculture, and they see all these people eating meat, there seems to be a tendency towards like misanthropy. They just don't like human beings, and they just don't have an interest in creating more human beings. So there could be like a cultural thing there. So there's a few reasons, but yeah, they do have significantly fewer children on average.
Okay. What motivated you to be antinatalist in the first place?
Well, it's kind of like what's his name said. Like I just never liked kids or had any interest in having kids. So like once I kind of heard of the whole antinatalist movement, I'm like, oh yeah, that just clicked, So I kind of adopted it.
What's his name? What's his name? My God.
Yeah.
No worries.
But I don't. It's just because you hated kids, therefore it's unethical to have kids. I don't. How'd that work? I don't get that one.
Well, I bought
Because
into
Patricia
the
Nonis
whole.
said the same thing. She was like, so Patricia Nonis was antinatalist, and then she says antinatalism is retarded, and then you say the same thing, and it's like, okay, but these are propositions you guys accepted, and I'm just curious how you first accepted the proposition.
I bought into the like basic arguments, like especially the consent thing, and I never really relied on the Benatar paradigm. It was more like there's so many stupid fuckwits. Like most people just shouldn't have kids, period. So I'm good with like nobody having kids. That was kind of my thinking. And just like after thinking about those arguments and hearing some counter arguments, I just changed my position.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, that's cool. And a lot of antinatalists find that really difficult to accept. How can you possibly go back on that once the bell's rung? How can you possibly turn your back on that? A lot of people have a lot of difficulty with that.
Yeah, it's just not that big of a fucking deal. like,
right? Yeah.
I think especially when you factor in it's just not politically viable. You're never going to convince a population to not have children, and even if you could, you probably wouldn't want to. Because, let's say if you could convince the entire United States to not have children. Well, now you've got Russia, China, and the entire Middle East. Do you want them to kind of take over the world and become the next superpower?
That's
you
right.
want like a fascist dictatorship? You want fucking Muslims like raping women and like burning infidels? Or do you want China forcing everyone to speak Chinese? And if anybody speaks out against the political party, they torture you and then steal your organs? Or Russia, they send you to a fucking gulag? Like,
right.
You wouldn't even want antinatalism to succeed politically. So
yeah, I agree. To that point, a lot of antinatalists don't go past the, procreation is unethical, my job is done. It's like, no. If that actually happened, if that started to be the mainstream view, there are so many geopolitical, socio-political issues that would arise from that.
yeah, so like especially considering it's not politically viable. I don't know why people are so weirdly dogmatically tied. It's not like quitting veganism where you can say like, okay, that person's a piece of shit, fuck you. It's just like this was never going to work to begin with. So like who fucking cares?
Yeah, but I think though the question itself doesn't have, like, it's not just because it may not be effective, that may not be its use, its purpose. It's a philosophical question, I guess you could say.
Yeah, like I know
And
Isla Mazard has kind of made the argument that the purpose of the antinatalist movement isn't to actually convince everybody to not have kids. It's just to make people more conscientious about the ethics of having children and just to think about whether or not
Wow,
you
I
should
had no
personally
idea
have
he said that.
children. But like you could say it has that utility, but like clearly a lot of the advocates aren't trying to make that position. It's a weird ideological stance where they want it to be a legitimate political movement, and when people just change their opinion, you can see how they get ostracized, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you went back on the covenant."
Yeah, I don't know if people. I'd have to ask people directly. Is this a political issue for you? I before I could draw the conclusion that that's what people are actually wanting or heading towards.
Well, the activists probably, right? They probably want that, no?
I don't know. Again, it would be an interesting question to put to them. What is the purpose of all this activism in scare quotes? What? Yeah.
Well, what's
I-
interesting too is people are having less children, like, and it's massively slowing down. I think in Africa, back in the 1980s, there used to be like 20 children per female. Now it's down to I think less than 8. So I think
I
they're
know
still,
it's dropped down a lot. Yeah,
they're still like slightly above the replacement rate, but there's so many countries now where they're either right at replacement or they're just below it, and it's ever decreasing. So people do clearly make some logical, rational decisions on having children, and right now, with the state of politics and the state of the economy, it's just not a good idea for most people to have children. So
yeah. I mean,
I don't
you
know
can
how
see
useful,
that in Asia, especially.
like, and if you ask any of these people if their decision to not have children has anything to do with the antinatalist movement, I can guarantee you, like, nobody's going to say yes. So
Hang on a minute. I've just noticed.
Just noticed what?
Oh. Hey, life abolitionism.
But I don't want to go on for too much longer, though. But yeah. Well, sorry, Tranquil. I don't know who you are, mate. I apologize. I'm just very wary about that kind of thing, and I'm just a newbie at this kind of nonsense. So, yada yada yada. Sorry, Vegan Gain. Sorry to cut you off there, bro. You want to continue on?
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, if you were to ask these people who are choosing not to have children anymore if the antinatalist movement had anything to do with their choice, again, like 99 times out of 100, they're going to say no. It's just,
no,
again,
not.
rational decisions
Which is ironic,
that people are making.
And you do see some people, they're like, oh, antinatalism is winning. It's like, oh, where? Where did you get that from?
So nothing to do with the antinatalist movement had anything to do with the reduction in people, having children. Especially if you go to somewhere in Africa, like places in Africa where they don't have internet, they don't really consume much English language media. Like, it's just people are wealthier. They're not living as rural. They don't need as many kids, and kids are just becoming more of a burden to them. So you're just seeing less people have children. Like, there's just not really any need for the antinatalist movement to begin with, and they're not even doing anything.
Yeah, to a degree, I think you're right. I do think you're right. Life abolitionism, feel free to knock yourself out, mate. However, I know that you want to debate vegan gains at sometimes, but I don't want you guys to have that debate here. Let's just stick on this topic. Let's not veer into too many other areas.
Well, I just came in, so I didn't hear the entire conversation, but um, that's why I created my own philosophy, which is going. I know they say that alphilism is the activist component to anti-nasal, which I don't think that it is, but my philosophy is activist oriented. So there are moral consequences for procreation. It's not just going to be an academic argument. I'm arguing for society to be help morally culpable for forcing people to exist against their will, and for parents to have financial obligations for imposing life onto children without their consent, which extends into adulthood. So I'm arguing that they have a mandatory obligation to leave an inheritance. They don't get the right to opt out. They don't get the right to just leave their property to somebody else. They have an obligation to give competent parenting, and society is so complicit in this whole conspiracy to force us to exist against our will that they also are culpable, and they owe us socialism because they're forcing us to live without our consent because they're denying us the right to opt out.
You can always
Okay,
opt out.
you're covering
You can kill
you're
yourself.
covering a whole lot of ground there. Hang on, mate. Don't say that. Yeah, you're covering a whole lot of ground there. Maybe that's something for another stream, because I know that you want to push your book and your new philosophy and stuff, which is all cool.
You can come on my stream and you can debate that.
There
Tonight
you go.
is a
That's
little
the
late.
discussion
but
you want.
Yeah, if tomorrow night I'll be on, you can come on my stream. Just ask me in chat for a debate, and I can open up my Discord and we can debate.
Okay, well, I'll just make one last point then, that anti-nasalism doesn't just benefit humans, it also benefits animals because of the resources that humans consume has a negative impact on animals. And if you did not, what I see is veganism is a mitigation of animal harm, but I see anti-nasalism as prevention. It is preemptive, that if you don't procreate, then there is no harm to animals.
Well, I guess we can cover that in the debate. That's not necessarily true. Humans might encroach on, the habitat of, deer, but they're also encroaching on the habitat of wolves. So if humans are killing off wolves, well, that's benefiting deer. So it's not necessarily the case that animals are just on the net experiencing some negative effect from human intervention.
They absolutely are, because most humans are not going to go vegan, which is why we
debate it tomorrow.
Okay,
Man.
Yeah.
okay, we can debate it later.
We can debate it tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, I do kind of want to wrap things up. 2 hours. My voice is dying.
Yeah,
But
thanks for the
Richard,
stream.
yeah. Thank you guys. Thanks, Richard, for coming on. Good to
Yeah,
see
no
you, man. Anytime.
Yeah, I like
rock
your
on in.
videos responding to Gary and Mendham. They're pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Are you going to have another chat with Gary at some point? Is that on the cards?
I don't know if he's interested. I don't know if there's really any point because, you went over the video. He was basically, what was it, an equivocation he was making.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He was pretty polite with me. I was expecting him to maybe get pissed off, but he was acting pretty chill. I wouldn't, I kind of understand Gary. I think he's kind of, he has his own set of issues, and I'm kind of a similar way where I can go off, but I don't mean anything by it. I think he kind of goes off a lot of the time, but he doesn't really mean anything by it. So even if he were to kind of freak out and get pissed off at me, I don't think I'd really take it too personally.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would bother you. And anyone who's had any experience with him or seen him, it's kind of to be expected. So if you're not ready for it, then don't get in the ring, kind of thing.
Yeah, but he's kind of a funny guy. There's a lot of sick, fucked up people who have come out of his community, though.
He's one of them.
Gotten at least 2 mass shooters at this point. So.
Yeah, well, one and a half at least. Lanza was in the scene. To what extent he was influenced or not is difficult to say.
Yeah.
But Bartkus, the one May 17. Fuck that. That's a direct line there.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of problems with the
Sure.
Elfless community.
Yeah.
I think they're just kind of fucked.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
maybe we can have that discussion at some point too. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thanks for
All
coming
right.
on.
Take care, man.
Rock on. See you
ya.
guys. Bye bye.
All right, that was fun.
What do you think of the ceremony, Metsit Sabpe, in which a Jewish mohel sucks the blood from an infant's penis into his mouth? Do you consider this practice child abuse? Why or why not?
Yes, I think ritualistic circumcision should be banned. For one thing, you're mutilating a child's genitals for no medical reason. Again, it's just like some religious ideological bullshit. So since there's no actual clear medically verifiable benefit to the child, it shouldn't be done. And on top of that, the way it's done, there's actually a lot of children that end up dying because of like them circumcising the kid's penis, having the open wound, and then they're touching their mouth on the open wound. There's been quite a lot of cases where those moils transfer herpes to a child and the child dies from the herpes virus. A lot of people don't know this, but the herpes virus can be lethal to children. So I think there's still about a dozen deaths per year in the United States where babies die because of that whole ritualistic circumcision thing. So it should absolutely be banned, and yeah, I'd consider it child abuse. Thanks for that donation, the Hurricane.
I know you hate Tim Pool VG, but this is insane.
Is he whining about his house getting shot up?
Here on Live Now from Fox, and we are following a developing story that we have been tracking here for a home of Tim Pool. The beginning here, because we heard from Pool on social media Saturday as he gave the initial.
Yeah, so Tim Pool's a whiny baby. First of all, he's not the first YouTuber to get his home shot up in a drive-by. That happened to Dr. Disrespect, literally on stream. So, like, you have no idea until the perpetrators are caught why they shot at your house. Like, this is just some fucking bullshit that he's doing to get more clout online. This is the price we pay for speaking out against evil. They might have shot at his house because they're just crazy and they want attention, and they just watched Tim Pool. Has nothing to do with any political motivation. So, did they find... My immediate thought is someone's trying to scare us. We have security at the gate, blah, blah, blah. Believes 3 shots were fired in contact with FBI. So they don't even know why the fuck, who the person is, why they shot, and they're already whining and crying and moralizing and saying, oh, I'm getting targeted for my political beliefs, when they have no fucking idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Chris, thanks for the donation, dude. I appreciate that.
If the Palestinians were vegan, would your opinion on the matter be the opposite? Does your support for Israel have to do with a lot of them are veg? What about the IDF who aren't veg?
So, assuming all else is equal, no, Palestinians being quote-unquote vegan wouldn't really change my opinion, because, again, assuming all else is equal, they'd still be Nazi sympathizers. They still would have committed the October 7th attack. They still would be Islamic jihadists, so I wouldn't really care. Israel would still be completely justified. And I don't know what the rate of veganism is within the IDF, but it's high enough where the IDF actually provides vegan-friendly meals for all IDF members. So there's quite a few IDF, in the military that are vegan. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's high enough for them to provide a whole vegan meal service. So, penis. There you go. Thanks for the donation, though, Ramses.
Bop shop shut-a-da-doo. Bop shop shut-a-da-doo. Bop shibby-doo. Bop shop shut-a-doo. Bop bop shibby bop shibby-doo. Bop bop shibby bop shibby-doo. Bop bop shibby bop shibby-doo. Help! Help me! Shoobody bop, shoobody doo, doo-waddy doo, shoobody doo, shoobody bop, shoobody doo, doo-waddy doo, shoobody doo, shoobody bop, shoobody doo, shoobody doo-waddy doo-waddy doo-waddy, shoobody bop, shoobody doo, shoobody doo-waddy doo-waddy doo-waddy, shoobody bop, shoobody bop, shoobody doo-waddy doo-waddy doo-waddy, shoobody bop. Shoobady bop, shoobady doo-waddy, shoobady doo-waddy, shoobady bop.
You know, I'm remembering some of my dreams now. I keep dreaming that I headbutt people to death. I keep getting into fights in my dreams, and I, like, headbutt them to death.
Shoobady bop, shoobady bop, 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 bop.
I don't know why that keeps happening.
Shoobady bop, shoobady doo-waddy, 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 shoobady bop.
Yeah, this guy makes weird headbutting videos. I like the demon one. That was weird. Yeah, those are strange.
The White House just released the 2025 National Security Strategy, and I did the thing that no one in Washington actually does. I read all 33 pages, and yes, that's how I spent my entire flight home from a NATO cyber warfare exercise in Estonia, reading these tools with reality. But this document kind of swings between sober strategy, campaign one-liners, and a few moments where I swear I heard your uncle posting on Facebook. So today we're going to break this down into the good, things that make strategic sense, the bad, which is ideology pretending to be strategy, and the ugly, parts that could actually warp U.S. foreign policy for a decade. By the way, if you want to read the document, it's available at ryanbeth.substack.com. And like always, I'm not like red team good, blue team bad. I call balls and strikes. And you know what else is great for that? Ground news. This Christmas, give your parents a gift that will keep on giving throughout the year. Ground zero outlets on the planet, which is what I got. And yeah, we absolutely did. We saw Russia was kind of over, so we downsized the army, downsized the navy, got rid of bases with BRAC, we got rid of ships, and then we act shocked when we couldn't remake Afghanistan into like a Jeffersonian democracy, right? We were looking at Afghanistan and we're going like, hey, how come these people don't want to follow the same system of government? How come they want to still live in the year 800? Just
it's because they're tribal backwoods idiots.
Because...
Oh yeah, and they're all incest-ridden fuckwits, so...
That really wasn't a priority for them. It was a priority that we wanted, but not something that they wanted. And a strategy that actually prioritizes things you can do instead of daydreams is good. Number two, it sets some clear national objectives. The strategy states the U.S. goal very plainly. Ensure America remains the world's strongest, richest, most powerful, and most successful country. Now, I'm going to kind of do my William Spaniel lines on maps impression here. This is an ends and means coherence problem. The end is to remain system dominant. The means are industrial base, alliances, and military capacity. If means are less than ends, you get strategic insolvency. If ends are greater than means, you get Afghanistan. That's my little William Spaniel. He was on the NATO cyber event as a journalist, by the way. And, you know, for once, the NSS actually acknowledges this gap instead of kind of imagining or pretending that vibes can substitute for actual power. Number three, flexible realism. We're basically saying the quiet part out loud here. Page 9 basically says, we can maintain relations with countries whose values differ from ours. That's not hypocrisy. And the translation to that is, yes, we know the Saudis chopped up a journalist, but also stuff happens.
A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen.
Or maybe freezing Russia at the current lines of control in Ukraine will help us extract minerals from Russia later. This sounds morally gross, but strategically, at least the US is saying, here is our worldview. It's cold, but it's consistent. You know, my two favorite presidents were President Truman and President Reagan. Truman, because he dropped a chunk of the sun on Japan to end a war early. And Reagan told the Soviets to tear down a wall because America was supposed to be that shining city on a hill.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
This document feels more like, keep the wall up, but give us a cut. That is morally ugly, but it is strategically transparent, and that transparency has value. Fourth good thing is an actual industrial-based strategy. Page 14 says reshore industrial production, and this is great news, finally. You know, rare earth magnets, rare earth minerals, semiconductors. We shouldn't depend on our adversaries for stuff that makes our weapons work. The computer chips of today are the steel of World War II. Back in World War II, if you couldn't make steel, you couldn't make tanks, you couldn't make ships. Today, if you can't make chips, you don't have weapons. But basically every president has said this, and I have yet to see any president have some kind of initiative to get people to take up welding in high school, get people to take up electrical work. We need those people to reinvigorate our industrial base and to actually perform some of our shipbuilding. What I want President Trump to do is create a program and say, we're teaching welding in high school again. We're teaching welding to everybody, right? Until then, this is just a wish list. Number 5 is a realistic view of China. Page 19 basically says that we thought China would liberalize if we traded with them, and we were wrong. China used the trade and its new role as the factory of the world to build the world's largest navy. This is exactly what happened in my alternate history novel, Lies to Rule Men and the Last Republic, where Brigham Young founded the state of Deseret as opposed to the territory of Utah, his own country in the middle of the United States. And every U.S. president since 1851 assumed that Deseret would eventually join the Union if we were nice enough to them. And then one day, Deseret bought Iranian missiles that could hit Oregon, and we decided to do something about it. You know, sometimes the world just doesn't want to be who we want them to be. And this section of strategy is very sober and it's grounded, and it doesn't kind of hallucinate a friendly China emerging anytime soon. And this is just a reality that we're going to have to work with. Number 6, burden sharing that actually sounds like burden sharing. Page 12 says NATO allies must carry more weight. A new Hague commitment asks for 5% GDP spending on defense. Honestly, this is long overdue. We've been saying it for a while. Well, I did not particularly agree with the way Vice President J.D. Vance said this, I believe back in February of 2025, because I went to NATO a week later and had to deal with that. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It probably just could have been phrased in a different way. And Europe is slowly starting to pick up some of their weight when it comes to defense spending. Number 7, the era of mass migration is over. This document frames border security as national security, and they're not wrong. After years of ignoring the southern border, this section is pretty darn blunt. I have crossed enough borders just recently, from Estonia or from the US into the EU and Estonia and then back into the US. A country has a right to know and decide who enters it. This is just common sense. I was alive during 9/11. We need to know who is in this country and why. So protecting our borders is just common sense. Number 8, calling out foreign influence operations. Page 10 says the U.S. will unapologetically protect its sovereignty, including from censorship, influence operations, and efforts to drag the U.S. into foreign conflicts. I have said for years, influence operations are weapons systems. Ignoring them is how democracies kind of get fried from the inside. Now let's talk about the bad. Number 1, the section on DEI feels like a Facebook rant. Page 6 says they're rooting out DEI because it threatens national security.
Yeah, literally everyone Trump's appointed is a DI hire. Ryu, any tellers? Let me see.
And so I just had this basic question. Like, what is gay? Like, are you gay? Am I gay? Is anyone gay?
Nobody's gay.
Right.
Nobody is gay.
Totally.
The truth is, it's something no one wants to talk about, no one wants to discuss, no one wants to go down the rabbit hole, the rabbit hole, poor choice of words, I guess. But nobody wants to discuss it. What being gay is, it is a trauma response. A trauma response that young men go to in order to justify a perverse existence. They've come up with this idea, this really perverse, disgusting idea, that being gay is somehow an act of heroism.
Yes.
But nobody wants to discuss it. What being gay is,
Yes.
no one wants to talk about the dark side, the glory holes and the binge drinking and the drugs. And
So are there gays?
oh, literally every single person I've ever come across in conservative media. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Absolutely, totally, ragingly gay. I mean, hello, darling. Gayer than the day is young while purporting to be Christian.
Whoa. That's crazy. I mean, it's crazy, it is. So is anyone gay?
No one is gay.
No one is actually gay, actually?
Everyone is gay.
I mean, you and I just had gay sex.
Oh, you don't have to remind me.
I mean, I needed to see what it was like. I typically don't like to judge anything until I experience it myself. And I mean, it was pretty painful, actually. It was really painful. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah, sorry about that, darling. It's been a while. Old habits die hard.
Oh, I could tell.
No pun intended. And what we did together, I mean, didn't that demonstrate to you that it is nothing but a trauma response?
Totally. I totally see that.
Shall we go again so I can show you?
Totally. I'm so down.
Come now.
Are you the demon?
That guy's impressions are good. Thanks for the donation, Ryu.
Then why is that so hard for these dipshit SJWs to understand?
Probably because they're dumbass fuckwits. That's probably why. Yeah, I gotta figure that's the reason. Thank you very, very much for the donation, though, Dodo. I am greatly appreciative for your donation. I have to go take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm going to pee. We'll watch a little bit more of this video, and then we'll play Set a Course rally. We'll get the rally thing set up. Pee pee poo poo bum bum. I don't know if I have my fucking gloves down here anymore. I kind of need them. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh.
Here I am again. You fucking assholes.
Look, you can argue on DEI and its merits, fine, but it has no business being in a national security document. The military is still the closest thing we have to a meritocracy. You can either land the plane or you can't. There's no woke ideology getting forced on warfighters. And if there was, it was a single slide during the yearly mandatory training where we're told, hey, don't sexually harass people, and if someone identifies as transgender, just do your best to call them by their preferred pronoun. That's it. Their DEI training is done. Now, the second bad thing, number 2 here, there's a paranoia about foreign voting blocks. Page 10 warns about immigration used to create foreign loyal voting blocks. And this is kind of with zero evidence. This kind of harkens back to the 1884 presidential election where the Democrats were called the party of rum, Romanism, and rebellion. And that was because a lot of Irish Catholics were Democrats. It was believed their loyalties were to the Pope in Rome, not to America. And today, I guess the popular trope is that like mass South American immigration into the U.S. would happen because the Democrats weren't very good with policy. They couldn't win on policy. So let migrants come in, give these migrants free stuff, and then give them citizenship, and they'll vote for you in elections because people who take free stuff will always vote for more free stuff. I think that was the idea that a lot of people said was happening with the open southern border. And this kind of feels like someone copied and pasted a Facebook comment thread into the NSS draft because this has nothing to do with foreign policy. And I'm not sure how many migrants were coming here intending to shout foreign companies. We will use lethal force on drug cartels, and U.S. companies get sole source contracts to develop areas of South America. So this kind of reminds me of the Banana Wars, when the U.S. military basically became a subsidiary of the United Fruit Company. If there was a government in South America that wasn't playing ball, we would just send in our troops to stabilize or overthrow that country so the United Fruit Company could keep making a profit. And the spice must flow, right? And we saw it again during the Cold War when the U.S. propped up some pretty evil dictators as long as they were anti-communist. I mean, one of my favorite presidents, Ronald Reagan, sold weapons to Iran in the hopes that the money from those weapon sales would get redirected to Nicaraguan Contra rebels. The Contras were anti-communist, but they also committed some pretty major atrocities. Everybody has skeletons in their closet, but some of those skeletons are baby skeletons. Now let's talk about the ugly. The first ugly item is the civilization erasure in Europe section. Page 25 says that Europe faces civilization erasure, and in 20 years some nations might no longer be viable NATO partners because I guess they'll be predominantly Muslim.
That's literally true.
And
That's
yes,
literally true.
The demographics in Europe are changing. A lot of that is due to migration that Russia manufactured during its intervention in Syria because they knew it would destabilize Europe. Yes, migration thing is hard, and it can suck if you're in some areas of Europe.
Now we're still
and yes, Muhammad is the most popular baby name in the United Kingdom. But you know what? Turkey, up there, Turkey and Albania are NATO members.
Turkey
and
is not
I
the
just
same.
got back from a NATO event in Estonia where I
Turkey's
met the
not
Turks
same
there
as Pakistan.
at the exercise. There weren't any problems.
Give me a break.
So it's almost like this is some kind of racist or...
Oh, geez. We got some white guilt going on here. Give me a fucking break. This guy is arguing that Turkey's the same thing as fucking Pakistan. Fuck right off, dude.
Islamophobic dog whistle that kind of ignores the fact that Turkey has the second largest army in NATO and is one of the NATO alliance's crucial partners. Number 2 of the ugly. Climate change is kind of treated like a meme. Page 14 rejects climate change and net zero as a disastrous ideology. Look, debate net zero policy all day long, but droughts, floods, and food instability cause wars. The Department of Defense literally has climate risk divisions. Even President Trump wanted to annex Greenland.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for
a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time.
He didn't do that because he thinks puffins are adorable, right? It's because the Arctic shipping lanes are going to open up in that area due to climate change, and Greenland will essentially become a perfect place for controlling that new Northwest Passage. On one hand, you have the president kind of placating his base with anti-climate change rhetoric. On the other, he's preparing for climate change. Finally, number 3, Mideast optimism that borders are a delusion. Page 28 claims that Iran is greatly weakened, Hamas is isolated, Syria might stabilize. This is aspirational. Iran will likely build its nuclear program. Syria is kind of a mess, but I actually have high hopes that that country might become somewhat a stable democracy with rights for religious minorities and women, because we're kind of seeing Syria play ball, at least in that area. And, you know, the one issue with this thought is that the region is really only one bad day away from another regional crisis. There is a reason why we're selling the F-35 to Saudi Arabia. Optimism isn't a strategy, but an F-35 can certainly tilt a balance. And yeah, you know, because the United States is an oil exporter...
Turkey Tom should make a video about Blaha.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, no, Adam, I'm still an avid shooter. I've done some competitive shooting and stuff too. I may get back into some of that. But I grew up in that environment. I grew up in a competitive shooting environment. So my grandfather was on the Navy shooting team. No, Adam, my dad slapped me when I told him I was thinking of joining the Army. He slapped me in the face. My dad was in the Army in Vietnam. So when that topic came up, I got hit.
If you're lifting... Sean, why do you have
Oh,
that?
thank you.
He's my hero.
Thank you.
He's a really
Yeah,
bad...
you're helping.
Sean, why
That's
do you have
great.
that? This? He's my hero. He's a...
That's wonderful. Thanks.
But yeah, no, Adam, I'm still an avid shooter. Why would you do something that stupid? And he hit me in the mouth. So that was pretty much the end of that conversation. His words
that was a
were,
lot.
my son will not go fight and die. You're my only son. Nope. But he hit me in the mouth.
Yeah.
So that's resolved it. That ended it, because even my mom was like, she brought it up, well, they're paying for his college and everything. You know, my dad like blew a gasket. Like, nope. Sample at that, and because of the score, they were not talking about that at all. So I went to the recruiter, and then my dad shut that down. No, they were talking about.
Look at him fat eating a fucking chicken wing. Or a chicken nugget. Oh my god. Yeah. Hey Dad, I think I'm gonna join the army. Yeah, okay, dude.
Analyst type stuff. But yeah, no, Adam, I'm still an avid shooter.
I wonder where
I've
the
done
fuck
some-
they found that family photo.
Now we can afford to be a little more selective
that
about what
nation
goals we choose to pursue in the Middle East, but Iran is definitely not out of the fight completely. They will rebuild. So what does this all mean? Well, there is more good than bad in this document. The bad stuff is truly bizarre. The ugly stuff risks defining an entire era of American foreign policy. And more importantly here, this document tells you exactly why we're flexing on Venezuela. It's a message to China and Russia, both of whom influence Venezuela, that playtime in our hemisphere is over. And the fact is that if the United States goes to war with China over Taiwan, Venezuela is perfectly positioned to launch cruise missiles at American ships trying to transit the Panama Canal, and that's just not something we would want to have to deal with. So it's easier to take Venezuela out now. You know, one of my favorite YouTubers is this guy named the Feral Historian. Yeah, he does a lot of pop culture stuff, but does it from a very highbrow standpoint. And if he read this document, he would probably say something like this. The U.S. isn't writing a strategy, it's writing an obituary for the post-Cold War world. It's the blueprint for a tripolar era, America, China, Russia. Not good guys and not bad guys, just three empires carving the world like a roast, pretending they're different while acting almost exactly the same. head on over to the Feral Historian's YouTube channel. Ask him to review my 2 novels in the Deseret series. I'd like to know what he thinks. After reading this national security strategy, I can tell you this. America isn't Sauron, and America isn't Gandalf either. It's more like we're Tony Soprano with a passport. Capable of kindness, capable of menace, but mostly just interested in the rent.
Jedi Survivor, is that the second one? Yeah, Jedi Survivor is the second one, right? I would say it's worth playing. It's a lot like a Soulsborne game, and they fixed a lot of the issues that the first game had. So you fight a lot more humanoid enemies compared to the last game. You're not just fighting alien insects constantly, which was really fucking lame and boring. The combat in general is improved. The levels are generally better and more interesting. So a lot of the stupid problems from the last game were improved. It's just the story's kind of stupid, and the performance of the game isn't great. It's not very well optimized. So... But if you have a strong PC, it's worth playing. I would not bother getting Resident Evil 3. That game's, like, full-on a waste of time. Like, completely and utterly not worth playing. So if you're deciding between RE3 or Jedi Survivor would be a better buy. And yeah, Resident Evil 2 Remake was much better. The people who made RE2 Remake didn't make RE3. It was a different team. So they got their, like, C team to make the RE3 Remake, and it just wasn't that great. Where is that thing? What does it say? Logitech G Hub. Yeah, great. Okay, fine, there. There's the fucking bull. Get off my fucking desk. Is that it? C program files. Yeah, is that the new thing? That has to be, right? Okay, yeah, that's the new app. I'll put that in the thingy. Okay, we'll install this new shit. Get out. Fucking shit. How the fuck do wires just get so tangled on their own? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, dude, I swear I'm not insane or retarded. Like, wires literally just get more tangled on their own. Just because, like, they feel like it. The fuck is this thing doing? Why isn't this turning on? What the fuck? I don't know if it... I have no idea if it has something to do with firmware not being installed. No device found. How the fuck is no device found? Why isn't this turning on? I plugged it in. Why the fuck? Dude. Are you serious? Why the fuck? You've got to be kidding me. Okay. How is that not fucking turning on? Oh. This is inexplicable. What in the fuck? Are you serious? That's the power. It was turning on fine yesterday. And it's just not turning on anymore. The wheel lights up. But it's not... Let me try the other wheel. Nope. Nothing. I don't know if this just decided to break without me even using it. There's no other fucking problem. There couldn't be. It's plugged into power. This is retarded. It's plugged into the fucking power. It's the base just isn't turning on. Why the fuck, why does nothing... Everything's been breaking and not working lately? I don't know why everything just has to be so fucked for no reason. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. So now they have like the stupidest fucking app. Plugged in correctly, base turned on. Base is in PC mode. There's no other buttons on this. It's just the power button, right? I don't think I'm being a fucktard or not. I've used this before. This just isn't like fucking turning on. I don't know why there seems to be some power coming to the fucking wheelbase. But it's just not turning on. Oh good, and Gummy wants to help. Yeah, that's right. Step on the keyboard. What are you doing? You're avoiding... There, step on the keyboard. Right, step on the keyboard. Make everything more annoying and frustrating for me. That's right. Knock shit over. That's right. Keep going. Thank you. This couldn't possibly have something to do with the firmware getting uninstalled. Because the wheelbase would still turn on. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. So... Oh, manage firmware updates. I've... For no reason. How in the fuck could this not work and be broken when I didn't use it? How? How does something break when you don't use it? Like imagine just waking up in the middle, like in the morning and, oh, my legs are broken. I didn't use my legs. How did they break?
VG, what are your best tips to increase vascularity?
Okay, I don't know why you're here. I don't know why you're here. There's no food. Get out. No. Yeah, it's just not working. Inexplicably, for no fucking reason at all, just stopped working. I plugged the power supply into a different power strip. Not working. Let me see, here's the USB port I was using. That couldn't have anything to do with it. What in the fuck, dude? Yeah, of course not. This is psychotic. What in the that is just psychotic. Are you fucking serious? So, yeah. It just doesn't work anymore. Oh well. Great. Terrific. That is great. Just great. I love it when things just don't work. Inexplicably, for absolutely no reason. Tips for increasing vascularity. Lose body fat. And I guess take steroids if you want. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Some years back, the electricity legend photonic induction popped a 5,000 amp fuse. As far as I know, this is still the biggest fuse that's been popped on video. Well, I'm gonna try popping a 6,000 amp fuse. This monster weighs something like 45 pounds, and it's the biggest fuse that I could find online. Now, it's not often that I can beat photonic induction at anything, so I felt like this was a good use of my batteries. I say batteries because I'll be using my bank of 400 car batteries to pop this fuse, instead of capacitors like photonic induction used. I can pull continuous currents of over 150,000 amps from this bank, so I think they'll be enough to pop the fuse. You'll be seeing a full video about these batteries on my main channel very soon. This monster has silver-plated copper contacts and has an impressive 200,000 amp interruption rating. That's one heck of a fuse. I'm going to start with smaller fuses to get a better...
Gummy, what the fuck are you doing? I have no fucking idea what he's fucking doing.
idea of what to expect from the big one. In most other scenarios, a 500 amp fuse would seem pretty huge, but in this context, it's pretty tiny. What happens when I zap it with the batteries? Alright, here we go. If you thought that was boring, well, it's designed to be boring. A fuse is supposed to break the circuit in the least exciting way possible. I cut open the fuse to see what's inside. As you can see, it's filled with sand, which prevents it from getting spicy when it blows. Some of the sand actually melted to the fuse element there. Here I have a 1,000 amp fuse, and I'm actually going to cut it open first. That way we can at least see some sparks when it pops. This fuse looks to have parallel elements inside. I hope this one is more exciting than the last one. Nothing to write home about, but that vivid green flash was pretty neat. I can see the burn through there was a lot more complete compared to the last one. That's probably just because I got rid of all the sand inside. I refilled the fuse with indium metal to see if anything cooler would happen when it zapped. Probably should have done the math on that one because the indium didn't melt at all, so I think There's just way too much cross-sectional area of indium, but look, that the magnetic force has actually bent those tabs there. Those are thick tabs. So that's pretty silly. The slow-mo shows that the extreme currents may have magnetically ejected the fuse before the indium could melt. Regardless, I doubled up the cable feeding the fuse for the next shot to play it safe. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I don't think there is a drop of indium left in that fuse. That just completely exploded. That's really, really funny. Oh, and there's a bolt there that I did not put that there. That just, of course, got magnetically sucked in, as everything does. And let's go take a look at the current. 120, 130, 130,000 amps. Not bad. The slow-mo on this one turned out awesome, even though the clamps barely held up for the shot. Most of the indium was ejected as it liquefied, mainly via magnetic forces at first, and then when the fuse finally popped, it made an impressive explosion. Alright, now it's time to pop the 6,000 amp fuse. Now, of course, being a 6,000 amp fuse means that it's meant to conduct 6,000 amps without popping. So something like this car battery here, I mean, it could short this car battery all day and it's not going to pop. I mean, it's going to kill the car battery first. So, this is where the 400 car batteries come in. So how much current does it take to pop this thing? Well, that depends on the duration of the impulse. My 6,000 amp fuse is the top line on this curve here. So based on this, at 10,000 amps, the fuse will last about 17 minutes before popping. If you go up to 20,000 amps, it'll last about a little less than a minute. But of course, I'm most interested in this end of the curve. At 100,000 amps, it'll only last 10 milliseconds. Now of course, the actual peak current that this gets to before it pops is going to depend on how my switch wants to behave. But regardless, this shouldn't be very hard for my batteries. In the interest of making more sparks, I opened it up and emptied out all the sand inside. This does change its fusing characteristics, but I would argue that due to the nature of the continuous extreme DC currents I'll be feeding it, the fuse will now take an even higher impulse before breaking the circuit. The reason being is that without the sand, it's going to make some angry plasma. That's hilarious. It's just a bunch of smaller fuses in parallel. It's like that all the way down, isn't it? Fuselets all the way down. I'm not even going to bother cleaning the contacts here because it'll melt straight through all that, char and stuff on there. Alright, there it is. All the cameras going. Here we go. Let's pop it. Let's see. Alright. I think I'm ready for this. I think I'm ready. Let me get my slow-mo camera set up here. All the cameras good? Think so? Alrighty, here we go. Jeez! I think I popped it. Wow. I can't wait to see what it pulled in the scope there.
My nigga, thank you for the vascularity tips. I am now looking for Tufano ments and all I'm seeing in this stream is two lesbians discussing the CDC. Where is Tufano?
We were looking at Tufano for a little bit. There are two shorts he uploaded. Yeah, I don't know where in the stream, but it's somewhere. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Oh yeah, big pulse there. Oh, what happened? What? It's not dead. No way. It melted the contact block. It didn't blow up the fuse. That's crazy. What? It didn't pop it. What? Look at that. It melted the block first, and it ripped up that C-clamp. That's insane. I'll just have to resituate that, because yeah, the fuse is completely intact. Wow. Show that the fuse itself was completely untouched by this. The close-ups show that the fuse itself was completely untouched by this. The sparks were simply from the contacts below burning up, and causing the C-clamps to give way as a result. Okay, so clamps, let's try. This is silly. Oh, finally popped it.
Nice try. You know, it'll be nice in the future when batteries are powerful enough where you can keep like a small battery in a glove and electrocute somebody to death with it. That'll be really awesome.
Thank goodness. There we go. I'm surprised how clean of a burn through that was. It just completely vaporized those pieces in there. Kind of surprised, just considering the voltage I'm dealing with is low. But that definitely did it. That was a full pop. The switch had a few hiccups there, but once it finally closed, the fuse pulled 150,000 amps. So that is why that was so violent there. Nice. The slow-mo shows that the fuse made an incredibly violent plasma jet when it burned through. Impressive. I ended up refilling the fuse with metallic sodium, but you'll have to wait for the main video to see what happened there. Well, I hope you enjoyed this little teaser, and stay buying me these batteries. Submit them. When my grandpa...
How wouldn't that be murder?
How wouldn't what be murder? I'm not following. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, buy property in Doha. Yeah. America first. I'm gonna buy property in Qatar.
Personally, not to make it about me, but I have been criticized as being a...
Didn't you already send me that clip earlier? Somebody did.
Hamas here and sent money to Gaza, both of those things at the request of the U.S. government and the Israeli government, successive Israeli governments. Why did Israel bomb your country?
You hosted Hamas and sent money to the Gaza at the request of the U.S. and Israel. That's, not true.
Well, it's, I don't know if there is... I don't know if, you know, if any of the actions that's been, like, or many of the actions that's been taken, been justified or rationalized, or none of the parties of...
And the...
Cringe.
This is the beginning of a new era. We look forward to working with you to keep the American people informed and to ensure transparency.
That's nice and cringe. They just won't leave him alone, huh?
Meanwhile, the ghost of Joe Biden will not stop haunting Democrats. He gave a speech last night talking about DEI and I don't know what it was.
Folks, a lot has gotten lost in all the noise with terms like DEI and being weaponized and people's basic identity turned into political football. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans are trying to distort and derail our fight for equality. They're trying to turn it into something scary, something sinister. We just have to get up. As long as we keep the faith.
Where's the gaff?
Summon hope and get back up and remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America.
The United States of America. Okay, first of all.
Right. I love Tesla. Yeah. People are fucking scumbags. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The killing of someone with a battery.
Yeah, that would be murder. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates $2. Are there any weight plates you recommend off the top of your head I can order in USA? Weight plates are weight plates, generally. If price is no object for you, like Rogue, Rep Fitness, their plates are just fine. I don't know if Northern Lights would ship weight plates. I have no idea if you can get weight plates from like Fitness Depot shipped to you, because Fitness Depot has really good prices on weight plates. They're less than $1 per pound. That's Canadian dollars too. So I'd try and see if like Fitness Depot can ship weight plates to you. What else is there? I don't know if Iron Bull is a US brand. I think what's it called? What's the fucking thing called? Something barbell? Bells of Steel. Bells of Steel might have weight plates. I'm not sure if they sell weight plates. They sell dumbbells. Yeah, the new bells. Bars and weights. Iron and steel plates. So Olympic weight plates. So these are just iron. They have machined iron plates. They're more expensive, so these are cast. Let's see. 45-pound pair, 161. So that's what? That's like $1.80 per pound, something like that. So that's not great. I would see if there's like a fitness supply store near you and see if you can get something for less than $1 per pound. Because that would be ideal. Because I can find that like from Fitness Depot. But again, if price is no object for you, like, you know, weight is weight, so you can order Rogue plates, Rep Fitness, Bells of Steel. There's a lot of different ones. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Hope that helps.
Then why would you say it will be awesome to kill someone with a battery then?
Because there's some people I don't want to be alive. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You know, like Kim Jong-un. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation. I am so unbelievably pissed off. Oh boy. I can really feel the rage. Oh my god.
Will can't argue with that.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When my grandpa passed away, I inherited a lot of his interesting old junk, like terrifying old pesticides, ammonia-themed trinkets, and this stash of old fireworks. Now, some of these old fireworks are pretty interesting because they were made long before any laws were put into place to protect us from having too much fun. For example, these firecrackers are probably way bigger than what's allowed now. I'm sure these are filled with all sorts of restricted chemicals. And even these silver sparklers are banned today. However, there's one firework in here that really earned its ban, and it's these guys. Notice how these don't have fuses. That's intentional. Now, how do you use a firework that doesn't have a fuse? Well, the idea behind these things is that you don't need a fuse, as long as you make it out of chemicals that are extremely shock sensitive. It's basically one of these things.
At Dodo whose will?
I don't know who. Thanks for the donation, one.
Except it has about 10,000 times more active ingredient in it. Sounds like fun, right? Let's test some of these out. Now, honestly, it kind of sketches me out to even throw something like this. But I mean, it has sat around for like 80 years, so it probably isn't that sensitive, hopefully. All right, here goes nothing.
Did he miss the tree?
All right, sport ball was never my thing, okay? Ah. Okay, well, it clearly isn't that sensitive, right? Let me try this again.
There we go. Dude, that's cool. Why the fuck did they ever ban this shit? Ugh. Yeah, the government literally just doesn't want you to have fun.
Wow. Ooh, that is loud. That's way bigger than a firecracker. My goodness. Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want that going off in my hand. Yikes.
Dude, I would have thrown this at my teachers.
My grandpa told me that when he was a kid, he and his friends would pool together money to buy these things in bulk via a mail order. And I want to say they would pool together something like $1.40 to buy a whole crate of these things. And then once they would arrive, they would line their pockets with them and then ride their bicycles around throwing them at stuff. Which, gosh, it sounds like such good innocent fun, you know? It really is a shame that they took these from us. I'm curious how well a slingshot can set these things off.
Dude, I'd be worried about the slingshot fucking up and like whacking you in the hand, and then the thing goes off in your hand.
But you know, the more I mess with this, I don't like how I have to like squeeze this thing. I don't know.
At Dodo, are you a millionaire? Let's meet up sometime and dono to VG together with James.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, dumbass. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Qatar, 300,000 people, $1 trillion for influence. Towers for 350,000 citizens in global reach. Donate some more Western universities. Yeah. Oil money.
Qatar is a country, it's a tiny country in the Middle East. It has less than 350,000 citizens.
Oh.
Tiny country. Yeah. Qatar is giving more money to British education, to Canadian education, higher education, to American universities than any country in the world. So why would this tiny, wealthy country give so much money to Western democratic universities? And it's to use soft power to influence it. And the Qataris have a bay'ah. In Islam, a bay'ah is a spiritual oath to the Muslim Brotherhood. The royal family of Qatar follows all the religious edicts, rulings, and fatwas of the Muslim Brotherhood. They basically represent the Brotherhood around the world. And we estimate that the Qataris are using up to $1 trillion in assets, $1 trillion, to use as soft power to buy favor in universities, in our media, in our political leaders, to further their goals and their agenda.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Wow, so pretty. So nice. That is nice. Highly recommend you watch this right now. I did not know how screwed France is, nor did you. I know you think you knew, but you didn't. Let me see.
Paris, the city of lights, generates more wealth per capita than nearly any other European city. Its luxury goods sector alone, dominated by brands such as LVMH.
Let me guess. Muslims are ruining everything, and they're creating a two-tier society where everyone's broke and everything's too expensive.
Hermes, and Chanel export 75 billion euros in products annually. Yet, step outside the périphérique, the ring road that circles Paris, and you enter a different country altogether. In places like Lyon, Valenciennes, and Saint-Étienne, unemployment sits above 15%. Infrastructure is crumbling, and public services have hollowed out. This isn't by accident. France's public debt has tripled over the past 20
Yeah, isn't the same thing happening with the UK, where if you step outside London, it's just complete third world country shithole?
25 years, reaching 3.4 trillion euros. Interest payments alone now exceed the entire budget for universities and research institutions. Meanwhile, since 2017, the country has gone through
described the Jews.
No, he didn't. Thanks for the donation too.
prime ministers, none of whom have delivered lasting reforms. Real wages have stagnated while living costs have climbed sharply. The pension system, once a pillar of the French social model, now consumes 14% of the entire economy, which is more than education, defense, and transportation combined. Housing affordability has deteriorated, and youth unemployment sits at 18%, among the highest in the developed world. At heart, France's problem is simple: persistent overspending. For over 51 consecutive years, the state has run budget deficits, always spending more than it collects in taxes. Now, the bill is coming due. When you think about it, it's ironic. France once helped design the Eurozone's fiscal rules, yet now it stands as the biggest threat to breaking them. For most of the 20th century, France was a model of prosperity. It built a comprehensive welfare state based on a simple social contract. If you got sick, the state covered the medical bills. If you lost your job, unemployment benefits kept you afloat. When you retired, a pension was guaranteed. From cradle to grave, the state would take care of you. For decades, the model worked. Growth was strong, living standards were high, and France became Europe's second largest economy. Many saw it as proof that capitalism and socialism could coexist. But there was a catch.
Yeah, dude, none of these systems are gonna ever be sustainable because as soon as population growth stops or there's some sort of economic catastrophe, it'll never fucking work. Oh, it's stupid.
Revenues alone never fully covered expenditures, and so the deficit was financed through debt. In fact, France has run a budget deficit every single year since 1974. To be fair, debt isn't inherently bad. It can fuel growth when used for productive investment, and for years, France did just that. The economy grew, the workforce was young, and millions paid into the system. This all made the social benefits seem bearable. But over time, the arrangement became harder to sustain. In essence, France faces three predicaments: a shrinking population, an industrial exodus, and a political system unable to fix either. These issues are not separate problems that can be tackled individually. They're interconnected, self-reinforcing, and together they're pushing the country toward a reckoning. France's demographic crisis is perhaps the most pressing, and it's worse than it looks. In 2010, the country's fertility rate stood at 2.0 children per woman, the highest in Europe. Today, it's 1.6 and falling. The number of births dropped from 833,000 in 2010 to 663,000 in 2024. That is a 20% decline, steeper than Germany's. The timing makes it even worse. French baby boomers, those born between 1945 and 1973, are now retiring on a mass scale. Around 800,000 people exit the workforce each year, while only about 700,000 young people replace them. That's a yearly shortfall of 100,000 workers, compounding indefinitely. The numbers no longer add up. In 1990, there were 5 working-age adults for every retiree. By 2000, that ratio fell to 4, and by 2010 to 3, and today it's close to 2. You can see where this is going. By 2040, France will have 1.5 working-age adults for every retiree. Pensions and healthcare will consume an ever larger share of the budget, while the tax base needed to fund them will continue to shrink. That means every French worker will be paying not just for themselves, but for someone else's retirement. But it gets worse because productivity isn't compensating. In a healthy economy, workers become more productive over time through better technology, education, and infrastructure. That rising productivity can offset the effects of demographic decline, since one person can do the work of 2 people from a generation ago. But in France, productivity growth has stalled. Between 2015 and 2023, French productivity increased by just 0.3% annually, which is half the OECD average. This creates a vicious feedback loop. An aging population demands more spending on healthcare and pensions. But with fewer workers and stagnant productivity, there's less wealth to fund those demands. The second crisis is industrial decline. In 1980, manufacturing made up 26% of France's economy. Today, it's about 13%. That might sound like normal deindustrialization, something that every advanced economy experiences as it shifts towards services. But in France, the fallout has been existential. Here's the thing, manufacturing jobs tend to cluster and multiply. One factory job supports 3 or 4 additional positions in logistics, maintenance, retail, and services. So, when factories close in places like Lyon or Lille, entire ecosystems collapse. Property values fall, young people leave, tax revenues plummet, and the remaining population ages and becomes more dependent on welfare. France experienced this firsthand. When the euro was introduced in 1999, it lost 900,000 manufacturing jobs within a decade. Global competition played a role.
You know, it's funny, a lot of European countries, as soon as they adopted the euro, they got like super fucked over and everyone became more poor. The UK actually had the right idea, just keeping their own currency, because adopting the euro seems to have fucked over a lot of countries in the European Union.
But France was also uniquely exposed because of its labor laws. You see, French labor is the most expensive in the Eurozone. When including social benefits, employers pay nearly 50% more than the gross salary. For comparison, in Germany, it's about 30%, and in Poland, it's 20%. And so manufacturers left. Why pay triple for a French
Dude, that's crazy. It's even higher than Sweden. I wouldn't have figured.
Worker when someone in Poland can do the same job for much less? The outcome was an industrial exodus. Factories shut down and moved abroad. Michelin relocated tire production from Clermont-Ferrand to Poland and Spain, Renault shifted assembly operations to Morocco and Romania, and PSA Peugeot Citroën closed plants in Aulnay-sous-Bois and moved production to Slovakia. Some of the headquarters stayed in France for tax purposes, but most of the actual production left. What remained was a split economy, high-value services concentrated in Paris, while the provinces were left with a decaying industrial base. France's third crisis is political, and it's the hardest to fix because it's embedded in the government's institutions. The problem starts with polarization. French politics has split into 5 major blocks: far right, center left, and far left. None of these is capable of forming a majority, leaving the lower house of parliament divided. Political compromises are nearly impossible, and every government survives only by avoiding controversial decisions. When Macron pushed through the pension reform to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64, he won legally but lost politically. His party shattered, his approval ratings plunged, and the reform itself became so toxic that no one has dared propose anything similar since. This political climate goes far beyond pensions. It affects everything. Take tax reform as an example. The current system is convoluted, riddled with loopholes, and discourages investment. Fixing it, however, means some groups lose benefits, which triggers protests and political backlash. Labor reform is another example. Rigid regulations keep youth unemployment high, but any attempt at reform sparks union resistance, street protests, and political risk. The result is paralysis. Since 2017, France has had 7 prime ministers. Most lasted less than 18 months though. Each promised reform but delivered nothing meaningful. The bureaucracy keeps running, the state keeps borrowing, but the problems go unaddressed. And here's the dangerous part. When nothing changes, voters tend to radicalize. Support for the National Rally, which is Marine Le Pen's far-right party, has grown from 18% to 33% in the last 7 years. Meanwhile, on the left, Jean-Luc Mélenchon's France Unbowed movement now holds 22%. Between these two juggernauts, anti-establishment parties claim more than half the electorate. They can't govern, but they can block others from governing, which gives them political leverage. And so in French politics, self-preservation has become self-destruction. This matters because France's problems require urgent, coordinated action across multiple domains simultaneously. The pension crisis can't be solved without labor reform, labor markets can't be reformed without industrial policy, and industrial policy is impossible without tax reform. Everything is connected, which means everything must move together. But the political system is now inadvertently blocking exactly that kind of comprehensive reform. What people believe often outweighs whether something truly works. The economy is proof of that. For decades, France's economic model worked because investors believed it would continue working, but now that belief is cracking. France's 10-year bond yield has risen to 3.2%, which is the highest since 2012 and nearly on par with Italy. In fiscal policy, that is a dramatic turn. For most of the Euro era, France borrowed at rates close to Germany's, a sign that markets viewed French debt as fundamentally safe. The spread between French and German bonds rarely exceeded 50 basis points. Today, it's approaching 80 basis points and widening. This may seem like a minor technicality, but the implications are profound. Each basis point adds billions in extra interest costs for France, and these payments can't be cut or delayed. They must be paid in full and on time, or the country defaults. The EU's Stability and Growth Pact, which is a set of rules on deficits and debt, was designed to prevent precisely the kind of situation France is now in. You see, the euro was built on a simple premise. Without shared safety nets, each country had to maintain fiscal discipline. The euro has no transfer union, no shared debt, and no automatic support from rich regions to poor ones. Instead, the system relies on fiscal restraint, and most members stick to it. France, however, has broken these rules since they were established. The official limits say governments should keep deficits below 3% and debt below 60% of GDP, but France is running deficits of 6% and debt to GDP of 113%. Whenever Brussels brings this up, the French nod politely and do nothing. Ultimately, the slow-motion collapse of France runs counter to historical norms. It has nuclear energy, strong infrastructure, skilled people, global influence, and a UN Security Council seat. Yet it drifts toward irrelevance because it refuses to make hard political decisions. The numbers are unforgiving. At this pace, France's debt will top 125% of GDP by 2030. Interest payments will surpass 100 billion euros, while pensions will require around 50 billion euros in annual bailouts. This is not sustainable in any shape or form. Something has to give. Either lawmakers bite the bullet and push through the reforms, or markets impose austerity through rising borrowing costs. If nothing else, the European Central Bank breaks its own rules and finances French deficits indefinitely. Whatever happens, Paris itself will remain wealthy, its luxury brands will thrive, and tourists will keep visiting the Eiffel Tower. The rest of the country,
Paris is a shithole. Fuck Paris.
However, will rot slowly. The France that once shaped Europe and challenged global powers will become sterile. Within a generation, France may become the very Britain it once mocked, old, poor, and toothless. There is, of course, a solution to demographic decline, and it's technological. What France needs is a productivity multiplier. Robotics provides exactly that. Machines that work continuously, don't retire, and can offset the loss of human workers. A single humanoid robot operating 20 hours a day, 350 days a year, will deliver 4 times the output of a human worker. With a robotic workforce, France could reverse its industrial decline and become relevant again. Manufacturers that relocated abroad could return to French soil. In a way, robotics is the only solution that addresses demographic collapse without requiring politically toxic reforms. And that's where today's sponsor, Humanoid Global Hold Endowments and Big
Sex robot, sex robot, sex robot, sex robot.
I love this squirrel. Hey, good morning. You're a silly girl.
Oh my goodness. How did he become friends with the squirrel?
This is good news for Frank.
Although, if we asked you to think of any dangerous drug, you may well immediately think of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, or even fentanyl. There is one drug that over the years has killed more people and done far more damage than any of those. That drug, of course, is alcohol. Analysis of ancient pottery showed that alcohol has been used for recreational purposes as far back as 7000 BC. Since then, it's caught on in a big way. Although most people don't see it as particularly dangerous, like almost any addictive substance, the potential for abuse is prolific, and long-term abuse can lead to serious health consequences such as cirrhosis.
Cigarettes and alcohol are by far the most dangerous drugs.
Of the liver and heart failure. In 2021, in the UK alone, 9,641 people were killed as a direct result of alcohol consumption. To put this in perspective, during the same year, heroin and opioids are only believed to have killed 1,213 people. So how is it that a chemical responsible for so many deaths is easily purchasable all over the world without...
Because the government wants you to be fat, sick, and stupid.
Many questions. And one word, well, that's taxes. Seeing as the UK government is projected to make £13.1 billion in alcohol sales between 2023 and 2024, we don't see it being banned anytime soon.
Yep. Yep. Thanks for the donation, V.
You're a good girl. Oh no, Ophelia. You naughty girl. Are you eating all my seeds? Ugh.
Oh.
You do not want to be taken away from those.
Squirrel. I want to pet
You're
the
up
squirrel.
early. You silly squirrel.
Oh.
So squeezable.
She has an apple. I want to be friends with the squirrel.
You are the cutest thing, you know
my
that?
Goodness.
You're a happy squirrel this morning. Hey,
Oh
silly
my
girl.
goodness.
What are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
I
Oh
love this
my
squirrel.
goodness.
Hey.
That's a good squirrel.
Oh, I don't know if this is a good idea. Oh, that was like a dud hit. Interesting. Probably something to do with these things being ancient and absorbing water, but interesting. Yeah, that was nothing like the first one. I really hope that dud was a fluke because I really wanted this slingshot thing to work out. So now I'm going to try this again. Those are so sketchy. Wow. These things were banned. Instead of throwing these at something, I'm curious whether I can set them off by just like smashing them with an axe. All right. I really hope this one goes off. Yeah, it went off. It wasn't as loud, but it went off. Okay. I'd rather throw them at stuff, I think. Okay, so the axe wasn't exactly ideal, but that's more like friction-based as opposed to shock-based. So I'm hoping with this, I can set it off. And I know I said that sport ball isn't my thing, but I'm still going to try to make it work.
Jeez. It's pretty cool. I don't know why YouTube keeps cucking me with the video quality.
That was fun. That was very fun, actually. Now, every time I play with fire in the forest, I get all these comments saying that I'm going to burn the forest down. So I have to clarify that. Now, this isn't California where, everything just lights in fire by looking at it wrong. No, this is Illinois, and the ground is quite wet. And in fact, it actually rained just a few hours ago. So no, this forest is not going to catch on fire anytime soon. And honestly, I doubt these things are even much of a fire hazard to begin with. In fact, let's put that idea to test and see how much of a fire hazard they really are. All right, just going to sprinkle a little bit of this on here. Not much, just enough to prove a point. Now, the miniature version of these things, which are these snap pops here, are seemingly unable to start a fire. Yeah. Now, I don't want to say it's impossible, but I know the Backyard Scientist has a good video on just like trying to get those things to start a fire, and he can't get it to happen. Now, these are obviously substantially bigger, but I still don't think that they'll actually be able to ignite that. But there's only one way to find out. All right, place your bets. Is it going to ignite? Here goes nothing. Nope. Now, again, I don't want to assert that it's impossible, but if it doesn't ignite that, it's certainly not going to ignite wet leaves in a forest. The actual name for this kind of firework is called a torpedo, and they were actually one of the most popular types of fireworks back in the day. Now, the funny thing is that the ones I have here are actually really tame, because some torpedoes were made way bigger than these. Now, one terrifying fact about these things is that many of them were just filled with arsenic in the form of realgar or ass. So that means that the real risk of these things wasn't like blowing your fingers off, although that was a risk. The real risk was being exposed to just like huge amounts of arsenic via the smoke. So yeah, that's really sketchy. Now I should mention that torpedoes bigger than snap pops are still made. It's just that ones of this size were banned in 1966, and now they're limited to 50 milligrams of active ingredient, which is just how firecrackers are treated now. Now at this point in the video, I'd love to scale one of these up into something just terrifying, like make a huge version of one of them. And you know what? This would be extremely easy for me. However, I don't think I'm actually allowed to show you that. So instead, let me break out my other kind of banned firework, the silver sparkler. All right, let's find out why these silver sparklers earn their ban. Is it gonna light? Oh geez, those are bright. Maybe it has something to do with those trailing sparks. No, I don't actually know exactly what got these things banned, but I think it has something to do with how they're fueled by titanium. But wow, this is a lot more fun than a sparkler you could buy nowadays, that's for sure. But yeah, it does drop a lot of hot sparks. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I know these used to be popular at weddings. Yeah, I probably shouldn't breathe that. Who knows what they put in these things. Now I'm going to compare this silver sparkler to one of the modern sparklers. Now the first difference is that this old sparkler is it's way bigger. It has a longer stick, it has way more composition, and it probably burns a lot longer. So let's see if I can ignite these here. These are hard to ignite. That is kind of odd. Oh my gosh, and they're very bright. Okay, so this is the this one right here. This is the iron one, and then this is the old silver sparkler. So yeah, the old ones are clearly a lot more fun, and they're substantially brighter. That's crazy. They do throw off these sparks that are very long-lived. Then this one just feels so lame in comparison. Now this one is iron-based, so that's the fuel in this thing. But yeah, that's quite a difference there. Oh, and wow, the iron one lasted longer. That's shocking. Even though it's there's so much more composition on the titanium one. Interesting. Before I end this video, enjoy these clips from 2009 of testing these with my cousin. We got mega snap ups. 7 years old, literally. Yep. You ready? All right, I'll go first. Oh, nice. Nice. Now I'm gonna look like it. All right? Yeah. Oh, I missed. Yeah, how did I miss? How did I freaking miss that? Yeah! Yes! That worked. Now I'm gonna try again. Alright, try. Alright. Well, that's about all I have for you today. So until the next time, stay safe. This video... Is it safe? No. This video is sponsored by me. Hey guys, it's Drake here. So the ban on incandescent light bulbs was just lifted in the United States. So I figured I'd take advantage of the opportunity and buy the most powerful incandescent light bulb to ever be made for commercial production. So this bad boy is rated for 24,000 watts. And of course, I plan on pushing it even further than that. Now I have to say, I never would have expected to be so excited to play with an incandescent light bulb of all things, but at these powers, I think it's guaranteed to be a good time. So yeah, let's get started. And here's the monster in all of its glory. Gosh, it's hard to even get the whole thing in frame there. But as you can see, it is indeed a 24,000 watt light bulb. Of course, the real highlight are these filaments there. Look how thick they are. That's insane. And that's tungsten, so that's like a sizable chunk of tungsten in there. I've never seen anything like it. I'm almost terrified to power it up. Now, I really need to give you a sense of scale and just how thick that filament is. A size difference. These bulb pins fit into a G38 socket like I've mounted right here. But there's one problem. This bulb takes 100 amps, and this thing's only rated for 40. But I looked all over the internet, and I could not find a socket that was
BG never stops. Donate $2.
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you to everyone who supported me over the years. This is going to be my final YouTube stream. I appreciate you all. Stay healthy, stay vegan. Peace.
No, I can't believe it's over. I'm gonna miss you.
All right, guys, that's...
Yeah. I think Aaron sent that to me yesterday. Thanks for the donation, VG never stops.
Was actually rated for the full current. So I guess I'm just gonna have to yellow it and hope it doesn't explode. All right, let's chuck her in there. Oh, geez, is it even gonna fit? Are you serious? Oh my gosh, it like barely wants to go in. I want to break this. Oh yeah, there it goes. Oh, it's really tight.
Sounds like me when I'm doing something else.
Wow, okay. I guess you don't want any wiggle room when you have all this current going through it. Want to keep that contact resistance down. But geez, it's really, really biting on that. Yep, okay, there it is. Wow. Yep, that's quite a socket there. You know, when I impulse bought this silly thing, I just kind of expected to slap 240 volts across it and call it a day. Because how hard can it be to drive an incandescent light bulb, right? Then I remembered that light bulbs do a funny thing where their starting current is a lot higher than their operating current. And that's just because as the filament gets hot, its resistance grows and then it draws less current. Now, for a reasonably sized light bulb, that's not that big of a deal. But for a light bulb like this, it's basically a dead short. In fact, its cold filament resistance is something like just a little over 1/10 of an ohm, which means it's going to draw more than 2,000 amps on startup. So it's a start. All right, let's give her some juice there. Oh yeah, I can hear that hum. All right, let's slowly ramp it up here. Oh no, look at this. I'm barely turning it, it's already pulling 50 amps. It's not even glowing either. Oh, they're just barely starting to glow, and it's pulling. Okay, now the current's dropping, but still 30 amps. Barely any voltage on that, and it's just barely glowing. So I guess we'll crank it a little bit higher. Give her back to 50. Oh my gosh. I can already start feeling the heat there. It's... Oh my gosh.
What are these used for?
Look at this. It's my meter, or my Variac is not rated for this kind of current, but I'm barely driving this thing.
Holy shit.
So now I'm at 5,000 watts, and it's, and oh my gosh, I feel so much heat from that. And look at that. It just pegged out. This thing's gonna melt. Oh no. Oh, that's making so much light. Oh my gosh. Oh, this thing's gonna explode. What is that? About 6,500 watts. It's so warm too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this thing's gonna melt. I gotta kill it.
Dude, what are these light bulbs used for?
Wow. So now the power's off, and that's just the residual heat in the filament.
That's so bright.
That is insane. I'm clearly gonna have to do something else for driving this thing to full power though. But wow. I threw together this little dimmer circuit here. It's nothing fancy, just a little chopper circuit based on a couple SCRs. Now, I know this thing can handle the bulb when it's at full power. It's just the startup where things could get a bit spicy. So I guess I'll just have this ammeter here to measure the current and a transformer with a switch through it. Yeah. All right, moment of truth. Ramping this thing up. I know if I hit this too quickly, it's just gonna explode. So I gotta take it real slow. Oh geez, this is horrifying. Just waiting until there's the smallest bit. Oh, there it goes. Wow, I can hear it too.
React to this, VG.
Nearly half of men are considering giving up on love entirely, with 44% saying they were unwilling to undertake the compromise or self-improvement relationships require. A quarter of men, bleakly.
Compromise the self-improvement relationships require? What? No, I think men don't want to deal with fucking annoying bullshit.
said they believe no one would fall in love with them. 2/3 of men believe no one cares if men are okay these days. No surprise that 15% of young men have interacted with an AI girlfriend. Men spent more time online than women.
Apparently more women are using those AI chatbot relationship things.
And found it more satisfying. Meanwhile, almost a quarter of young men said they actively sought out violent pornography showing strangulation or similar. The question is, why?
And they're surprised no.
Dude, what the fuck? You know, women watch that too? Like, oh my god, that's just so fucking retarded. You know, men play Call of Duty? They all want to shoot each other. Like, it's so stupid. I don't know why the fuck. Like, yeah, sometimes I watch girls get pissed on. Does that mean I'm gonna go around pissing on women? Like, just fucking retarded. Yeah, I'm gonna commit a mass pissing.
Nobody wants to share that sad, pathetic, awful existence with them. That's amazing. But I'm just glad that the two things are clicking for them and like connecting, because really this is exactly what it comes down to.
This chick is just a rage baiter. I don't give two fucking shits what she has to say. Is she still doing this crap? Like, it's not even working. She hasn't even really gotten much of an audience. I think she's just too annoying for people to even hate watch her. She's just a massive rage baiter. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Get a little bit more. Oh. It is still not glowing yet. That is just insane. I've never put this amount of current through something without it glowing. Okay, there it goes. Just starting to turn red. There's 40 amps. It's so scary cranking this thing up. Now we're at 50. So this is about where I got with my Variac. Oh, it's getting bright. I'm just waiting for this thing to violently explode. Oh my gosh, look how much light that is. And there it is, 70 amps. It's pulling 70 amps. Look how much light there is. This is just ridiculous. It's so hot all the way back here even. Look at this. But the power, this isn't even half power. It's more than half current. It's not half power. Oh my gosh, this is insane. And we're up to, oh my gosh, it's it's so bright. Wow. Oh shoot, what happened? Did I kill it? Oh, of course. It's because I'm on I tripped the breaker. Well, this is annoying. This is getting more complicated than I wanted it to. And I'm gonna turn it off.
Jeez.
Now, just because now the circuit's not chopping anything, so it just passes the current straight through, and now it's quiet. But wow, that's just wild. I'm gonna fingerprint can cause it to shatter. So this means if I want to do any stupid experiments with it, I'm gonna have to build an enclosure around it. I came up with this beautiful fixture here that should allow for some experimentation. So I have an aluminum reflector here. I have this mesh on top and bottom to keep the bugs out, as well as this pane of borosilicate glass to prevent stuff from splashing against the bulb. Making it worse, I realized that even with the covering, the bugs that were landing on the outside were still being cooked and seemed to be the source of the smoke. I ended up sidelining this project for several months to work on other things. Alright, it's been something like 5 months since I last powered up this bulb. The reason why is right there. Those 400 carbon be worried about. They're smoking more and more and more, isn't it? Well, there's smoke, so I don't know how I want to proceed here. So I want to rip off all those bug covers because I think that's what's actually smoking. So I was going to fire up this metal halide bulb to see if there's any bugs out because it's pretty cold. I just wanted to make sure. However, the dumb thing does not want to seem to turn on. If I could find this plug. So it's plugged in and it will not light. So this is, I'm going to try lighting it this way. Yep, look at that, perfect. Oh, I love that. And yeah, as you can see from all the just disgusting coating on that bulb, it clearly does not mind having insects run in.
Dame, how many bugs do you think that thing could kill?
Quite a lot. That'd fucking nuke mosquitoes. I need something like that for the summer. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To it. But yeah, that is one good way to light a
That thing's fucking cool.
A stubborn light bulb there. So yeah, now I'm gonna see if any bugs come to this, and if not, then I will feel safe pulling off the cover of the light bulb over there. Oh, that's a vibe, isn't it? Oh yeah, I should
That's really cool.
point out that this is not a normal metal halide. That's a thallium lamp, and that is why it is so green. Yeah, so far it looks like there's not any bugs. If they don't come to that lamp, then they're probably not out. Yeah, there's nothing around the lamp. Okay. I think I'm good. Well, I don't know why copper would be smoking like that unless it has like some sort of coating on it, but either way, I'm gonna rip off
No, I'm starting training Tuesday.
this like bug protector and see if this stupid lamp keeps smoking. I don't see smoke yet. No, there's smoke again. Why is there smoke? What is smoking? What is smoking in there? That is so stupid. This is infuriating. It's just billowing out smoke. Stupid. I'm realizing now that it might actually just be the galvanization on the steel, just the zinc plating that's burning off. I am annoyed yet. So funny story, I remember a time when I was 14 going through the checkout line at Walmart with airsoft BBs and a gallon of hydrochloric acid. Well, I put my stuff on the counter and the cashier scans the airsoft BBs and she's like, oh, well, you have to be 16 to buy these. Do you have your ID with you? I'm like, no. So she's like, oh, well, I can't sell these to you, and then sets them aside. But then she scans the acid, doesn't say anything, and I pay and walk out the door with a gallon of hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
At the Wandering Mason, no, you don't want to fly to it, then you will end up like this poor Insissit.
No! Harry, no! Don't look at the light! I can't help it. It's so beautiful.
All right. Thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Dodo.
You know, it's funny how corporations have to decide what is and isn't too dangerous for children. I guess hydrochloric acid is just A-okay. So I pulled this thing out of the acid bath and it immediately started rusting. So I'm going to say that's probably a good sign that I got rid of all the zinc there.
Dodo, donate $2. Here we go again, VG.
To have healthy lunches at school, and again, not partisan here, because Secretary Kennedy used to be a Democrat also.
Okay.
Michelle Obama had a program for kids to move after school.
Didn't those lunches have like seed oils in them? Because the whole point he went to.
Let me just finish the
fast
point.
Yeah, seed oils.
food restaurant.
Let me
they
finish
remove
the
seed
point.
oils.
Let me finish the point. So whether or not there's seed oils or beef tallow, it doesn't matter. It's still junk food. Michelle Obama tried to get kids to have healthier lunches, and she tried to get them to exercise. You know what people called her on the right? Food police. They hated it. They despised it.
I agree.
Michael Bloomberg in New York tried to put a soda tax
I'm
on
not
those
here defending the
giant
Republican
things.
Party.
But the issue is he's part of the Republican Party that's driving these
he's
issues.
part of an independent party.
But he's not. He's part of the administration.
He's part of the administration.
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your
Thank you
seat.
so much. Appreciate it.
Dude, these people are fucktards. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm still going to torch it a little bit just to be totally sure it's all gone, though. Well, I really hope this time is the charm, because I'm sick of rebuilding this thing. Alrighty, who's ready for another round of disappointment? Let's light her up, see what happens. No smoke yet? Okay. Why is it smoking? Why is it smoking? What on earth is smoking? What? Going on? I just cannot figure this out. Guess I could remove the reflector and see what happens. Probably didn't get into those tiny little crevices. Slowly but surely, it is winding down. Yeah, I think that's good. I see no more evidence of smoke. If it quit smoking. Alright, no smoke yet. You keep go ahead with the burning experiments after the smoke diminished. Okay. Aside, I do want to try. Oh my gosh, I do want to try a piece of paper. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't see anything. Where is that? Oh. Oh yeah, there it goes.
Dodo Donatello's freaking moron.
So the doctors were coming out saying, no, we need zinc, vitamin D, sunlight. People were told to stay indoors.
I agree that was stupid.
Yeah, that was very stupid. And being locked in.
The closing of the beaches and all that stuff.
Hydroxychloroquine, right? Hydroxychloroquine. Trump was saying yes, hydroxychloroquine, it might work. And people just got on him, attacked him for it. Now we know it works. I've taken it myself. My friends have taken it myself.
What?
The common flu. And it does work, right?
It does not.
Would say that the evidence says otherwise.
No, it does work. Basically what I'm saying is the pharmaceutical industry, through people like Anthony.
Like, by the way, the pharmaceutical industry made hydroxychloroquine.
Fauci and Dr. Deborah Birx, they're merging with big government in order to do these lockdowns, in order to have government mandates, medical mandates, in order for us to take these. So I don't think you can compare what RFK Jr. is saying along with what the medical industry, what he's going up against is saying.
Okay, pause.
Yeah, they're stupid. Also.
You would prefer the human race to...
I guess we can check that out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Manage-sits are really dumb VG. They fly to the vertical light when it will kill them. It's no wonder they're not sentient.
I think some of them are. Maybe some aren't. Like, I mean, people do stupid shit too. Like, you know, people drive drunk, so I don't know, is that any smarter than an insect flying into a bright light? Yeah. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donates $2 except for bees, that is. Yeah, bees are kind of smart. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would...
This is Peter Thiel.
This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in
the
this.
human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
He's been a major player in Silicon Valley for a long time.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things, from social networks to rocket ships.
You might know him as the multi-billionaire who co-founded PayPal and Palantir, as Facebook's first outside investor, the guy who funds out their projects like floating countries, private space travel, and the quest for immortality. Peter Thiel rejects the idea that death is inevitable. He wants to transform humanity.
Transhumanism was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body.
But he also wants to change something else. For decades, Thiel has schemed from the shadows to reshape American politics.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
He bankrolled Trump's first campaign. He turbocharged J.D. Vance's career. Thiel openly questions the democratic system, and he's declared that to him, freedom is incompatible with democracy. His vision of an ideal society sounds more like an oligarchy, a country ruled by a few powerful rich people. Or even just one. Today, his influence is rapidly expanding across the world. From the beginning of his career, he's been building tools to rewire how power works. Palantir, his brainchild, enables intelligence agencies and militaries to anticipate their enemy's next move before it's made. Maybe even your next move, too. None of this happened by accident. Peter Thiel plays the long game. He's patiently planned his moves for decades, always several steps ahead. So what does Peter Thiel actually want? What's his problem with democracy? And is there an end game? This video is largely based on the research collected in The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power by Max Chafkin. You'll find a link in the description. New York City, 2010. A TV show has set up a night for...
Gummy's dreaming. I don't know what he's doing in his dream, but he's jittering a bit.
For Peter Thiel to meet Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
Thiel and Kasparov have met before and get along well. They like chatting about politics, technology, and of course, chess. Peter Thiel's a diehard chess fan. In fact, he's a national chess master. He's admired the Grandmaster Kasparov since he was a teenager. And the respect is mutual. Kasparov admires Thiel's intelligence and business sense.
He's one of the probably most successful entrepreneurs of his generation. He's very aggressively investing. He looks for the future.
Thiel's legendary status in business is hard to overstate. His companies have created technologies that have changed the course of the modern world. And his influence helped define tech, an industry that has produced millions of jobs and trillions of dollars of wealth. That night, Kasparov and Thiel hit up a chess club. Thiel plays a game of speed chess with the owner and wins.
I'm totally embarrassed. Yes. Embarrassed as well.
Kasparov suggests his chess skills are probably why Thiel's such a successful businessman, and why he tends to hire chess players for his companies.
That's why he's hiring chess players, Peter just told me the story that one day had the IPO for PayPal. So he did a sign-off for 10 employees of PayPal.
And sure, Thiel is probably onto something. Chess skills transfer well into the world of business. It's a game of strategy, where it pays off to think several moves ahead. Skills that don't hurt in politics either. Sometimes.
Yeah, Natasha Offey lives pretty close by to me. She lives a little closer to, like, Ottawa, the city, but she lives pretty close by. She's pretty hot, but, probably would never go vegan, probably like a dumb bitch,
Time after this evening, Kasparov and Thiel drift apart. Maybe the two don't have that much in common after all. It's not just that the Russian Kasparov is a way better chess player. He's also one of the world's most prominent pro-democracy activists. He's a major thorn in Putin's side, tirelessly campaigning for a freer Russia.
So I'm fighting to restore democracy in my country. Trump's potential victory could threaten not only democracy in this country, but democracy worldwide.
And Peter Thiel? Well, kind of the opposite trajectory. Critics warn he's emerging as a major threat to American democracy. Billionaires like Thiel reshaping politics is terrifying. Connecting to airport Wi-Fi ranks way lower on the scale. But having your data floating around unprotected online is a threat you can actually do something about. This is where today's sponsor NordVPN comes in. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic so your personal data stays private, with the shopping season in full. Peter Thiel is around 8 years old when his family arrives in Swakopmund, a former German colony on Namibia's coast. He moved here with his parents and brother after some years in Ohio. During the 1970s, the city is occupied by apartheid South Africa. At the time, it's a town clinging to its German roots, where Hitler's birthday is still celebrated and the Nazi salute is a casual greeting.
Jesus, what the fuck?
For some. Peter's father, Klaus, takes an engineering job at a uranium mine just outside town. The mine is controversial and shrouded in secrecy. According to international law, South Africa isn't allowed to mine here, but they go ahead anyway. Extracting Namibia's uranium is part of South Africa's nuclear weapons program. The regime is secretly developing bombs to defend against a possible Soviet attack and to protect the apartheid way of life. According to a former British activist group, black laborers have worked at the mine under dangerous conditions. Meanwhile, white families like the Thiels enjoy a privileged life. Brand new medical facilities, country club memberships, kids in private school. Young Peter is reportedly first put in a whites-only school in Johannesburg, then in a German-language school in Swakopmund, where the curriculum pushes a Christian nationalist worldview and even paints white South Africans as the real victims of the region. This is where Peter Thiel spends formative years. It's a world where his family benefits from a white supremacist regime, where his father actively advances its military interests. A world where the founding belief is that some people are meant to rule, and the majority must serve. When Peter's 10, he and his family return to the US. Peter's developing into a classic nerd. He loves sci-fi and fantasy, especially Lord of the Rings. He's top of the class and becomes one of the country's top chess players under the age of 13. It's not cool to be a nerd in the 70s and 80s, so Peter is reportedly bullied on the regular. But he knows he's smart and going places. His chessboard has a sticker that says "Born to Win." Peter wants the best for himself, so he studies hard to get into the top university. At the time, Stanford is ranked #1 in the US. When he makes it there in 1985, Stanford's a huge letdown. Peter expects fellow overachievers, but finds a party scene instead. He'd rather hit the books than the bung, and he's once again teased for being a nerd. According to the author Max Chafkin, many of the students he perceived as bullies also identify as liberals, a connection that reportedly sticks with him. We in fact asked Thiel ourselves, but didn't get a response. Peter developed into a Reagan-supporting conservative. The campus itself feels far too left-wing for him. Anti-Reagan and anti-apartheid protests are prominent, and Peter starts to clash with demonstrators. In The Contrarian, Chafkin describes how classmates recall at least one instance where Peter defended apartheid as economically sound, an allegation that Thiel has since denied. At the time, some defenders of apartheid drew on libertarian arguments. Libertarians believe the best society maximizes personal and economic freedom while minimizing government control. They see free, unregulated markets as the best way to allocate resources and drive innovation. More radical libertarians value property rights and free markets above basically anything else. Critics say this leaves little room for values like social justice, which are cast as secondary or even incompatible with the libertarian definition of freedom. From that perspective, apartheid could be rationalized. South Africa's systematic denial of civil rights was
something like an apartheid is completely counter to libertarian ideals.
Simply the price to pay for its higher level of wealth than neighboring countries. By Peter's sophomore year, he's known on campus as a hardcore libertarian. And though the 80s sees students increasingly advocate for race and gender equality, Stanford is not an entirely liberal institution. It has a fair share of other conservative and libertarian students and faculty members during Peter's time there. Still, Chefkin describes Peter feeling like he's in the minority, and that the dominant campus culture is hostile to people like him. So he does what he'll keep doing throughout his life. He builds a network of like-minded men, the beginnings of a network that will support him throughout his career, what will later be known as the so-called PayPal Mafia. With 11 other conservative men, Peter launches a campus newspaper. The Stanford Review aims to stir things up. It regularly criticizes campus culture from a conservative perspective, with a famously biting style. Throughout Peter's time at Stanford, a few pieces especially stirred the pot. Chefkin found a few examples in the Stanford archives that he wasn't allowed to reproduce. One columnist claimed that gay men engaged in unnatural sex. Another complained when Stanford considered adding non-white authors to the Western culture course, arguing it signaled the decline of the West. One whole issue was devoted to passionately defending a student accused of statutory rape, who was later found guilty. Peter's not just looking to provoke. He wants money, power, and influence. And as its founding editor-in-chief, the Stanford Review launches him into the public intellectual he's known as today. The paper captures the attention of high-profile conservatives, and a bit later, Peter gets a book deal. The Diversity Myth is co-authored with David Sachs, the student who wrote in defense of an accused rapist in the Stanford.
Yeah, that's a little worrying. Especially coming from a guy from South Africa.
Review. Nowadays, Sachs is also an influential figure on the American right. He currently serves the Trump administration as the White House's AI and crypto czar. The book argues that universities are dangerous breeding grounds for left-wing intellectual conformity, that nowadays real racism barely exists in America, and that diversity initiatives pose a threat to Western culture. Sachs and Thiel have since apologized for some of the more controversial parts of the book, but these are the same anti-woke sentiments that are winning elections today.
You know, I ended woke. Totally. Everything woke turns to shit. Our country will be woke no longer.
Though Peter has plenty of gripes about Stanford, he stays on and graduates from its law school in 1992. He moves to New York to begin his legal career. Only aiming for the best, his goal is to clerk for the Supreme Court. He's got top grades.
Well, apparently Elon's mother's family is all crazy racist. Supposedly his dad just benefited from the apartheid, but apparently his mother, from what I've heard, is a crazy racist, and apparently there's like literal Nazis in her family. So I don't know exactly how bad his dad is, but apparently his mother is worse when it comes to racism.
His own influential paper and connections to the right people, but it's not enough.
I got interviews with 2 justices. I normally interview 8 people and select 4 as clerks, and I missed it with both, and it felt like it was the absolute end of the world.
Peter's not used to setbacks. He plunges into what he later described as a quarter-life crisis and briefly moves back in with his parents. But back on the West Coast, Peter proves he has a knack for turning losses into big wins. It's 1996. The tech industry is booming. Silicon Valley is a place with endless possibilities, loads of investor money, and above all, unclear rules. Peter wants in. Sure, he can't really code, but he can hand that off on someone else. Peter studies up on hedge fund management, raises some capital, and reinvents himself as an investor. At the same time, he continues publishing anti-woke columns. One that claims Indigenous Peoples Day is anti-Western winds up in the Wall Street Journal. By chance, Peter meets the brilliant young cryptographer Max Levchin. Max is obsessed with Palm Pilots, clunky little handheld computers. At the time, they're barely more than a calendar with an internet connection. Not all investors would listen to a 20-something jabber away about Palm Pilots. But Peter's not a typical investor. Max believes Palm Pilots will have way more potential if they can be linked to businesses. If personal devices were linked to a business's infrastructure, a whole new world of users would open up, like connecting an individual directly with a bank. All someone needs to figure out is how to build an encrypted network that can securely link a handheld device with a corporate system. And Max believes he can do it. He is way ahead of his time, and Peter sees the potential immediately. He offers Max a $250,000 investment the very next day. Peter will become known for these big bets on inexperienced founders. Bets that very often pay off. On the surface, PayPal looks just like another convenient way to pay. But in reality, it was built on a radically libertarian vision. Money moving freely, beyond government control. The same vision that would later drive the crypto movement. And just like crypto, that freedom quickly attracts the gray areas of the economy. PayPal's early growth comes from industries most banks avoided, like gambling and NSFW stuff. Good thing Peter's been nurturing his political connections. As Chefkin tells it, Thiel worked to keep his business alive by lobbying Congress to keep online gambling legal and to stop PayPal from being treated as a national bank. We also asked Peter Thiel directly about this, but didn't get a response either. E-commerce is exploding in popularity. There's high demand for a tool that can simplify online transaction. And Max and Peter aren't the only ones working on a solution. PayPal isn't even the only online payment startup in the same building. There's a very similar company on the same floor. It's called X.com, and its founder has a lot in common with Peter. Most notably, Elon Musk is also an enterprising immigrant with roots in South Africa. Like Peter, he also shows little regard for traditional rules of the banking industry. Playing by every rule only slows down growth. But for a while,
Ottawa is definitely a bit more conservative than Toronto. I haven't really explored enough of the city to really say, but it seems like Toronto has more minorities than Ottawa.
While they have no idea what each other's companies are for, until a PayPal employee finds a business plan for X.com in a dumpster. And then it becomes impossible to ignore each other. They become two of the biggest fish in the sea of online payments. PayPal's growing rapidly, but at the same time bleeding funds. Every new user gets a cash bonus, most transactions rack up fees, and servers are expensive. Worse, the anonymity that makes PayPal attractive also opens the door to credit card fraud, and PayPal would have to refund the victim's stolen money. Max left in response by building an anti-fraud system called Igor, software that flags suspicious patterns and blocks scam transactions. All the while, user anonymity is still preserved. Igor successfully curbs fraud by half of what it was. The FBI takes interest in the technology and starts using the software to catch money launderers. Still, PayPal isn't profitable. Peter thinks he knows the answer. It has to become a monopoly. Eliminate competitors, dominate the market, and set the rules. As Peter often puts it,
competition is for losers. Competition is for losers. Competition is for losers.
This strategy will come to define Peter Thiel's success. He'll outline it in the business best-selling book 0 to 1, and it will become a guiding principle in the tech industry.
What I think everybody who is a founder or entrepreneur should aim to do is build a monopoly. And all the great companies that people have built are monopolies of one sort or another.
By 2000, the online payment space has grown more competitive, and PayPal is still operating at a loss. Elon suggests a merger, and Peter agrees. Uniting is their best chance for survival. According to The Contrarian, they clash from the start. Over the name, over the software. Elon becomes CEO because he's a bigger shareholder, but Peter allegedly can't stand his leadership. He's said to think Elon's a reckless egomaniac, and Elon is said to think Peter's a sociopath who only cares about money. Their battles stall the company's growth. So Thiel decides to end them. Elon goes on his honeymoon, leaving the CEO position undefended. And in an elegant, calculated move, Peter captures it. Leftgen and others loyal to Thiel start voicing their gripes about Musk. They manage to convince enough board members to oust Musk and to insert Thiel as temporary CEO, a position he'll keep. It won't be Thiel's last tactical takedown. As CEO of PayPal, Peter Thiel is on a whole new playing field. In 2002, he secures a landmark deal. eBay acquires PayPal for $1.5 billion. Thiel becomes a multimillionaire at 35 years old, walking away with at least $55 million from the deal. Now he has the capital and credibility to pursue his wildest dreams.
Jeez.
The day he signs the deal is the day he also steps down as CEO. PayPal was just a stepping stone. Now he's ready to move on to bigger and bolder projects, and to live the high life as a very rich person. He buys a silver Ferrari and fancy apartments. Now the former
Saw a clip of Clav maxing out with 185/4 on incline bench. Gotta lay off the meth, bro. Yeah, dude. When you start taking steroids when you're 14, and 5 years later, the best you can do is 185 for 4 on the incline. Wow. You are doing things wrong. What the fuck is that guy doing? That is fucking pathetic. Like, genuinely, horrifically awful pathetic. So yeah, not good.
Formerly bullied kid is the life of the party. More and more people want to be in his orbit. Thiel's personal trajectory is skyrocketing, but the country is spiraling.
Dude, I swear there's girls who can outlive
Why
him.
are all the villains from South Africa? This man makes Elon Musk look like a good guy. Like we rather have him for world leader if the choice was him or Peter Thiel, huh?
Yeah, seriously. I think South Africa just makes a lot of shitheads. Pretty fucked. I think I'd choose Peter Thiel over Musk. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let me see if I can find a clip of Natasha Offey incline benching. Seems like she's done flat press. And she has a 60s. I don't know if she incline benches with a barbell ever. It's 225. Dude, her ass is just fucking insane. Oh. That's a butt I'd like to sniff. So, like, before some of you say, oh, well, she's on steroids, well, clavicular's on steroids too, so this chick can literally, Like, there are literally girls outlifting clavicular. So, like, what the fuck is the guy doing? I know he's just 19 and shit, but like, again, it is a full-grown adult, basically. And, he's been on steroids for 5 years. So, there's fucking girls who aren't doing that much steroids who are fucking outlifting him. Like, it's... Like, bro, Clav, yeah, he may want to lay off the meth and maybe just do more steroids. I don't know what the guy's fucking thinking. Like, that's fucking embarrassing, dude. I don't know. And what's funny, too, is, like, you know, normies like Aiden Ross were literally saying, you look natty. You know? So, like, when people are telling you that you look natty, when the guy's trying to look enhanced, and he's doing 185 for 4 on the incline, like, why, like, I don't know why the guy isn't just hitting the gym harder and maybe laying off the meth a little bit. I think I've seen her do 275 for 3 or something on bench. She's pretty fucking strong. 70 pounds for 8 on the incline with dumbbells. She's strong. I don't know why, but I find it really sexy when women can bench a lot. It's kind of funny when I was doing, when I was working as a trainer for hockey teams, there were girls' hockey teams that would come in, and the girls with the biggest tits would be able to bench the most weight. And that would, like, it was such an obvious pattern, I don't know why. The girls with the biggest titties could always bench more. So yeah, she's pretty fucking jacked, but... Like, what the fuck? Clav is getting mogged by, fucking, like, girls.
In the wake of 9/11, Americans also face a recession, an unpopular war, and widespread trauma. Teal is anxious too. He's increasingly concerned with the threat of religious terrorism. He finds the Bush administration isn't tough enough on Islam. His politics seem to shift. At Stanford, he wrote fiery libertarian.
Yeah, she's obviously on roids. She's benching... Like, dude, she's benching over 225 for reps. Like, what do you fucking think?
Essays.
Yeah, like, girls aren't lifting that much weight if they're natural.
Railing against government power. Now, he's arguing the opposite, that the US must use extrajudicial methods to catch terrorists. As he put it, outside the checks and balances of representative democracy as described in high school textbooks. For Teal, the trade-off is clear. The West must compromise. More security, less freedom. And he sees a business opportunity in it. What if Igor, the software Max Levchin built to catch fraudsters, could be retooled to catch terrorists? Wouldn't the CIA be interested? In 2003, Teal gets a team to start working on it right away. They'll call the company Palantir. In The Lord of the Rings, a Palantir is a mythical stone that sees and communicates across far distances. Sauron, the evil character who seeks to dominate Middle-earth, uses a Palantir to spy on enemies and conspire with allies.
The power of Isengard is at your command, Sauron, Lord of the Earth.
Basically, Teal is offering Sauron's power to anyone who can afford it. Palantir's promise? Use network analysis to find unforeseen patterns in vast troves of data. This is especially interesting to US intelligence agencies who had collected information on Al-Qaeda conspirators but failed to see the connections till after the attack. In the early years, many users are disappointed with Palantir's service, but their timing is excellent with everyone terrified of another attack. And Teal's chosen CEO is excellent at raising money. His name is Alex Karp. He's another former Stanford classmate. When Osama bin Laden is captured and killed, rumors circulate that Palantir was used to find him. Public interest in the company skyrockets. Based on what's known today about Palantir's abilities at the time, any meaningful involvement is questionable. When media outlets ask Alex Karp about that rumor, he's careful not to confirm or deny involvement. He tends to dodge the question with a smile and imply that some connection is there.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
When you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
One media outlet isn't buying the hype. A gossipy blog called Gawker. According to Max Chefkin, Gawker's Silicon Valley page reports no real link between Palantir and the Bin Laden raid, and suggests the company spread the rumor just to boost sales. Valleywag is known for roasting the tech industry back when most news outlets tend to sing its praises, and a favorite target of Gawker's gossip and mockery is Peter Thiel.
Look how sneaky Joey is. He thinks he's so smart.
I wonder where Joey is.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Was he hiding?
Glad you're alive. I wondered. You're so cute. Oh, he's out.
Oh.
No, he's not out. He's awake.
Oh my god, he's so sentient.
Uh-oh, he's stuck in his pouch.
Oh my god.
Hi. Hi.
Oh my god, look how sentient.
Hey, baby boy.
Oh my god.
Oh, mommy loves
You can see the sentience right there.
you. Look at you.
Oh my goodness, that's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Thiel will take care of Gawker later. Beyond founding Palantir, Thiel spends the 2000s turning tech startups into giants.
I was sort of the first angel investor in Facebook in summer of 2004. The business was already tracking quite well. They only needed money to buy more computers. So I think that was always sort of a promising sign.
In 2004, he becomes Facebook's first big investor. Thiel not only funds the company, but becomes Zuckerberg's mentor. Now Zuckerberg is one of the richest people alive, and Thiel's investment will net him about $400 million. Thiel doesn't stop there. Through his network, he backs Airbnb, Spotify, SpaceX, and later OpenAI. In 2007, Thiel seems to have spotted the financial crisis early. He bets against the US housing market. The gamble pays off. A 60% return in just 6 months. Banks will collapse, and around 9 million Americans will lose their jobs. But for Thiel, it's cause for celebration. According to Chefkin, he flies his stuff to Maui, with unlimited taps for food, booze, massages, and surfing. We asked Peter Thiel if this is true, but he didn't answer. But Thiel's golden run doesn't last. After a string of bad investments and mass redemptions, his hedge fund suffers huge losses and all but collapses. By 2011, he will have lost nearly 2/3 of his clients' money. The crisis seems to make Thiel more cynical. In 2009, he writes that he still believes in libertarian principles, but no longer in democracy. I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible, he declares. He argues that America has been in decline since the 1920s, when women gained the right to vote and when the Great Depression created mass unemployment. In his view, women
Dude, this guy seems like an absolute fucking menace.
and poor people are especially hostile to libertarian policies. Their ability to vote stands in the way of his ideal society. The essay makes waves. Gawker Media calls him a loopy libertarian, ridiculing him for wishing women couldn't vote. Thiel later clarifies it's not that he wants to take one class of voters' rights away. The problem is that Americans in general won't vote for libertarian policies. So, better to do away with democracy altogether? Meanwhile, Gawker Media gleefully reports Thiel's investment failures. They claim he exaggerates his net worth and make fun of his hypocrisies. Gawker reported on a lot of important topics other media outlets wouldn't touch till much later, like the crimes of Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. But they also posted a lot of arguably cruel gossip. In 2007, they outed Thiel's sexual orientation with a post titled, "Peter Thiel is totally gay people." Peter Thiel's sexuality was an open secret at the time, but he didn't seem to want it reported. His outing was clearly a violation of privacy. According to The Contrarian, Thiel sees
No, I don't care about gymnastics.
Gawker's coverage as damaging to his business. And plenty of other people have grudges against the site, so Thiel quietly funds a team of lawyers to take up their cases. The decisive moment comes in 2012, when Gawker publishes a leaked sex tape of the wrestler Hulk Hogan. Hogan sues, and Thiel secretly bankrolls the fight with $10 million.
The stage is set for a major courtroom battle. Hulk Hogan, former professional wrestler turned reality star, is taking on media website Gawker.
Gawker is hit with just over $140 million in damages and files for bankruptcy in 2016. Gawker Media is no more, and Thiel is proud of his win, calling it the most philanthropic thing he's ever done. In an interview, he compares the journalists behind the company to terrorists. The world learned that it's dangerous to mess with Peter Thiel. Reporters Without Borders called his feat a serious threat on freedom of the press. Critics argue that this set a precedent for wealthy individuals to weaponize the courts and bury media that criticizes them. But Peter Thiel is just getting started. It's often said that two things in life are certain, death and taxes. Well, Peter Thiel disagrees. What others see as inevitabilities, Thiel sees as problems to be solved. He famously funds biotech companies pursuing life extension. His hatred of taxes has him pour resources into anti-tax political actions and also seasteading, man-made island nations free from income tax and governmental regulations. A floating libertarian utopia where he can escape systems he finds oppressive, an idea he has since abandoned. He looks into other exit plans, like a bunker in New Zealand, which he also later drops, and the chance for humanity to reach Mars. This becomes Peter Thiel's pattern, seeking escape. Escape from rules that govern everyone else. But escape on Peter Thiel's scale doesn't come easily. Immortality research and space exploration require massive resources. Changing tax laws requires massive influence. Fortunately for Teal, his wealth and influence have grown enormously, so he can attempt to reshape politics to enable his search for escape. In 2007, he does something unusual for Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. He starts funding presidential candidates. His first big bet is the libertarian Ron Paul, a long-shot candidate for presidency, but a politician with a passionate base. Like Teal, Paul is an advocate for extreme free market capitalism. They're also both skeptical of climate change to different degrees. Ron Paul doesn't win the 2008 presidency. Obama does. In 2012, Ron Paul runs again, and this time Teal is his biggest donor by a long shot. Teal wasn't really banking on Paul's win. Instead, he was thinking ahead. In an interview with the magazine Slate from 2012, Teal says he was really campaigning for 2016, building up a strong libertarian base. Teal seems to want a candidate who will ensure his wealth will be protected, one who will grant more power to the tech industry, and one who shares his view that America is in decline and needs a strong man to become great again. When Trump is revealed as the best candidate to promote...
How do you think Tyson Hockley would do if he fought Clav? Think they're both 6'2". Tyson's benching 2 plates for 3 on bench. I guess I'd put more... I'd probably put my money on Tyson, just because, like, it doesn't seem like Clav has any interest whatsoever in athletics, especially, like, fighting. Dodo Donatellers, do you think it would be cool going to Stanford? Would you want to go? No. Universities are just gay. They're gay, and they're full of gay retards. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Promote those aims, Teal donates $1.25 million to his campaign. In 2016, Teal takes the stage at the Republican National Convention during primetime.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
Teal campaigns for Trump as if his views represented Silicon Valley. But at the time, Trump is deeply unpopular in tech. Of the top tech companies in the Valley, not a single CEO donates to Trump's 2016 campaign. And Teal's support of Trump makes him somewhat of a pariah. According to the contrarian, friends cut ties with him or refuse to discuss politics. Teal is unbothered. They'll change their tune soon.
Yeah, they changed their tune, all right.
Enough. Besides, he's starting to lean into his image as the Silicon Valley supervillain. He reportedly once said, "I'd rather be seen as evil than incompetent." When Trump shocks the world by winning, Teal is part of the transition team. His role is to appoint people who will disrupt regulatory bodies like the Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration. A dream job for Teal, who's railed against governmental regulation for decades. Teal reportedly suggests 150 names to Trump. According to Max Chefkin, his list includes, to no surprise, ultra-libertarians, but also very controversial figures. Fringe people from his growing network of far-right reactionaries. Trump only approves a handful of them, the least controversial suggestions that Teal makes. So Teal's first attempt at capturing the White House seems to have failed. Politically, Teal retreats to the background for a bit. He and his partner have their first child, and
No, I wouldn't find it cool to have an exercise science PhD or bachelor's. It would be worthless.
he seems to focus on family life for a while. But the background is where Peter Thiel thrives the most. Outside of politics, Thiel's businesses are skyrocketing, especially Palantir. During COVID, Palantir wins government contracts to analyze pandemic data, tracking infections and vaccines. In 2025, Business Insider reports that under the second Trump administration, ICE will use Palantir to track down immigrants who overstayed their visas. Palantir's involvement has only intensified under Trump and has been instrumental for over a decade, since Obama's second administration. The Guardian reports in 2025 that Palantir provides ICE with tools that help their agents fulfill Trump's aggressive deportation quotas using a vast data network. It includes government records such as text data from the IRS and private databases like location history from cell phone records. Now Palantir also incorporates facial recognition data from Clearview AI, another startup where Peter Thiel is the first investor. The pattern is clear. Palantir thrives in chaos, and chaos is only ramping up. What looks like a political setback with Trump may just be Thiel's chance to plan his next move. Thiel won't back Trump's second campaign, but he will build up another politician.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Thiel injects J.D. Vance's primary campaign with $15 million. Vance is now vice president of the United States. Thiel and Vance's relationship didn't come out of nowhere. Vance worked at one of Thiel's companies, and Thiel became his mentor, as Vance himself says. And it was also Thiel who brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. After Trump is elected as president again in 2024, several members of the tech elite rally behind him. There's Elon Musk, who was against Trump in 2016 and becomes his most visible supporter in 2024. There's Mark Zuckerberg, who abolishes fact-checkers at Meta less than 2 weeks before Trump takes office. And there's Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, who donates $1 million to Trump just before inauguration. At the inauguration of Trump's second presidency in January 2025, major tech CEOs are clearly visible in the front row. But one person isn't there that day. He's in the background again. Peter Thiel. Instead, he watches Palantir's stock skyrocket and topping the market for much of 2025. The surge is in part fueled by government contracts. And not just in the US. Palantir has been hired by Israeli forces allegedly to enable AI-powered targeting of Palestinians, which the company denies, and by Ukraine in its war against Russia. These and other contracts not only boost Palantir's profits, they also give the company access to extremely sensitive data. Few assets carry more power or more potential for harm. So who decides how it's used? We reached out to Peter Thiel as well as Palantir because we had a lot of questions. Unfortunately, none of them were answered. Subject to democratic control and not subject to the majority, which I think is often hostile to change. A recent venture Thiel backed is called Erebor, a crypto bank named after the mountain in The Hobbit where murderous dragon hoards treasure. And now Trump is pushing one of Thiel's wilder ideas, low-tax freedom cities where corporations can operate without federal regulations.
We'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
Freedom cities aren't just for making a lot of money. The goal is also to conduct research without governmental approval. One such place already exists, Prospera in Honduras. You already know who helped fund it. The libertarian utopia Peter Thiel dreams of no longer needs.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems semi-retarded-ish. Oh.
When your cat is super happy.
Oh.
Oh. Look at this little kitten. Hey. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, everybody.
Your cat is more social than you think.
He's horny. Right after surgery? Are you kidding?
How do you pronounce this?
Say
When your cat is trying to talk to you.
Can you give a squeak? Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you. Can you get your tail out of my bath?
I think this cat speaks English.
Thank you.
Wow.
You don't have to knock. You can just come in.
Oh my god, those kitties are amazing. Now this cat.
Whoa. Whoa.
This is Jack.
Whoa. Oh.
His voice is a little deeper than most cats.
Whoa. Dude, that cat is just so weird.
Hey, buddy.
Whoa.
You say hi? You say hi?
Oh.
Good boy.
Oh my god. Whoa.
One set. Just one set.
Going from one set to two sets is the biggest mistake you could possibly make. It's not just a mistake, it's the biggest mistake possible.
One ring to rule them.
Probably drove Mike Mentzer crazy. It might have also been the math, but definitely the allure, the solidity of that idea, just the knowledge, the certainty that you would always be doing the right thing, and that right thing happens to be the least amount of work you could do. What a magical, wonderful world that would be. Today, I want to explore that world. I want to explore the world of high-intensity training as advocated by people like Mike Mentzer and Dorian Yates. I want to take their claims seriously. I want to try to understand what they're advocating, why they think that only doing one set to failure is optimal, and then I want to explore some alternatives and give you practical suggestions to make sure you're getting the most out of your training. So let's dive in. Doing one set was the most optimal thing you could do. One set of an exercise to muscular failure would guarantee you would get the most gains with the least amount of fatigue. And on the surface, this idea does have some merit. Taking a set to muscular failure will guarantee that that set is as stimulative as it possibly can be. That is unequivocally true. And it is the case that some people actually do train too much. Maybe they train so much that they fail to recover, or maybe they train so much that the quality of their training declines. You can't really bash your head against a wall all day. You'll start to pull your punches. And so Mike and people like him were trying to push back against that. I applaud his thinking there. Additionally, there is just something so alluring about only a very clear set of ironclad rules 1 set to muscular failure per each exercise. This begs the question, how many exercises should we do? Your quads fail? Did your lower back fail? Did your glutes fail? It was probably some combination of factors, and that means that each of those muscle groups is probably receiving a different stimulus. They're not all failing at the same point, and you can't really say that you took all of those muscle groups, really train your rhomboids without involving your trap. Contrary in the sense that failure isn't always consistent. Be with the core concept that your sets should be of high quality, the rest can largely be discarded. Let's dive in a bit here and really think about what's going on here and what Mike is trying to argue. Mike is saying that doing 1 iteration of a task is the most optimal number of iterations of that given task. If you take a step back and just try to think that through, does that actually make sense? Is that consistent? Or sprinting, if they were, how then are these athletes continuing to get bigger and stronger? It just, in fact, the most optimal amount of volume for them to perform. And I bet for those people, their volume needs will also change over time. I'm not saying that they need to do an...
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I don't know if you can see that, but it's definitely on fire. Yeah, not... Now, what else could I burn here? You know, I think one of these laser welding helmets is my best bet to actually see what's going on up here. Although it is still absurdly bright, but now I can at least see what I'm doing with this thing. Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Thinking it's smoking, but it's not exactly, it's not on fire yet. It's probably gonna melt. Me. Ah. No. No. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
That is bonkers.
It melted the sheet metal?
Well, that is a slight issue, I would say.
Holy fuck.
I don't know what I'm going to do to fix this. Maybe I'll space the bulb differently in there so that way this the back of the new reflector.
Dude, what the fuck was this light bulb used for?
Well, it's smoking and warping. Ah, it gets marshmallow might be a bit. It lacks the smoky flavor of a campfire, but it's still nice, like homogeneously heated. Compared to a laser, it's better than a laser. You know, it feels like standing next to like 20 campfires. So I don't know if you can see this, but I have a bag of popcorn here. I think that this is going to be a tough game. I think it's going to be, you know, trying to find the middle ground between actually popping it and, of course, lighting it on fire. So I guess I'll try finding that middle ground then. Oh, it's smoking a lot. And all the oil is like wanting to drip down, I think. It's just, it's hard to hold my hand there. Look at that. Just wanted to showcase that beauty. That should drop to about 22 hours. But the problem with that is that one that's actually rated for the power would have to be bigger than this thing. So instead, I'm going to use this relatively little auto transformer. The cool thing about auto transformers is that it's only the difference in voltage that's being transformed. The mains voltage passes straight through. And that's why I can use something the size of this to do the job of something bigger than this. Okay. Wow. Okay. There is the full 30,000 watts. Wow. That is very, very bright. I can feel some of the warmth all the way back here. Jeez.
Jesus Christ.
Look at that.
Dude, this is hot enough to melt through sheet metal.
Off the scale. It's crazy the amount of illumination.
Bro, imagine how many fucking mosquitoes you could nuke with that thing. I'd love to turn that thing on a night where there's a ton of fucking mosquitoes.
I can go way back there and it's still enough to illuminate everything. I can see everything just fine. Just from the little amount that's coming through the window.
Wow.
Man,
That's crazy.
This is cannot beat tungsten for the color rendering. It is an ideal white light source because it's blocking it. for a 360-degree illumination. Freezing. In this video. And the first in particular is regarding the incandescent light bulb ban. So when I started making this video at the beginning of the year, there was this executive order that claimed it was going to rescind some energy saving regulations, including those around light bulbs. Well, it turns out that this was pretty much legally meaningless, and incandescent light bulbs are still banned. Now, I will say that I do think that a ban on incandescent light bulbs is dumb. It's not that I think you should all replace the bulbs in your house with them, but there are still specific use cases for them, and I at least want to have the option to buy them. Now, the real kicker is that big light bulbs like this were never even banned in the first place. They were actually exempt because they have these specific use cases where there's no direct replacement that's energy saving. So there's actually a couple industries that like using these giant light bulbs. The film industry is one. I know they like them because they're a compact and powerful light source, but specifically they like them because the color rendering is just unbeatable. I know there's LEDs these days that come really, really close, but apparently there are still purists out there that want the best you can get, which is tungsten. Then I guess the other big application is just for research stuff. These function as really good solar simulators, which shouldn't be a surprise. So on YouTube, and he's actually my biggest inspiration as a content creator.
Yes. Muscle Mommy? No. No, that was a mistake. Well, fingers crossed I'll be able to figure out how to get the fucking race wheel working. I'm hoping it's not just straight up broken, because I don't know how. It's fairly new. I bought that pretty recently. And it's it was working yesterday. Like, it would turn on just fine, and we just didn't use it because we had to reinstall the firmware and everything. So yeah, just some whack shit. But I'm gonna go to bed. It's late. I'm tired. It's late, I'm tired, it's late, I'm tired, it's late, I'm tired. Oh, look, a retard. So, I'll see you all tomorrow. Gonna start back training Tuesday. Not sure if I'm gonna stream the first workout, but we'll do some more workout live streams soon. And the thing. So thanks again, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Nighty night and sweet dreams. I'm gonna inject my growth hormone so I get big and strong like Mike O'Hearn. But nighty night.